Good evening and welcome to ITV Election 2001. In 5 minutes at 10 o'clock, the polling stations close, the counting begins, and we release our exit poll, the prediction of who has won this election and by how much. We're here at the headquarters of ITV in a specially built studio, and we're poised to bring you clear and exciting coverage of Election 2001. So stay with us on ITV for all the drama and the tension of what looks sure to be an historic night. Our goal this election night is to bring you up-to-the-minute coverage of the results as they're declared and the big stories as they break. And we'll be on air non-stop from now until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. With me as we follow the twists and turns of the night is ITN's political editor, John Sargent. John and I are on the top floor of our special election set, and down there below us is our ITV Results Centre. It's the hub of our operation, packed with computers, analysts and experts, all processing the results. Mary Nightingale is there to give us regular election updates. ITN's Katie Derham will be travelling down through the country during the programme. She'll leave Edinburgh and then stop off at Manchester and Birmingham before she gets to London. And then there is Dermot Murnahan with an astonishing array of virtual reality graphics. Dermot, give us a sample of what you've got on offer.
Yes, Jonathan, I'll be analysing the results as they come in from right across the UK and showing you what they mean. Now, we can pick on any area we like from this map and show you how the voting there is going, or we can take a look at the national picture. This, for instance, how we voted in 1997. Labour there on 43.2%. Wonder how they'll do tonight. Well, that's the broad picture, but on our battleground, we'll be picking out the key constituencies where tonight's election will be won or lost. If these kind of seats start changing hands, we could be in for some real surprises tonight. And as always during elections, there's been an awful lot of talk about swing. Well, on my swingometer, we'll be able to show you the different swings which will put a smile on Mr. Hague or on Tony Blair's face. And whoever's smiling at the end of the night will have control of this, the all-important House of Commons. Empty at the moment, but as the polls close, we'll be able to show you which parties these 659 MPs belong to. So join me back here throughout the night.
We will, Dermot. With just a short time to go before they start counting the votes, meet our election monitor. There you can see some of our cameras out and about right round the country, all at the ready to cover the results as they're declared. There we can see some of the very last people just in time to cast their vote. And tonight there's particular interest in how many people actually vote. Inside the election halls, the counting staff are waiting for the off. Many of them have held rehearsals to try and ensure that all goes smoothly. And in every counting centre across the land, the stage is set for the formal declaration of the results. We are now just over a minute away from 10 o'clock when the polling stations close, and we'll be free to announce the prediction of the result. Now it's going to be a big moment. We're nearly there to take us up to that moment, a 60-second countdown and the most memorable images from the 2001 election campaign.
Every vote counts. On June the 7th, every vote.
I very much believe that we can win because millions of people haven't decided how to vote.
We've got the most united party of the three going into this campaign.
It is 10 o'clock, the polling stations have closed, and our prediction is that Labour will return to power with yet another landslide, an unprecedented achievement in British political history, and a result which makes Tony Blair the first Prime Minister to have the chance of serving 2 full terms in office. If our Murray exit poll is right, Labour will have a majority of 175. The Conservatives would only have about 154 MPs, the Liberal Democrats about 58. That's a massive triumph for Labour and a disaster, once again, for the Conservatives. Our prediction then is that Labour will return with a majority of 175 seats in this Parliament. This is lower by a little than their last majority of 179, but it's close enough to that figure to go either way as the results themselves start to come in. In a few minutes, we'll be going down to our results centre for more detailed background to the exit poll prediction. So we're confident it's a Labour landslide, but at this stage we can't say for certain whether the majority will be smaller or greater than last time. Indeed, got to remind you that exit polls have to be treated with caution. They have been wrong before, and we really will have to wait for the real results before we know the actual outcome. And there is one more key finding from that exit poll. We're predicting a turnout of only 63% in the marginal constituencies, and that means across the nation it could be even lower than that. John, it's an extraordinary result for Labour.
It is an amazing result. Now, just because we forecast that Labour would do this, it doesn't remove the astonishing power this has for Labour and for Tony Blair. Margaret Thatcher, eat your heart out. This is far bigger than what Margaret Thatcher achieved. And if you think of what the Tories were saying, let's burst his bubble, let's clip his wings. They've not done that. Tony Blair is in an astonishingly strong position. This is an amazingly good result for Labour.
Only downside, if our exit poll is correct, is this dramatic fall in turnout.
That is disappointing, and of course that's bound to be partly because people thought they knew the result, and therefore why bother? But it's still depressing in terms of our democracy.
And if the exit poll is right, for the Conservative Party, an even worse result than last time.
Yes, it must be for them, this terrible body blow. It means they've effectively wasted the last 4 years in political terms. They're nowhere near getting back into the position where they could regard themselves as in any sense the natural party of government, which they were for so many years.
We'll return to a lot of this in the hours ahead. If you've just joined us, you are watching ITV 2001, Election 2001. We think we're about 40 minutes away from the first declaration. Before that, from our specially built set here at ITV's headquarters, we've got plenty to do and plenty to bring you. Through our election monitor here to my left, we'll be crisscrossing the country to see how the counting is progressing and to hear from big league politicians and our own correspondents. We'll show you in more detail how our results centre down there below us works and how they'll be processing the results. And we'll also explain how our interactive election network will allow you to access the detailed results in your own area. Now, I know that Dermot Murnaghan can throw a little more light on that exit poll. Dermot, can you put our prediction for this election into your virtual perspective?
Certainly can, Jonathan, and it's not just golfers who are obsessed about swing. Politicians are too, and here's why. Let's feed into our swingometer. First of all, the situation from 1997, as if there'd been no swing at all. There you are, Mr. Blair, grinning away there because he's got that majority of 179 that he's defending today. Well, bizarrely, we're predicting on our exit poll, could be wrong, of course, that there will be virtually no swing today as well. Slight change in the number of seats there, about 4 fewer for Mr. Blair, could be higher, could be lower, but really no swing whatsoever. So Mr. Blair still grinning. Mr. Hague there, look at him, still looking pretty glum. What would it take, in case this exit poll is wrong, what would it take to cheer him up just a bit? Well, there's the minimum requirement for Mr. Hague, as it were, a swing of 7.3%, away from the government to the Conservatives. That would leave us with a hung parliament, deprive Mr. Blair of overall power, but he probably still would be Prime Minister, therefore he's still grinning a bit because he'd do some kind of deal with the Liberal Democrats, something like that. What would it take to make Mr. Hague really grin? Here we are, unprecedented, never been done before, a swing of 11.5%, and even then it would only give him a tiny majority of just 1 MP. Still be grinning there, though. Now, of course, we're predicting that's not going to happen. We're really saying not much change from 1997. So let's have a look now at the House of Commons and the composition that it might have after this election. Now, it takes 659 MPs in total to fill up this chamber. It would be filled to overflowing if they all turned up at once, but let's bring them back in here as if they'd returned to their seats after this election. This, the government side of the House. Our prediction is that Mr. Blair will have something like 417 MPs under his command. So what about the Tories and Mr. Hague? We're saying something like, again, could be a bit higher, could be a bit lower, 154 Tory MPs. Also on the opposition benches, good night for the Liberal Democrats. Charles Kennedy should have something like 58 MPs under his command. Big increase for them and the others. The parties from Northern Ireland, the Scottish Nationalists and Plaid Cymru should have about 30 MPs altogether. So what kind of majority might we be talking about for Mr. Blair? 417 seats equals a majority of around about 175. As we were saying, it could be lower, it could be a bit higher than that, but still, certainly, Jonathan, a landslide.
Thanks, Dermot. You look completely at home there. The headline story tonight, of course, is the Labour landslide, but within that, we expect to see all kinds of upheaval. We may see marginal Tory seats going to Labour, vulnerable Labour seats going to the Tories, and other seats falling to the smaller parties as well. We've got cameras at the counting centres in many of these crucial battleground marginal constituencies. So let's look at how the count is going in one or two of them. This is Birmingham Edgbaston, for instance, a key marginal in the West Midlands, which Labour famously won from the Conservatives in the last election. And here's Bedfordshire South West, which the Conservatives hold with a wafer-thin 0.2% majority, and which may go to Labour tonight. And this is Oldham East and Saddleworth, a Labour marginal which is facing a strong challenge from the Liberal Democrats. A reminder that we are predicting on the basis of our exit poll another landslide for Labour. Down now to our results centre and ITN's political analyst, Professor Colin Rallings from the University of Plymouth. Colin, have we got every reason to trust this exit poll in your judgment?
The exit poll, Jonathan, is very much in line with the polls through the campaign. If you remember, the Conservatives have basically been flatlining now for some months, going nowhere really, and towards the latter stage of the campaign, Labour was coming down, and the beneficiaries of that were the Liberal Democrats. They clearly have picked up even more in the last couple of days, and we're predicting that they might do as well as their best result for 70 years.
And Colin, one more thing. Put it into historical perspective. If it's roughly like that when the real results come in, what does that mean?
Well, if it's roughly like that, it's another awful result for the Conservatives. They have to look back a century to the last time they got this few seats. The Liberal Democrats, I've already said, 70 seats. Labour winning 2 landslide victories of 100-plus majority, one election after the other. But let's put it in context. It looks as if this is the worst turnout since universal suffrage.
We'll come back to that as well. Thanks, Colin, very much. Let's find out now what the main party leaders are up to and what they've been doing during the day. 3 ITN reporters have been with the main party leaders throughout the campaign, and they're still with them tonight. Bill Neely is outside Tony Blair's Sedgefield home. Juliet Bremner is in William Hague's constituency in Richmond in Yorkshire. And Mark Webster, who's been reporting on Charles Kennedy, is in his constituency of Ross Skyn in Inverness. First, to Bill Neely.
Well, Tony Blair is in the house behind me digesting those exit poll results, but trusting none of them. Instead, he's relying on feedback from party headquarters in London, and as a result of that, I can tell you that Labour is not just confident of victory, it is now virtually claiming it. A few minutes ago, the Prime Minister's spokesman told me there is not much doubt we are going to win, and with quite a big majority. It is a strong mandate. On the other hand, he says Labour is conceding that apathy and tactical voting have played a part. We are going to lose some seats and some good people, but clearly Labour virtually claiming victory there. Mr. Blair, in fact, spending about 6 hours today on an expected cabinet reshuffle tomorrow. He has also been relaxing after, of course, voting just over there this morning.
Baby Leo was left behind as the Prime Minister led his family to the polling station, greeting voters who 18 years ago first elected an ambitious, unknown 30-year-old Tony Blair.
Look at the cameras, guys. Go on.
17-year-old Ewan on the left, who's been campaigning with his father, relishing the moment. After voting, Mr. Blair met shoppers, most of whom said they supported him. But one lady, clearly eager for the next big vote on the euro, urged him to save the pound.
Save the pound. There'll always be an England.
not everything can go to plan on election day. This is Bill Neely at Sedgefield for election 2001.
Here in William Hague's constituency in Richmond, we're not expecting the first ballot boxes for a few minutes, and we're not expecting the man himself for several hours, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. He's still at his home in Catterick, presumably watching those first results, waiting for them to come in rather anxiously. His future as the leader of the Conservative Party very much depends on how well he does. You'll remember at the beginning of this campaign, people said if he could cut Labour's majority by 100, then he could maybe cling on. Well, expectations are now much lower. They're saying if he wins just as many as 30 seats, he could possibly cling on. Mr. Hague himself will not speculate, and throughout this whole campaign, he's remained very calm and confident. There were words of encouragement outside the Catterick polling station this morning, where William Hague urged everyone else to follow his example.
I would encourage everyone to vote. Vote for what you value, as I've been saying throughout this campaign, and I hope everyone will get out and vote.
Mr. Hague's majority of over 10,000 makes this one of the safest Conservative seats in the country.
Right, gone. Okay.
After the hectic build-up, the couple were planning a quiet day at home before facing what still seems certain to be a substantial defeat. Despite the gloomy predictions, Mr. Hague insists he's enjoyed the campaign. This is Juliet Bremner in Richmond for election 2001.
Mr. Kennedy's cheerful but cautious, and he's about to set out at around 11:30 from his house near Fort William for a 70-mile car journey here to the Count. On the way, you'll have some of those picturesque scenery of any of the party leaders, because that road lies alongside Loch Ness. So, monster permitting, he'll be here at this hotel around 1 o'clock in the morning for a bit of a party. After that, his declaration won't come through until around 2:30 in the morning. Don't forget, this is the biggest constituency in Great Britain. As for the rest of the day, he's done his very best to take a break from politics.
Hello. Beautiful morning. Nice.
You are watching election 2001 for ITV, and we're getting reaction to our exit poll, which is being conducted for us by the polling organisation Mori. To do this, Mori selected polling stations in 100 marginal seats, and they then asked 15,000 people to say how they'd voted. The man responsible for the exit poll is below me down there in the results centre, the director of Mori, Bob Worcester. Bob, it's your poll. Is it right?
I think it is.
That's because it's in line with the earlier polls, yes?
It's in line with the earlier polls, and it certainly is a stable thing. We've had the exit poll figures coming in, reported to us every several hours from our 100 constituencies in which we're looking at it. Now, it is only conducted in the marginals, and those, of course, are where the election will be won or lost. Not only won or lost, but the size of the majority. The size of the majority, as we're saying, is around 175. It could be as low as 160. It could be as high as maybe 190, say, but it's certainly within the margin of that, and around 175 is our best guess.
Okay, Bob, we'll talk about that more later. Thank you very much. And now we can go up to Charles Kennedy, who I can see in his constituency. Sorry, we actually just saw you there a moment before and half went to you and didn't quite. Mr. Kennedy, what we are predicting on our exit poll, as I expect you've heard, is that you're going to get 12 or so more seats than you currently have. Are you an elated man?
Well, exit polls are exit polls, and I'm not casting any aspersions, but I do remember the night of the '92 election, which began with Labour as the largest single party and ended up with an overall majority for John Major. So experience tempers the issue with a degree of caution. But certainly, if you look back to the last election and the good result the Liberal Democrats had then, if anybody predicted that we come in there or thereabouts in terms of the national share of the vote and seats retained at this election, that would have been considered as a remarkable achievement. If it does prove to be the case that we're doing a bit better than that, then that really is terrific. But,
and you managed,
as I say, we've got a long way to go yet.
Absolutely, the proper caution. But you managed to do it by saying we'll be the real party of opposition, while at the same time as being in coalition with Labour in Wales and in Scotland. That was a bit of cheek.
No, I think it was really facing up to the post-devolution politics of the United Kingdom in a more alert way and a more adept way than really the other parties. And that isn't surprising, because we've been the party that's been most convinced about the process of devolution, about voting reform, and about the fact that that tends to lead to the necessity for coalition governments, because no party can speak for an outright majority of all the voters in this country. We are all, to greater or lesser extent, minorities. And a system which reflects that fact is only fair.
Thank you very much for joining us. And we're now joined by John Prescott for Labour. I can see him in his constituency in Hull, and in his constituency in the West Country, Michael Ancram, chairman of the Conservative Party. John Prescott first, if I may. Do you regard this as a knockout punch?
Well, I'll wait till the final result, but it's very good to see. It's consistent with the polls, as has just been said. And I think it would be a very good result, and it would reflect the very good campaign we've run, bringing home that it's a strong economy, 1 million people back to work, and indeed the public services.
You don't worry, you don't worry about what some people talked about, oh, it'd be terrible if Labour has a landslide, it'll create arrogance and o'erweening power?
No, I don't think that at all. We didn't have that in the last government. There's an awful lot of comment made by it, speculation in the media and by opposition. But we got on with the job. We put that record to the people. They've actually endorsed it. Lot done, lot more to do. And I'll be very happy to get on with that job with the rest of the cabinet and the government. People have certainly endorsed it, and they've rejected totally the idea of a 20 billion cuts. They want stable economy and they want public services.
Mr. Prescott, one more thing. Our exit poll is suggesting that there has been a really very large fall in the turnout, down from over 70% last time around to just over 60% this time around. That presumably is a cause of real concern, because it does call perhaps into question a little bit the mandate that you clearly look like having in terms of seats.
Well, don't be silly. If you get people in this country make a decision, no matter how many people vote, they make that decision, and then that's government. It's called democracy. Though it has been very unusual, I think, in this election, that one of the major parties, having lost, indeed the Tory party, lost the arguments, been very limited in what it's put to the electorate and has been rejected, then advocated they shouldn't vote in this election, not to give Labour a major majority. That is unusual, it's regrettable, and I would always want the maximum amount of people to vote. That's why we changed, with the agreement of all political parties, the procedures concerning postal balloting, and we have to see what the final consequences of that are on the turnout figures.
John Prescott, thank you very much for joining us. Now, Michael Ancram, this is double disaster unless our exit poll is way out, isn't it?
Well, I've always been very cautious about commenting on any poll, as you know, particularly exit polls. I've watched too many politicians over the years having to explain away their reaction to exit polls over the following 2 or 3 hours. And I'm certainly not going to comment on what I think the outcome will be until we've actually seen some real results.
But I understand, but you're hardly saying that you're going to win this election, are you?
Well, I'm going to just wait and see what the results show. And what is interesting about this election is we've been miles behind in the polls the whole way through. The papers have been telling us we were going to be massively defeated. Everybody has expected the Conservative Party to fall apart. We fought one of the most disciplined and enthusiastic and hard-hitting and dynamic campaigns that I can remember.
Mr. Ancram, do you think that given you majored on Europe and you majored on tax, and it clearly hasn't had the huge boost you wanted, that you got the campaign absolutely bang on?
No, what we did was we majored on those things which we believe people were interested in and we believed that mattered in this country. Europe matters, tax matters, law and order matters, education matters, health matters. Those are the things we talked about. And in the end, election results are election results. They don't change the truths of what are important in this country. I believe we did campaign on the right issues. And as I say, I'm very proud of the way that my party and the party I chair over these last 4 or 5 weeks, against tremendous attacks in the media and from our opponents, has actually held itself together and has had one of the most effective and disciplined campaigns that I can remember.
Michael Ancram, we'll see the real result. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, you would expect, of course, Michael Ancram not to concede, but that was not a happy man talking.
Not a happy man, but there was a sense in which he was a surgeon saying a highly successful operation, pity the patient died. And it was interesting how John Prescott there was so cautious. Now, obviously, the line has gone out from Millbank Tower, let's not have any triumphalism, but John Prescott was so downbeat, you'd have thought it had gone terribly wrong. Charles Kennedy being cautious, and rightly so, because the projection of seats is the most difficult thing to project. So he's got to be careful, but it looks like a very good result for him.
Yes, well, we'll be hearing a lot more about it as we start to get the results, and people start to speak with a little bit more confidence, even as politicians, don't they?
I think they will. I think that Labour particularly might just smile a little bit more.
Might get a bigger
Just
smile than we've
little
got
bit of a
from the
smile.
Deputy Prime Minister. Perhaps it's because I referred to the punch, I don't know. It's now less than half an hour to the moment when we expect the first result. A reminder that we are predicting a very large Labour majority. Now, to catch the mood of two of the main parties, Martin Bashir is at the Conservative Central Office and Caroline Kerr is at Lib Dem's Centre of Operations, which tonight is at a restaurant near Hyde Park. First now to Martin Bashir.
Yes, welcome to Conservative Central Office, where one can feel the influence of William Hague's poll-defying optimism and confidence, because, as you've said, although the polls throughout this campaign have suggested a massive Labour majority, and indeed our own ITN exit poll tonight suggests and points in a similar direction, yet inside Tory Central Office there's still the belief that people's expectations will be defied, that somehow the party will do something when the results come through. But of course, if the polls are accurate, then the focus of attention is going to shift pretty quickly from who'll lead the country to whether William Hague can really continue to lead the Conservative Party. And it's that part of this election story that we'll be reporting on tonight from here at Central Office. So this is Martin Bashir at Central Office for election 2001.
The Liberal Democrats are determined that there is cause for celebration tonight, which explains why you joined me at a London restaurant where they're throwing their post-election party. They do think that they've had a cracking campaign. In particular, they think that their man, Charles Kennedy, has emerged from the shadow of his predecessor, Paddy Ashdown, and has established himself as a leader in his own right with a very different, less formal, more self-deprecating style, but one that the voters like. They're very heartened by ITN's exit poll, I have to say. They're rather like Charles Kennedy themselves, like Charles Kennedy himself, as you heard earlier. They're almost incredulous. I think it's actually more than they had hoped for. They came into this election with 47 seats. They think 58 is almost as good as it gets. You have to remember so many Liberal Democrat seats stand on a knife edge. One in particular has a majority of only 12 seats, only 12 votes. So it's so easy for them to lose as well as to win. There's an air of great excitement here, but I have to say some tension and some anxiety too. This is Caroline Kerr with the Liberal Democrats for election 2001.
As I said a little earlier, Katie Derham is about to start a whistle-stop tour down the country to assess the feeling of the nation on this election night. She's in Edinburgh at the moment, then she's off to Manchester and Birmingham before ending up, if all goes to plan, here in the early hours of tomorrow morning. She's joining us now. Katie, what are you doing up there and what's happening and what's it like?
Jonathan, I'm here in Edinburgh's Meadowbank Sports Centre. Now, there's 6 accounts going on in this sports centre, 2 in the hall, which I'm standing in, and they're the ones we're keeping a particular eye on. Edinburgh Central, Alistair Darling's constituency. Now, of course, he is fully expected to hold on to that one, but much more marginal, Edinburgh Pentlands. Now, it's currently held by the Labour MP Linda Clark, but was famously lost, of course, by Malcolm Rifkind at the last election. He'd held the seat for 20 years, and he's standing again, and that really could be a very close call. Now, there was a thought that possibly this election wouldn't be very exciting up in Scotland, that perhaps it was more an election for Westminster and not one for here. But I can assure you, the papers are about to come in. There are hundreds of volunteers in this hall with me. The excitement is rising. The bars are packed with candidates, friends and party workers. There is a really genuine buzz here in Edinburgh.
We're getting stuck into the bars very early. Katie, you're going to get stuck into the journey to get down here to London. How are you actually doing it?
Now, my trusty helicopter is standing by, Jonathan. I hope it is. We'll be travelling from here to Manchester by helicopter. We'll be arriving there at about 1 o'clock. I'll speak to you then. We then travel on by helicopter to Birmingham, see you there about 3, and then, all things being equal, fingers crossed, see you back in the studio at about 5.
Katie, we'll look forward to that. Thanks and good luck with your journey. To ensure that we are everywhere that matters, we've got ITV election journalists in every counting centre in the country. Their task is to get the results through to us the moment it's known. It'll then be processed by the computers in our results centre. Then straight away it'll appear in a headline flash along the bottom of your screen. It will amend the tally on the right of your screen, and it will update all our graphics systems, including our virtual reality graphics as well. You'll also be able to find out the results in your area. Mary Nightingale in the Results Centre has got the details.
Jonathan, as well as getting all the results on this programme, tonight she'll be able to get all sorts of extra interactive information through your television and your computer, from the result in your local seat to how all the parties are doing. Now, this information is very easy to use just by pressing a few buttons on your remote control or by logging on. Tonight's ITV Election 2001 is the most interactive election programme ever, with plenty of extra information available from your own home. If you're watching on digital cable on most NTL and TeleWest networks, you can access the information by pressing your interactive button. For instance, by entering your postcode, you can find out all about your constituency, and later in the night get the full results as well. Our election programme, meanwhile, will continue in the corner of your screen. The same information is available if you're watching us through on digital or a digital terrestrial TV set. By pressing the red button, you can access all sorts of interactive details, including the latest election headlines. A constituency finder will give full seat results as they happen. And there's lots of additional information on teletext, with a full results service on page 550. If you want to go on the internet, then the site you need is itv-election.co.uk. Just type in your postcode or use this interactive map to find your constituency details. Again, you'll find full constituency results as they happen, and plenty of other election news as well. So, whether it's by your television screen or your computer, you'll be able to keep across the results in your area. Jonathan.
Thanks, Mary, very much. Just one brief piece of news. Michael Portillo has already responded to the exit poll by saying, "I would hope that whatever happens, William Hague will continue as leader." Anyway, we've already referred to the battleground seats. That's those key marginal constituencies that will decide the outcome of this election. They're the seats where one party is only marginally ahead of the other, and some of them are almost bound to change hands. To show us more about what that means, Dermot has a virtual battleground for us.
Yes, indeed, Jonathan. Let me mark your card for you, as it were. These are the kind of seats that might change hands, as you were saying, this evening. These are Labour seats at risk to attack by the Tories. Remember, we're talking about a slightly reduced Labour majority. These down this end of my battleground should be easier for Mr Hague and co to take. They get harder as we move further up the board, the numbers there representing swing. So these seats here in the 1% column, Kettering and Wellingborough, both in the East Midlands, should be the easiest for Mr Hague to recapture this evening. Very, very thin majorities there, just a few hundred votes in it. One or two other seats to watch out for this evening that might change hands, certainly ones that Mr Hague would like to win. He'd like to win them all, of course, but here we have Enfield Southgate. Remember that one from 1997? Just mentioned Mr Portillo there. Well, of course, he famously lost that in 1997 to Stephen Twigg. He'll be hoping to hold on there, of course. Now, if all these seats do start changing blue, if our exit poll is wrong, we would want to see those changing blue. Mr Hague would want to see them changing blue all the way, follow me, all the way up the board, all the way up to here. A massive swing, 7.3%, would take us to Wirral South. This is etched into Mr Hague's mind because that would leave him with a hung parliament. He would have deprived Mr Blair of overall power. The Labour Party would still be the single biggest party, but we would have a hung parliament. Now, we're not predicting that kind of thing to happen this evening, but who knows. One other very interesting point coming out of our exit poll is, of course, turnout. We've been talking about how important that was during the election campaign, and it seems that the parties have failed to infuse the voters this time round. This is what it's all about, getting your electors to mark their ballot paper and put it in to one of these, although, of course, increased postal votes this time round as well. But turnout has been dropping over the decades, so let's have a look by how much. Starting with 1950. That election then was when Clement Attlee took on Sir Winston Churchill. 83.9%, nearly 84% of eligible voters bothered to get involved in that election. Dropped, as we were saying, over the decades. Let's pick 1979 next. Mrs Thatcher, of course, her first victory then. 76% voted in that. A big fall from 1950, but still 3/4 of us voted in that election. So what about 1997? The last time Mr Blair was elected. A fall again. 71.4% only voted in that election. And this time round, we're predicting that it will have fallen below that 70% level all the way down. Let's have a look at it. All the way down to 63%. Now, this, of course, is based on our exit poll, which focuses on the key marginals. And interestingly enough, in the key marginals, you tend to get a larger turnout. So this figure could be inflated. We don't know. It may go down a bit as the results start coming in. In which case, we may find, maybe in the interesting position of more people having not voted than end up voting for the Labour Party. Jonathan.
Thanks, Dermot. Indeed, if it does go down, as Dermot's just been saying, it could find itself very close to what was the lowest turnout until now in 1918 at the end of the First World War. Anyway, our studio monitor shows us that the count is fast and furious in schools, town halls and leisure centres up and down the country. There's Sunderland South racing to be first, and we think likely to make it sometime during the next half hour or so. As I said, we'll be covering the election all over the United Kingdom, and later we'll be hearing specifically from Wales and from Northern Ireland, where incidentally the count won't start until tomorrow. And then there is Scotland. The election north of the border prompts some very big questions. To help us answer those, we'll be crossing over to Glasgow throughout the night, where I'll be joined by STV's political editor, Bernard Ponsonby. Bernard.
Thank you, Jonathan. Election 2001 is the first UK general election after the creation of the Scottish Parliament, all of which adds to the intrigue as we tell the story of how Scotland's electors have cast their votes today. In 1997, Labour won a record 56 Scottish seats. The Tories were completely wiped out. I'm joined here in the studio by Professor Bill Miller, Professor of Politics at the University of Glasgow. He will identify the trends as they unfold. Well, all of the Scottish party leaders have been out from early this morning casting their votes. Henry McLeish, Scotland's First Minister, voted early today in Fife, a count that also boasts Gordon Brown as an MP. We are live in Lochgelly for his count. In Edinburgh, Sir Malcolm Rifkind is desperate to return to the Commons and give his jaded Scottish troops something to celebrate. If he wins, he could be a potential leadership candidate if William Hague quits in the face of the expected Tory disaster. SNP leader John Swinney has led his party's campaign, although he's giving up his Westminster seat to concentrate on the Scottish Parliament. And Scottish Lib Dem leader Jim Wallace cast his vote in the most northerly Westminster seat, Orkney and Shetland. We have cameras at 28 Scottish counting centres to bring you the declarations, the winners and losers, as well as the colour of what promises to be a truly engrossing evening as the people deliver their verdict on election 2001. Back to you, Jonathan.
It is just after 10:30, and this is ITV Election 2001. Based on our Moray exit poll, we are predicting a massive Labour majority of 175. It could go up higher than the 179 they had in 97. It could go lower. I'm told, though, by the news desk in our results centre that we're now getting pretty close to the first declaration. But before that, for a 2-minute summary of today's other news, here's John Suchet.
Thank you. Jeffrey Archer's former secretary told the jury in his perjury trial today how she used to buy expensive gifts for his mistress and girlfriends. She said she bought the items on her credit card to keep his reputation whiter than white. Tom Bradby reports.
Angela Pepiat arrived at the Old Bailey knowing she'd have to defend her credibility and her credit card bills from accusations by Lord Archer's lawyers that she'd fiddled her expenses. She countered that expensive gifts from stores like Gucci weren't for her. Archer had, she said, asked her to buy presents for his mistress and other women. She named his mistress at the time as Andrina Colquhoun, an ex-employee. Mrs. Pepiat then denied she'd been sacked by Archer, insisting she resigned when he refused to pay her bonus and had even been to a solicitor who told her she could sue. Lord Archer's defence counsel challenged her claim that she'd forged a diary for Archer that had helped him win a libel trial over claims he'd slept with a prostitute. Mrs. Pepiat replied, "I was asked to fill out a blank diary for Jeffrey. I deeply, deeply regret doing it, and I'm paying for it now." Mrs. Pepiat left court looking composed, though tomorrow she faces a 5th day in the witness box. Tom Bradby, ITN, at the Old Bailey.
Anti-smoking campaigners say a £2 billion award to a California man with cancer clears the way for similar claims here. The jury decided Philip Morris hadn't done enough to warn Richard Boken about the dangers of smoking. He says the size of the award shocked him.
I had no idea that they were going to award us $3 billion in punitive damages. It took me by surprise. I almost fell out of my chair.
The jury has found that the science teacher, Paul Dove, had failed to pay enough basic attention during a boating trip in which one of his pupils died. 9-year-old Elizabeth B. drowned on a school sailing trip in Portsmouth. The inquest returned a verdict of accidental death contributed to by neglect. A member of the Nepalese royal family who witnessed the massacre has said the Crown Prince did shoot his own family. Rajiv Shahi used drawings of the palace to explain to reporters how Prince Dipendra went wild as he started shooting. Those are the headlines. Now back to Jonathan.
Thanks, John. I said we'd be at the first constituency to declare a result, which we now think will be declared in about 20 minutes. James Mates is at Sunderland South, which is determined to be first. James, how far away do you think we are?
Well, I think we're a lot closer than 20 minutes, Jonathan. We were given a couple of minutes ago, we were given a 10-minute warning, so maybe about 8 minutes, which would be about 10:44, 10:45. Now, that would be even faster than Sunderland South's record time of just 46 minutes to complete the count. They set that record last time. If they do it now, it will be the third election in a row in which they have got the count first. It's a matter of immense civic pride to them. They put tremendous effort into it. They've got professional bank tellers in here counting down below me. They count a lot faster than your eye could, I tell you that, Jonathan. They've got a special grade of paper there, which they know is the fastest they can count with, and that's what the ballots are printed on. They've been phasing the traffic lights in Sunderland to get the boxes here quick enough. And, of course, no chance of a recount. This is safe Labour. Last time, Chris Mullin, Junior Environment Minister, won by about 20,000. No reason to think it'll be any closer this time.
It's an amazing operation, James. Presumably, this extra speed is partly their efficiency, but conceivably also partly, if our exit poll is right, a smaller turnout.
Well, that may well be making the difference in terms of it being a little bit quicker. The turnout was low here last time, only 58%. If it's even lower this time, there will be fewer votes to count, obviously. But they have got a lot more counters this time, which may again be explained why it's getting quicker and quicker as each election goes by. They only had 120 last time, 160 here this time.
James, thank you very much. We'll be back with you as soon as the count is finished, and we're underway. Thanks. Millions of voters have put their cross on the ballot box today, which means that tens of thousands of their fellow citizens are hard at work in hundreds of constituencies processing those votes. To get behind the scenes, we've tracked some ballot boxes today on their journey from the polling stations to the counting centre at Portsmouth. From there, Nicholas Owen.
Welcome to the Guildhall here in Portsmouth, where there's two constituencies counting away. Business is already very brisk. Portsmouth North over here, but this is the one we're especially interested in, Portsmouth South. And the reason is, you see that man coming in there, the chap carrying that box, that's the one we've been following all day, St Thomas, from St Thomas Ward, about a half a mile away from here. He plopped down there. Now, I've got very familiar with that battered old box today. I first set eyes on it rather a bit before 7 o'clock this morning.
Yes, that box is empty.
Polling station presiding officer Chris Lovett showing to anyone who wants to know, as custom dictates, that the ballot box for the St Thomas ward is bare, and then it's securely sealed and locked. A few minutes later, the first voter, a verger from nearby Portsmouth Cathedral, makes his secret decision, and his folded ballot paper, like 1,000 or so others between then and 10 p.m, drops into our ballot box.
Well, keeping the eye on the box there. There's the man coming, working like clockwork here, isn't it? Here he comes over to the people who are actually going to count the votes. Now, this is the business now of getting the seals off. We saw those put on earlier. I should explain. The people over there, the counters. Good evening, all. They're the people that are going to have to do the actual work. And here are scrutineers, people from the political parties, anxious to make sure everything goes very fairly. There they go. All the papers come out. All the votes from St Thomas. And while they're coming out onto the field, a quick word here. How many elections have you taken part in? How many?
This is the first count I've done.
Oh, is it?
Indeed,
Oh, right.
yeah.
You think you know what you're doing?
They've made it fairly clear to us what we have to do, so yes.
And for you?
Same for me, first
Is
time.
it? But you know what you're up to?
Yep.
Well, very best of luck to you. And another very important man here, the Deputy Returning Officer, Barry Smith. Barry, can I just have a quick word with you?
Surely.
How are things going? Seems very busy.
Very well. We've got all the boxes in both counts. It's all coming on time. It looks good at the moment.
Now, Portsmouth does pride itself on being pretty smart and quick.
Quick, smart, and accurate. That's far more important.
Barry Smith, thank you very much indeed. The hope is that Portsmouth North will declare somewhere around about 12:30. Portsmouth South about 1:45, we think, but it's a bit of a local race. Who knows? This is Nicholas Owen in Portsmouth for election 2001.
So that was the scene in Portsmouth. To find out more about the issue of turnout, down now to our results centre again, and ITN senior political correspondent Joe Andrews, who's been following this with close attention. Joe, what can you tell us?
Well, if this exit poll is right, what we know is that at this election, it looks as though as many as 18 million people have decided simply to stay at home. That will compare with 11 million people who've decided to vote for Labour. So it really is a huge difference. You have to go back to 1918 to find a turnout that was lower than this. You might consider that that was quite an unusual election. If you want to find something similar, you have to go back to the 1860s.
That's astonishing, astonishing figure, Joe. Thank you very much. We're getting the news, I hope, from Sunderland South pretty soon, but John, this figure of turnout is really something, isn't it?
It is. It's very depressing, and I think that everyone's going to ask at the end of it, you know, what quite went wrong. I think what went wrong was that simply people expected the result which we're now forecasting our exit poll. That's the main thing that went wrong.
Yeah, what you see here in Sunderland South, the vote is coming through quickly. We have to be careful about deriving any conclusions from the turnout in Sunderland South, because it's a safe seat. It was lower last time, although the interesting thing about Sunderland South, the important thing, was that last time it was practically spot on in determining the real result. It was within a gnat of getting that 179 that we had last time. The candidate there is an interesting candidate. He's going to hold the seat almost certainly. Chris Mullin, he's an interesting guy, isn't he?
He is an interesting guy because he was very much the Bennite journalist. He was very much on the left of the Labour Party, but he managed to change into a Blairite minister. But if you say to him, you're a Blairite, he doesn't really like that, because he still regards himself as a fiercely independent, thoughtful person, which he is, but he survived in government. He's only a junior minister, and I suspect he won't go very far up the hierarchy, but he is an interesting and amusing man.
Yeah. Sunderland South itself is a very, I mean, the interesting thing about this result is true is, of course, that Labour has now moved into Middle England territory in a very powerful fashion, the party of government. Sunderland South is a traditional old Labour constituency. And Colin, down there, can you just, in the results, can you tell us how we should read Sunderland South? I just touched on it just now.
Well, you're right, Jonathan. The first thing is clearly turnout. Not a very good turnout there in 1997, much less tonight, which is enabling them to count quickly again. If it's below 50%, that means a drop of almost 10%. That suggests that we'll be getting down to around the 60% nationally. The second point to look for, we're looking for confirmation of our exit poll, perhaps not Labour in Sunderland South, but rather the Conservatives. If there's no evidence that the Conservative vote has gone up by more than a point or two on 97, then that really does suggest the Conservatives have failed to win that extra support that they need.
And that Sunderland South seat, it's the reason why you look at the Conservative vote there is because you would expect, would you, even though it's a safe seat, Conservatives normally to come out simply to, as it were, say, we are here.
Conservatives would come out, but the real fact of the matter is, if the Conservatives are to recover, they have to recover everywhere. Their recovery in Sunderland South wouldn't be huge, but there are people who voted Conservative there in 1992, for example, when John
Here we
Major
are,
won.
Sunderland South. Sorry, Colin. It looks as though we're about to get the result. There is the returning officer standing, about to announce what will be the first result of this 2001 election. The candidates are lined up there, the Liberal there on the right of the returning officer. Here we have it.
Result of the Sunderland South constituency election. I, being the acting returning officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. James William Murdoch Boyd, Conservative Party, 6254. Joseph Dobby, British National Party, 576. Mark Greenfield, Liberal Democrat, 3675. Joseph Duncan Moore, United Kingdom Independence Party, 470. Christopher John Mullin, Labour Party, 19921. Rosalind Warner, Official Monster Raving Loony Party, 291. And I declare that Christopher John Mullin has been duly elected to serve as the member for Sunderland South constituency.
So there is the full result. Labour, Chris Mullin on 19,921 votes, more actually than he had last time. The Conservatives, 6,254. Liberal Democrats in third place, 3,675, and the British National Party down there on 576. A majority, 13,667. A swing from Labour to Conservative there of 2.7. Now here is the share of the vote. Labour with 63.9, Conservatives 20.1, Liberal Democrats 11.8, and the rest 4.3. The change in the share of the vote now, this is what the experts always look at. Labour down 4.2%, Conservatives up 1.2%, Liberal Democrats up a little, and the others up 2.8. So that's the situation in Sunderland South. Colin Rallings in the Results Centre, can you give us a quick interpretation of those?
Almost exactly what I said, Jonathan.
That's what I thought.
Turnout down 10%, Labour vote down, much of it going to the minor parties, Conservatives up by 1.2%, enough to give them perhaps a glimmer of hope in central office that they might win some seats this evening, but nothing to suggest that they're going to bring the Labour majority down the good 100-plus mark.
And I was right, the vote that Chris Mullin got actually held up completely. It's a little bit...
No. It's his vote is bigger than his majority was last time.
Yeah.
His vote has gone down, as you would expect, with the decrease in turnout, but his share of the vote and his majority is still very comfortable.
Got you. John, your thought on this?
Well, I suppose it's an argument which we're going to have all night about, does the low turnout matter? Are people deliberately abstaining? The only thought one's got, I suppose, consider sometimes in all this, I know it's depressing at one level, but what about the thought that we are at peacetime? People are not zipped up about politics. It's not a matter of life and death. So although we can all be, as I say, pious about this issue of turnout, we should be a little bit careful and say, but the good side is that this is a country which does not have these fearful issues that send people really pathetically to politics for answers to everything.
I bet there are lots of reasons, and we'll explore some of them as we go through. It's obviously a very, very key thing. Now we can go down to Dermot for his virtual swingometer. Dermot.
Yes, indeed, Jonathan. I thought the old swingometer was going to get a bit rusty earlier in the evening, but luckily we've got some grist for the mill now, a swing in Sunderland, which we're going to feed in a minute. Let's just remind ourselves, first of all, of the situation from 1997, last time round. There you have it, Mr. Blair's big grin, because he's got that majority of 179. Let's feed in that Sunderland South swing. In 1997, although it's a rock-solid Labour seat, it was representative of the overall national swing. There you have it, 2.7%. Would cut Mr. Blair's majority quite a lot, something like 130. He'd still be pretty happy, though. Mr. Hague still not cheered up. What is our prediction? Let's remind ourselves of our exit poll prediction, which is not much change, a slight fall in the number of seats for Mr. Blair to around about 175. What would it take, just remind ourselves again, to cheer up Mr. Hague, put a glimmer of a grin on his face, the swing of 7.3%, so 2.7% is not enough. That would give him a hung parliament. Just remind ourselves what a hung parliament is. No party in overall control of the House of Commons, because they would not have enough to form a majority. 330 seats, the key number there. Jonathan.
Dermot, thank you. And now to reflect on this result, a grandee from the Conservative Party, Lord Tevitt, who's at the party in Westminster. Lord Tevitt, it looks pretty dire, doesn't it?
Well, I think it's about what the polls were telling us. And I think it's interesting, the Sunderland result, that suggests that some of what a good many of us have seen is true, that the Labour vote is rather softer in their traditional areas and amongst C's and D's than amongst A's and B's.
But so, do you reckon that you said it was in line with the polls, you reckon that we can't be far out predicting what would be, by any standards, a catastrophe for your party?
Well, I think we're probably going to see another pretty substantial Labour majority. That's what the polls have suggested all the way through. That makes it a pretty poor night for me, having just watched England being wiped out by the Pakistanis in the one-day match. But that was according to the form book as well.
Right, but just on this, it focused the campaign on Europe, Europe, Europe and tax. Do you think that now has to have been a mistake? Or if not, what went wrong?
Well, what went wrong was the economy is stupid.
That wasn't being rude to me. That was the old phrase in politics, is the economy stupid.
That's right, the famous remark when Clinton was re-elected. People on the whole are doing pretty well at the moment. The top rate of tax hasn't gone up. The middle classes have done very nicely. Petrol allowance from their employers and car allowance and Bupa subs and all the rest of it.
Given all that, do you think that Mr. Hague should soldier on, or should he say, I've done my best, it's time to give someone else a go?
Well, I certainly don't think that he should walk away from it either now or tomorrow morning. I think that the whole party needs to sit down, think about the election, think about the next election too and what the issues will be there. And I think that there's a very good chance that the party would then decide that they would like to keep William, because much of what he said in this election will be extraordinarily relevant in the next election, when perhaps the economy will not be looking so rosy. After all, as we know, this is the first government for a long time that has got a programme of devaluing the pound.
Okay.
And on the whole, that doesn't lead to great happiness.
We will find out what happens when we get to a referendum, if we ever get to it, Lord Tebbit. Thank you so much.
I meant devaluing.
Oh, devaluing. Just responding to that, it's the economy, stupid, says Lord Tebbit. I'm not sure that that's quite enough, is it?
That is certainly one of the key factors, but I think also we've got to remember that in a sense the electorate were asked a simple question by Labour, which was, do you want better public services? And they've announced yes to that question.
Thank you very much, John. Now, over the course of this night and tomorrow, you'll be able to see regular roundups of the election results in your own area, brought to you by ITV newsrooms across the country. Now, here's a brief preview of what they'll have on offer.
Good evening. Well, the ballots have closed in the south, and if the exit polls are correct, it's likely the political map of the region will remain unchanged. But there's still lots of counting to be done. Our reporter Philippa Heap is in the Thames Valley.
102 ballot boxes are currently winging their way across West Berkshire to here, the Northcroft Leisure Centre, where they'll be emptied and counted. I've just been speaking with the returning officer. Unfortunately, there's no indication as yet of the turnout, whether it's good or bad. Of course, David Rendell, the Liberal Democrat candidate, will be hoping for his third term in Westminster. Of course, in 1997, it was a very close call between the Tories and the Liberal Democrats. What will happen this evening? Well, the answer lies in those ballot boxes.
And of course, Meridian will be keeping you up to date with bulletins at 3 a.m, 9:30 a.m, and 1 p.m. tomorrow, and on Meridian tonight at 6. Do join us then. Now back to ITN.
So that's what you get from the regions through the night. Now, we are predicting a massive majority for Labour, a catastrophe for the Conservatives. We just heard Lord Tebbit saying that it's really the economy, stupid, that old phrase, and nothing to do with anything else, and saying that Mr Hague should remain there, and that doubtless they would want Mr Hague to lead them into the next election. John Sargent was listening very closely to that. What did you make of it, John?
It was extremely interesting. He didn't say the next election will be a Euro referendum, by the way. I thought that Norman Tebbit might make that point. But it's very interesting that we've now heard two senior Conservative figures, Michael Portillo and Lord Tebbit, both saying don't jump to any conclusions and supporting William Hague. Now, this is clearly meant to change the atmosphere. A lot of senior Conservatives will be watching the programme and will think, goodness me, we may have to get rid of William Hague. They are saying, as it were, the wise heads, now just take it easy, just hold on a moment. Do we really want to change a leader? And it's very significant because it matters tonight. It does affect the mood.
Let me put to you something that's just come in from another former Conservative minister, John Maples, who was, of course, on the other wing of the party, who said that if the exit polls are right, it would be, quotes, an awful result for the Tories. And he said, this is what he's reported as saying, the Tories are not campaigned enough on issues like public services. Now, here comes already the divide in the Conservative Party.
That's it. John Maples on the left already getting into this argument, which we will hear a great deal about, which is, all right, whether William Hague stays or not, the criticism of this campaign is going to be extremely tough, particularly by people like John Maples on the moderate wing of the Conservative Party.
Now, we can go to Millbank, the headquarters of the Labour Party, and Mark Austin. Mark, you're outside, inside, I can't tell, but what are you getting from there?
We're very much outside. There's a great sense of anticipation of victory, of course. They like the sound of the ITN exit poll, but they're making the point here that they're very cautious about exit polls, but overwhelmingly a sense of confidence here. They're planning a small party in the room behind me. It's going to be a very low-key affair, even to the extent that they've blacked out the windows. They don't want to see them celebrating. There's no sense of triumphalism as in 97. The message is very much business as usual. Let's get the election out of the way. Let's continue the job. And I can tell you my spotters are out and there's no sign of a removal van behind Downing Street.
I bet not. Now, you're a great survivor, as it were, Mark. Are you going to have to stay out there all the time, or are they going to let you inside?
Well, at the moment, they're keeping us out here in the cold. As I say, I don't think they're going to let us in their party. We have got a room inside that I might retire to after this. Tony Blair will be coming here at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. There's a stage over here to my left where he'll address activists. But no sense of a party, really. It's more a results service for Labour officials. So very low-key, business as usual. Let's get on with the job is the message from here.
I hope it's a warm night, Mark. Thanks very much. Back now to Dermot Murnaghan. This time he's in a virtual reality Downing Street, and he's going to show us just how difficult, if not impossible, it is for William Hague to win tonight's election.
We'll be talking about the task facing William Hague as he seeks to make number 10 here his new home. To put it into a historical context, we thought we'd show you the size of swings that former Prime Ministers won when they came to power and the majorities that they won then. So let's start with Winston Churchill in 1951. He had one of the shortest journeys into number 10. He needed a swing of just over 1%, 1.1%, to take the Conservatives back into power, and he won a majority of 17. Now, the further away we get from this door, the bigger the swing it took. So, in 1964, Labour's Harold Wilson needed to travel further to get into power. It took a swing of over 3% of Conservative voters to Labour to take him into power, although even then he had a majority of just 5. Now, what about 1979? Margaret Thatcher's first victory, of course. She was some distance from number 10 going into the election. The swing from Labour to Conservative then was over 5%, which gave her a majority of 43. And the biggest swing since the war was Tony Blair's at the last election, 1997. Over 10% of Conservative voters switched to Labour, giving Mr. Blair that massive majority, the one he's defending tonight, of 179. So those historical swings emphasise the huge task, maybe insurmountable task, facing William Hague this year. He needs a swing of, get this, of 11.5%, bigger than all those we've just seen, just to give him a majority of a single MP. So he'll have to do better than all these Prime Ministers. Look at this. Winston Churchill, Harold Wilson, Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair to win the keys to number 10 tonight.
Thanks, Dermot. We go down now to our results centre down there, and Bob Worcester from Moray. Bob, this question of turnout, can you, through the polls, put it into some kind of perspective for us?
Well, it's a combination of things, of course. It's some apathy, it's some antagonism. I believe that the turnout is low in Chris Mullin's seat and seats like Chris Mullin because of old Labour. About 12% of people identify themselves as, quote, old Labour as opposed to new Labour, according to a survey we've done for The Economist that will be published tomorrow. And those people have had every incentive to vote in 1997 for Chris Mullin and everybody like Chris Mullin because they'd been in the wilderness for 17 long years. They were hoping for a socialist, a Labour government, an old Labour government. They didn't get one. And so I think that there was very little incentive for them to turn out to give Tony Blair more encouragement to continue with new Labour policies. I think that's the principal reason that we have in a seat like that.
Do you get anything, just on young people, we heard a lot in this campaign that young people, for a variety of reasons, weren't going to vote, didn't think it was worth voting, etc. Do you have a handle on that?
I certainly do. This is the 9th election that I've worked in this country on politics and general elections, and for 9 elections I've heard about the young people and how enthusiastic they are, how turned off they are. And I remember Harold Wilson, for whom I did private polling back in the 70s, turning to me one night on election night and saying to me that he was disappointed that the 18 to 21-year-olds were given the vote because he'd given it to them and the buggers didn't use it. Now, I do have the final figures. We've now finished our 14,500 interviews. Of course, they continued to be interviewed by the Moray exit poll people right up until 10 o'clock at the close of voting. And our final share of the vote figures are 31% for the Conservatives, 44% for Labour, and 19% for the Liberal Democrats. And it nudged up our estimate from the 175 that you announced at 10 o'clock to 183, but not much in it, really not much in it, and well within the band that I gave you when you went to me before.
Thank you very much, Bob. Now for an election update down to the results centre and Mary Nightingale.
Jonathan, we are predicting a Labour landslide by 175 seats. As you can see, this is based on a Mori exit poll. Too early yet to be based on results. Just one result in, as you know, Sunderland South, but a majority of 175 nonetheless. Now, if we have a look in more detail at our House of Commons prediction, with that majority of 175 that we're predicting, you can see that would give Labour 417, well beyond that crucial 330 mark, beyond which any party needs to pass to be assured of a majority. The Conservatives well behind on 154. The Lib Dems on 58, that's 12 more than last time, and the rest on 30. So how are they responding in their particular parties? Well, John Prescott, the Deputy Prime Minister, says such a result would reflect the good campaign we've run. Less positive, however, over in the Conservative camp. Michael Porcello says, I would very much hope that whatever happens, William Hague will continue as leader. Meanwhile, in the Lib Dems, their leader, Charles Kennedy, says if the exit poll is true, that really is terrific. Well, that's the way it's looking down here, Jonathan. Now let's get a reminder of how you can get more details in your own constituencies.
Well, we heard that, but we also have from Mr. Hague's spokesman, an official, saying that Mr. Hague is looking very optimistic and upbeat, which shows, if nothing else, that Mr. Hague is as resilient as he's seemed all through this campaign. Now we can go up to the Sedgefield constituency in Trimdon Labour Club, and I can see there Bill Neely. What's it like up there, Bill?
Well, very noisy here at the Trimdon Labour Club, where 18 years ago a young man, 30 years old, called Tony Blair, walked in here looking for a seat. He'll be back here tonight to claim victory, and Labour virtually claiming victory right now. Alistair Campbell told me about an hour ago, we are going to win, and win with quite a big majority. It is a strong mandate for the next 5 years. Quite a lot of tactical voting has been going on, he says, and he confirms that apathy has been quite a big factor. Labour will lose some seats, he says, and some good people. It would be unbelievable, he told me, if we had maintained the same majority. So certainly in those comments, a hint that Labour's majority will go down a little, but certainly that's a landslide by anyone's reckoning. And in fact, Tony Blair spent about 6 hours today working on a reshuffle. 3 hours in the afternoon, 3 hours in the evening, working on lists of those to be promoted and those to be demoted. No names, but some of those names really are an open secret. Names like David Blunkett, almost certain to be promoted to Home Secretary. That reshuffle will be announced tomorrow, so Labour tonight, not just confident, we haven't heard champagne corks popping, but not just confident, actually claiming victory here.
Bill, they'll be glad to hear Bob Worcester just saying now that on all the exit poll completed, although it's only marginal, he is actually upping the Labour majority a touch to 183 instead of that, which would put them over the 179. Now, you take that with a lot of caution, but they're going to like hearing that, aren't they?
They will like hearing that, although I have to tell you, after 4 weeks of being with Tony Blair, he really doesn't like polls, you know. He's very, very suspicious of them. Now, you can see why he did that during the campaign, because he didn't want to inflate people's ideas of what the majority might be. He wanted to keep it low. He wanted people out, to drive them out to the polling stations. It looks like, as you said, that hasn't happened in such great numbers, that turnout is down. Alistair Campbell is acknowledging as much, that the turnout is lower than before, but I think that kind of majority they'll be very, very pleased with.
Bill, thank you very much. John, pick up on this thought that it's business as usual. You just heard Bill saying that they're already working on the cabinet. I mean, of course they knew deep down that they were very unlikely to lose this election. Tell us a bit more about that.
Well, I think, there's an argument about, why are they going to do this tomorrow, which is when we expect the reshuffle to take place. And the reason for that is you can't have, say, David Blunkett going on as Education Secretary for 3 days. They have to move quickly, and of course, they've had plenty of time to think about it, not just today, but for weeks. Tony Blair has been thinking about it. When I talked to him before the election started, it was clear already his mind was on the reshuffle.
Thank you very much. We can now go up to Fife North East in Scotland, where Mingus Campbell, the elder statesman, who doesn't mind being called an elder statesman of the Liberal Democrats, is waiting. Mr. Campbell, we're giving you, on the basis of the exit poll, of course, only 58 seats. Does that square with your assessment?
Well, 58 seats would be a great triumph for Charles Kennedy. As you know, this was his first campaign as leader. He's been generally reckoned to have fought the best campaign. And if we've gone up from 46, which was what we got in 1997, to 58, Charles Kennedy and everyone round about him will be able to count that as a very considerable triumph.
He talked a lot in the campaign about being the real party of opposition. Now, if the result is as it appears to be, one of the big issues after, in the next few months, is going to be Europe. How is he going to be able to claim to be the party of opposition on Europe?
Well, he's been talking about constructive opposition. By that he means that where the government is embarked on a course of action of which we disapprove, which we think is not in the interest of the people of the United Kingdom, we'll be robust in our opposition to that. But if the government is going to put forward the case for the single European currency in a way which we believe they ought to have been doing through the course of the last 4 years, then they can expect to have our support. Just as John Major got our support in the 92-97 Parliament, when it was Liberal Democrat votes which enabled him to get the ratification of the Maastricht Treaty through the House of Commons. If it's in the interest of the people of the United Kingdom, any government can look to have Liberal Democrat support.
Do you take the thought that a lot of commentators have been making, that the Liberal Democrats now are very clearly the left-wing party? They're the nearest you can get to a version of old Labour.
Well, I mean, do I look like old Labour, I have to say? What I think is important to recognise is that these rather traditional and perhaps rather stereotyped descriptions of people and parties are much less applicable now than they ever were. People right across the political spectrum now in Britain recognise if you want good health and good education and you want to provide properly for pensioners, then you've got to be willing to spend money. And for that purpose, moderate, targeted tax increases in taxation are the only sensible ways. Yes, sorry.
Sorry, no, I didn't want to interrupt you. Just a brief thought before I move on. Yes. The turnout, which we're saying is around only a little over 60% at best. What's your quick response to that?
Well, I'm very disappointed by that, and it would square with my own experience going round polling stations in the course of today. As the chairman of my constituency association said to me a week ago, there's not the same kind of snap in this election as there was the last time round. Politicians of all parties have got to do, as Charles Kennedy's been urging, reconnect politics and politicians with the people of the United Kingdom. Otherwise, we can look forward to even lower polls in the future.
Min Campbell, thank you very much for joining us. And now we can go back to Dermot's virtual area where you'll find him on a UK map.
Now, during this campaign, we've seen all the political parties targeting certain key regions, which they think can make a big difference for them tonight. For example, if I walk down to the West Midlands, this is one of the regions the Conservatives know they must do well in if they're to have any hope of getting back into power. So if we bring up the results of 97, we can see just how badly the Conservatives were beaten here then. Labour ended up with 44 seats, the Conservatives just 14, and the Lib Dems 1. Now, if we look at the change of seats in 1997, we'll see what a victory that was for Labour. They gained 15 seats while the Tories lost 17. A disastrous defeat for them, clearly. And they'll be looking to win a lot of these key marginals back tonight. And here's what voters in one of those key marginals, that of Birmingham Edgbaston, said about the campaign today.
They're all quite good. They're all sticking to their own points of view, Labour and Conservative and the Liberal. I don't know whether there's much between them all, to be quite honest.
I suppose the honesty with which the Liberal Democrats deliver their policies, I think that's been a refreshing change. Because I think the other two parties are too busy bickering at each other all the time.
I voted Labour because I want to give them a second chance to rectify the bits they didn't do first time around. And after that, I might change my mind.
So the West Midlands, a key region, will be keeping a close eye on tonight.
Thanks, Dermot. We are now predicting a majority on the basis of our exit poll of 183. There's only one real result in from Sunderland South, which we've heard, but a 183 majority, if it turns out to be right, that would be 4 more seats for Labour than they had in the landslide in 1997, which would be an astonishing result, and equally, as we are predicting, a disaster for the Conservative Party. Now we can go up to Ross, Skye and Inverness, where I can see Mark Webster, and also Richmond in North Yorkshire with Juliet Bremner, who's with William Hague's campaign. But first, Mark Webster, what's Charles Kennedy up to? Can you tell us, Mark?
Well, he's just left to travel the 70-odd miles here to where the count is taking place. I'm actually in the Tulloch Castle Hotel, where these good people here are all Liberal Democrat supporters, and they're obviously delighted with what looks like a very good performance by the Liberal Democrats in our exit poll. Now, it was certainly within the bounds of what they'd hoped for, but certainly towards the upper end of any sort of expectations they had in terms of the number of seats. And perhaps you've got a time just to talk, because I've interrupted your drinking here and celebrating. I mean, what do you think? I mean, it's obviously our exit poll indicates you're going to make quite reasonable gains.
Yes, we hope.
Why do you think that?
Because we worked very hard for this.
It's hard work. Can I ask you the same, perhaps? I mean, certainly the campaign was actually very well received in some quarters, wasn't it?
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, perhaps some of the others are a bit more talkative. Perhaps I could ask the lady over there on the far side. What do you think, then? What do you think was, in the end, that you seem to have done rather towards the upward end of your expectations?
Perhaps the gentleman could speak much better.
Well, I think that the general appeal of particularly Charles Kennedy, he just comes across as a very personable and a very kind of, you know, just a human being. And in the Highlands of Scotland especially, I think that responds very well. And that's echoed in, you know, the fact that he's been here for so long now.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I mean, I think you get some sort of cross-section anyway. I mean, I think what they're thinking is that the fact that they didn't involve in the kind of personal politics was a good thing.
Mark, rather stunned response to the apparent size of the victory that we're predicting for the Liberal Democrats, or increase in their seats. You covered the campaign with him all the time. How did you assess his campaign techniques and style?
Well, I think what came as a bit of a surprise to a lot of people is that initially it was seen that Charles Kennedy, who was dismissed as chat show Charlie, political lightweight, did actually manage to stick very much to his guns. But he was relatively little known at the start of the campaign. The question Charles who wasn't that uncommon. But now, according to their polling, they've got 90+% recognition of Charles Kennedy as the leader of the Liberal Democrats, which obviously is very much what they wanted. And the fact, well, cheered somebody up, clearly that, plus the fact that he stuck by this honesty factor, I think, which was terribly important for them. You know, they said they're not the sort of people to get involved in the sort of, you know, the mudslinging that the other parties did, and that's played in their favour.
Mark, thank you. And now to Richmond, where Juliet Bremner has been following Mr. Hague's campaign. Most of the people around him, Juliet, must have known that they were in for a drubbing. He managed to hide it. Did the rest as well?
Well, I'm here at a golf club in Mr. Hague's constituency, which the local Tory party activists are using as their base for tonight. Now, they, like you, have been able to see the exit polls, and you think they might be rather depressed, but in actual fact, they tell me they're in buoyant mood still, and they seem to be having a good time here. Of course, they've got no worries in Richmond itself, because it is a very safe seat for Mr. Hague, over 10,000 majority. He isn't yet here himself, but his staff tell me that he himself, too, is in very good humour. He's at his house, not many miles away, with Fionn, of course, and other members of his family, and we're told Seb Coe's with them, too. They've decided not to open the wine yet, and they're not even watching television, which I think is a little surprising, but apparently he is in good spirits. Remember, he said all the way through this, he isn't taking any notice of the opinion polls, not even taking any notice of the television programmes, by the sounds of it at the minute. Presumably he'll tune in later on.
So he theoretically, you're telling me, he hasn't got a clue at the moment what the likely outcome of this election is, apart from his own instincts. Is that right? I can hardly believe it, but if you tell me that's the case, it has to be.
I find it a little incredible as well, but I've been speaking to people, his spin doctors here who are at the golf club, and they say they've been talking to him on the phone, and that he's decided it's too early in the evening to be tuning in to you. Perhaps he doesn't want yet to hear these results that you're giving out, but certainly I presume he will be listening later on. But no, we have to assume that he is having a family evening at the moment, that he is remaining incredibly relaxed, because remember, throughout this campaign, when we all said he must be losing it, he must be getting very depressed, he didn't seem to. People call him stubborn, they call him resilient, whatever adjective you want to use. He does seem to be able to live with the ups and downs of political life.
Juliet, we shall see him in due course. Thank you very much. And now to Sheffield Brightside, where I know David Blunkett is waiting. Good evening, Mr. Blunkett.
Good evening, Jonathan.
You've got a smile on your face. I imagine you're secretly grinning from ear to ear.
Well, there are only two things that could wipe the smile off my face. One is if Estelle Morris loses in Yardley and Birmingham. And the second is the level of the turnout, because I think all of us in politics have a very serious number of questions to answer.
On the second point, is it, do you think, because the public is sort of looking at you as the least worst option as a government and has no enthusiasm for Tony Blair, however stylish the campaign has been?
Well, I don't think it's anything to do with Tony Blair. I think people are switched off politics. They are disenchanted with representative democracy. Young people in particular don't see it as being relevant to their lives, and in fact I've written to your daughter Kitty about this. It does seem to me that we need to address
That's because
that.
just in case anyone is totally confused, that's because she wrote an article in a newspaper saying why she had great difficulty deciding who to choose to vote for.
That's
right.
right.
Personal. We'll not go down that road too far.
No, we won't, but let me just put it this way. In the next 5 years, rejoicing as we will, I mean, if we've got a majority greater than Margaret Thatcher's in 1983 for a full second term for the first time in our history, if we put behind us the notion that Britain wants £20 billion worth of cuts in public services, we've got to rejoice, we've got to be happy, but then we've got to draw breath and we've got to decide how to re-engage with people in civil society, in their own lives. Now, I've made 1 or 2 speeches that didn't get reported in the general election. I don't intend to make that
poor old you, don't make it now.
In your programme tonight, but I do think, although we can't address those issues in a 4-week general election, we'd be very foolish indeed if we didn't take the signals and we didn't take that message very seriously.
That's very, very interesting what you're saying. And just on the point, the first point you made about Estelle Morris, who is in what could be a marginal seat for her on a bad night, would you like to see her succeed you as Secretary of State for Education?
Oh, I think I've made my position abundantly clear. I think Estelle Morris is a star. I think she'd be wonderful in whatever job Tony Blair gave her. I know she could engage the teaching profession better than I've been able to do in the endeavour to raise standards. I'm just praying that the Liberal Democrats, they've got a millionaire standing against her, poured a massive amount of money in before the general election started.
One more question.
I'm really, really worried for her.
Well, we will be following that seat, obviously, very closely. You say she'll be a star. Maybe she will or won't be Secretary of State for Education. Will you be a star if you go to the Home Office?
Well, time will tell. Time will tell later tomorrow whether I am at the Home Office. And then, of course, the real task begins. Everybody's called it not a bed of nails, but a graveyard for politicians. We'll have to see.
David Blunkett, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
That's a very confident David Blunkett. He's going to the Home Office.
He's going to the Home Office. He came very close to confirming it. It's interesting, isn't it? He's already been asked. He's got to be asked, because for these big appointments, if he was against that idea, the Prime Minister would have to know that. They would have to have discussed this beforehand. Very interesting about Estelle Morris, isn't it? I mean, he's also virtually saying he would expect her to take over as Education Secretary. She's a school standards minister. They've obviously worked very well together. They're obviously, you know, support each other. But he is saying virtually why she'd be good as Education Secretary.
But very interesting things, too, that he was saying about the turnout. I mean, the most serious remarks about it we've heard so far, in real, genuine concern about the problem of democracy.
Yes, and I think we'll hear much more of that. But, of course, people say, you know, we must re-engage, we must link up with people. But one of the reasons why people don't vote is because they don't find it exciting. It's not exciting because they don't think their life is going to come to an end or be radically altered by the vote. So they can't have it both ways, politicians.
OK, we'll pursue that some more. Now, during this campaign, it was interrupted by some very nasty scenes of racial violence in Oldham. Up there now in Oldham West, in the constituency of Oldham West, is Colin Baker. Colin, how's that playing into this election night, if at all?
I think we're going to find out within the next couple of hours, Jonathan, just exactly what impact that has had. We've got 2 counts here at the Civic Centre. Oldham West to my right, that's going to be a fairly safe seat again for Michael Meacher. He's got a majority of around about 16,000, just over. And one suspects that he, like a lot of people here tonight, will be watching just to see what the race card has done in not just his constituency, but in Oldham East.
Is it true, Colin, that, sorry to interrupt you, is it true that the council has said that because of the risk of violence, that the candidates are not going to be able to, and the victor, whoever it is, not going to be able to speak at the end in the traditional way?
More or less. It's been couched in a fairly subtle diplomatic language, that in the interest of not having any disruption and for greater efficiency, the candidates will be asked not to make any remarks, any comments. I think there was an incident last year during the local elections when a BNP candidate stood, and that ended up in a little bit of fisticuffs, and someone was taken away by the police. There was actually a demonstration outside by the Anti-Nazi League a short time ago. One person arrested there as the BNP party were coming in. As I say, we've got 2 candidates standing there. Interesting to see what the guests in the studio we'll be talking about later in the evening, if there is what we think will be a move towards the BNP, may not be a lot, but I suspect that they came here believing that they might be losing their deposit. One suspects that they might be feeling a bit more confident now that the money's probably safe.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. We'll be back to hear more from that. And now we can go to that party in Westminster where, appropriately, Lord Taylor is there waiting. Lord Taylor, you probably just heard that. In Oldham, the fear is there might be a move towards the BNP. You were very critical of Mr. Hague's attitude during the campaign. What's your comment on this generally?
Well, I want the Conservative Party to be more inclusive, to welcome more ethnic minorities, more women candidates, younger people, but especially, obviously my concern is for the ethnic minorities. We seem to alienate them by various speeches and various policies. And, you know, black and Asian people vote. The Conservative Party needs to remember that.
Now, you're on the Liberal wing of your party. Given this almost certain catastrophe, do you think the party's got to totally rethink what it is and where it has to go?
Well, it's only, it's early in the night, isn't it? So anything could happen, but it doesn't look particularly good for the Conservatives. I do think they need to look again at the future of the party to become more welcoming to ethnic minorities. They've got to.
Lord Taylor, thank you very much. Now to Hamilton South, where we're about to get the result. They're not quite ready yet. This was a safe seat for George Robertson. Here is the result.
Attention, please. Here is the result for the Hamilton South parliamentary constituency. The number of votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Georgina Mitchell, Scottish Socialist Party, 1,187. Janice Elizabeth Murdoch, United Kingdom Independence Party, 151. John Oswald, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,381. Neil Richardson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist candidate, 1,876. Bill Tynan, Scottish Labour Party candidate, 15,900. 15,965. And John Gordon Wilson, the Scottish National Party, 5,190. And I declare that Bill Tynan is duly elected to serve.
That will be reassuring for Labour. Labour with 15,965 votes. The SNP, which in the by-election, which put Mr. Wilson in there, pressed Labour very, very hard. Wilson pressed Tynan very, very hard. Anyway, they've dropped right back now to 5,190. Liberal Democrats, 2,381. The Conservatives on 1,876. A majority there for Labour, 10,775. And a swing from Labour to SNP, relatively slight, 3.9%. Here's the share of the vote from the last election. 59.7% for Labour, 19.4 SNP, Liberal Democrats 8.9, Conservatives on 7, and the change in the share of the vote, from 1997, that is, Labour down 5.9%, the SNP up 1.8%, Liberal Democrats on 3.8%, Conservatives down 1.6%. So that's Hamilton South. Colin Rallings, can you give us a steer on that?
Yet again, a safe Labour seat. Jonathan, they're not in any trouble. The change in their share of the vote caused as much by low turnout as by a real move away from the party. But as you said, this was a seat where the SNP ran them very close in the by-election. I guess the SNP thought that they might do rather better than this. They've fallen back, only increased their share of the vote by just 2%. But again, look at the Conservatives. Here is a seat in Scotland. They've got no MPs in Scotland. Their share of the vote is even less than it was in 1997. Conservatives in Scotland, hoping to get back like Malcolm Rifkin, will find this very depressing.
That means it's almost certain, unless something dramatic happens, that Sir Malcolm will be out. Indeed, there won't be any Tory seats yet again in Scotland. No one seat out of those 72.
It looks that way. I mean, it is early days yet, and different seats behave in different ways because of the pattern of competition. But again, as I was saying about Sunderland South, the Conservatives need to get extra votes everywhere, whether they're safe seats or whether they're real Conservative targets, to show that they're on their way back. In Hamilton South, they haven't done it no more than they did in Sunderland.
So our first two results are confirming so far the impression of the exit poll.
That's absolutely right, Jonathan, but we really do need to wait for those marginals, which we hope will be coming up soon, to see what happens when the parties are in big competition with each other. In the safe seats, the result is known, the turnout drops.
Absolutely. We insist on reminding ourselves that that is only an exit poll. Until we have a really significant number of real results, we can't say whether that is true or not true, on or off target. John Sargent, pick up, if you would, on what John Taylor was saying, because he was clearly conceding defeat and talking about the party being more inclusive. It had to be more inclusive, clearly, if it was going to attract.
This is going to be the central problem for the Conservatives, and probably why they've done so badly is that they simply haven't resolved their internal problems. Not just over Europe, but over all sorts of issues. They're not coherent, and they haven't really decided whether or not they do want to be more welcoming to ethnic minorities, and Lord Taylor's point is well made there, or whether they want to maintain the position, which they did during the campaign, of being essentially a party on the right. They vacated a large area of the centre ground to Labour. This was apparently because their pollsters were telling them, don't fight in the centre ground because you'll lose. But they've ended up being pushed right to the margin, and that's one of the reasons why they've done so badly.
A very interesting comment on turnout here from Tam Diel, who's likely to return to the House and, after the departure of Edward Heath, become the father of the House in the next Parliament. He says that he blamed partly Labour's campaign, and I quote him, as reported, I'm absolutely dismayed about the turnout. I think the profession of politics has been demeaned by the nature of the campaign.
Yes, I think what Tam Diel's talking about there is the extent to which all the parties now do this amazing amount of research into public opinion before the campaign starts. They identify what they think are their strong messages that the public appear to like, and then they concentrate on those messages. In the old days, if you remember, people simply said, oh, well, I'll tell you about all our policies. We'll have one day on foreign affairs, one day on home affairs, and that's how the parties will react, but not anymore, and that's what annoys people like Tam Diel.
Down now to Dermot, where he can show us what the House of Commons is likely to look like. He's right in there. Dermot.
Well, Jonathan, this, of course, is what tonight's all about. Who controls the House of Commons and will be forming the next government of the United Kingdom? Now, let's go inside this magnificent building, the Palace of Westminster itself. The House of Commons and the Lords we've seen date from 1834, when they were rebuilt after a fire. These, the lobbies, where MPs gather before they enter the main Commons chamber. And here is our House of Commons chamber. Over here are the government benches, this side, the opposition. Now, normally, of course, 659 MPs sit and stand here. It would be packed to the rafters, of course, if they all turned up. Let's bring them in here now. This, the government side, of course, and we're predicting it will be populated by the Labour Party with 421 MPs. What about the opposition? How many for Mr Hague and the Tories? A fall to about 150, based, of course, on our exit poll. These figures could go up or down. The Liberal Democrats, we're predicting a very good night for them, for Charles Kennedy and his team. 58 MPs for the Liberal Democrats. And the others, the parties from Northern Ireland, Plaid Cymru and the Scottish Nationalists, should have about 30 MPs between them. So how does this number of seats, these 421 MPs for the Labour Party, how does that translate into a majority? 183, a slight increase from 1997. Now, they've never, ever had this number of MPs, so clearly, Jonathan, history in the making.
Absolutely. Now, I don't want to blind you with figures, but just a couple more on the back of what Dermot was just saying. If there are 421 seats, as the exit poll is suggesting, it would be Labour's highest number ever. The Conservatives, we're predicting 150, would be the worst ever for the Conservative Party, and the Liberal Democrats on 58 would be the best since 1929. I think we can go up now to Scotland and see Charles Kennedy leaving his house. He's about to go from his house anyway. There, indeed, he is, leaving his house, getting in his car, on the way to his count. Charles Kennedy looking a happy man, as well he should, on the basis of our exit poll, John.
Yes, he's done extremely well. I think one of the reasons is, I sort of said to him, why have you done so well? Because in the Commons, he often is very disappointing at Prime Minister's questions. And he said, there are two things I think I do well. One is media events, and the other is meeting people. So you asked me to do that for 4 weeks, and I'm very happy. And I think there's a lot of truth in that. He's very good at short interviews, long interviews, not very good at speeches, but peculiarly suited to a modern campaign.
There were lots of people who were rather patronising about him, comparing him with Paddy Ashdown, the great commando, thinking he wouldn't be able to stick the long campaign, that he'd get tired or he'd get bored, and that he didn't actually even like being leader. He really has he not confounded those critics?
He used to look unhappy. That was one of the problems. You'd see him in the House of Commons, before Prime Minister's questions, and he would stand up, and people would think, this man is at the dentist. He's not, in fact, going to speak to the Commons. This is sort of awful, it's unfair. And I think that was created a lot of morale problems on his own side when it didn't go very well. But of course, the moment he begins to shine, it's always the old case. Nothing succeeds like success in politics.
Now, it's clear that he didn't get one of the key things he wanted. At one point, they were saying if we don't have proportional representation or a promise of a referendum on it, no deals with Labour. That was the position, at the beginning of the last Parliament. They've gone very quiet on the need for proportional representation, but we're not at all clear, perhaps you are, on whether there's going to be a continuation of the relationship.
Well, there'll be some continuation of the relationship, and of course, if there's a single currency referendum, a referendum on the euro, then of course the relationship will be extremely close because the Liberal Democrats will campaign strongly for the single currency more than any other party. But part of this is Charles Kennedy simply saying these issues are boring, these issues of PR and fair votes and so on, and if you go on about it too much, you switch people off. That's why he's concentrated on health and education and been caught up in the Labour slipstream to great effect.
But the idea that Paddy Ashdown once said, my successor will be in the cabinet, I mean, that's out of court now, isn't it?
Yes, that's completely gone, because, of course, that was the old idea, that what you do is you hope that there's going to be a close result, and then you come in because you give Labour third-party insurance, it was sometimes called. But with these big majorities, that's ridiculous. There's no question of that. Tony Blair doesn't need help from anybody except his own backbenchers if they bother to turn up sometimes.
Talking about Tony Blair, you're mentioning his own backbenchers, saying there's a sort of view that Tony Blair, I mean, the critics have said that Tony Blair doesn't exactly have the greatest respect for Parliament, only goes there when he has to, once a week on Wednesday for the knockabout, and cancelling the Tuesday and Thursday Prime Minister's question times.
Yes, I think some of that's a bit overdone. They've done a great analysis of how many speeches he's made, but I think there's a sense in which he wants to get on with the job.
OK, now up to Scotland, where I can see Bernard Ponsonby. What have you got for us, Bernard?
Well, Jonathan, of course, we've only got that one Scottish result, which is Hamilton South, a 3.9% swing from Labour to the SNP. If that was repeated across the country, the SNP would pick up one seat from Labour at Inverness, East Nairn and Lochaber. Well, standing by in Perth is the SNP leader, John Swinney. John Swinney, you were saying yesterday that you were predicting a bigger percentage share of the vote and indeed more seats. Will your percentage share be near the 29% that you got at the Scottish parliamentary elections in '99?
Well, I'm very confident the SNP share of the vote is going to increase tonight, Bernard, and I think that's a result of the strong campaign that we've fought and the message that we've given to people in Scotland that the SNP is the only party that can stand for Scotland at Westminster. I think that's got through and will boost our share of the vote in the election tonight.
Well, of course, you're standing there in Perth where there are two constituencies counting, North Tayside and Perth, both former Conservative seats, and the polls all being very depressing for the Conservatives. Are you confident that you'll hold both of those seats tonight? Because, of course, two new candidates, yourself and Rosanna Cunningham, not standing for Westminster.
Yes, I'm very confident that we will hold all the seats that the SNP won in 1997. Very confident, and we'll put in an effort across the rest of the country to ensure that the SNP makes further political progress. Obviously, we have to wait to see how far that progress goes tonight, but I'm very confident about our prospects tonight. I'm very pleased with the campaign that we fought.
Well, it is very early days yet, but that turnout in Hamilton South was 57%. It was 71% in the same constituency in 1997. Hamilton South, a constituency which normally votes along the Scottish average in terms of turnout. Is this a worrying factor, low turnout?
Well, low turnout, wherever it is a worrying factor, Bernard. I'm a politician who wants people to be engaged in the political process, and our efforts are designed to encourage and motivate people to come out to vote. And I think what you'll find is that in the more marginal areas of the country, the turnout is considerably higher than the figure that you've suggested there, that you've reported from Hamilton. But politicians have got to take careful heed of turnout and make sure that we provide the direction and the inspiration to voters to come out to vote. And I think the SNP's had a strong message to do that.
We'll keep an eye on those marginals. That's the SNP leader, John Swinney. With that, back to Jonathan in London.
Bernard, thank you very much. We can go to Wales now to find out what is happening there, where Tim Rogers is in Cardiff. Tim, what's the sense of what's happening in Wales?
Well, the sense here, Jonathan, is that there's right across the country, of course, we've been seeing this reports about a very low turnout, and that seems to be the case here as well. The picture generally is that we believe that Labour, who control the overwhelming majority of seats in Wales, will do so tomorrow morning as well. Although there is a suggestion that Plaid Cymru, the Nationalists, might have done well in one of two key seats, at Carmarthen East in West Wales, and there's even a suggestion this evening that they may even have done pretty well at Conwy in North Wales, which was a four-way split, but we're waiting to hear more about that later.
Tim, just on that, our exit poll, the analysts have come up with the view that Plaid Cymru, on the basis of the exit poll, of course, will win 5 seats. 5 seats in this election, which would be very good for them, wouldn't it?
It would be very good indeed. Of course, the key for Plaid Cymru is to try and break through into the valleys areas. Now, we're not saying at the moment here, and even Plaid Cymru aren't saying that they've achieved that. They certainly hope that they will have done, because if they do that, that will be a significant step forward for them, and it will really be a major headline of the evening, if you like. If they can take one of the key Labour seats in the valleys from Labour, seats which have been Labour since the dawn of time, in effect, it really would be extraordinary. Now, nobody's predicting that at this stage. Plaid Cymru hope that they will have done. The key there, as with many other areas, could be turnout, but we have to wait and see.
Absolutely. Tim, thank you very much. And just while we're on the Nationalists in Scotland as well, we were just hearing from Bernard Bunsonby, who was talking to the SNP leader. We are predicting on the basis of the exit poll, stress again on the exit poll only, we're predicting that SNP will win 7 seats. That would be 1 up from 97. And I should say Plaid Cymru altogether 5 seats, which would be up 1 from the last election. Just to get it right. Plaid Cymru, our exit poll is saying 5 seats, up 1 from the last election. SNP, 7 seats, also up 1 from the last election. Now for a roundup of the results to the Results Centre and Mary Nightingale.
John, we've got more detail on the results in so far. Only 3 so far, so very early days. But let's start with Sunderland South. Now, this one's a Labour hold. This was the first to declare in record time. Chris Mullin, Junior Minister. But there was nonetheless a swing from Labour to Conservative. They had a majority of 13,667, but they did lose some ground to the Conservatives. Now, moving on to Hamilton South. This was the second to declare, again a Labour hold. George Robertson's old seat, this, now being held by Labour, the Tynan. Majority 10,775, swing from Labour to the SNP, though, of 3.9%. So Labour did lose some ground to the SNP. And finally, for the moment, Sunderland North, again a Labour hold, majority of 13,354. Bill Etherington, swing Labour to Conservatives, though, nonetheless, 3.4%. So, as I said, 3 safe Labour seats, too early to draw any real conclusions. Back to you, Jonathan.
Mary, thank you. Now just take stock of where we are on the basis of combination of the exit poll and these very few early results in the Results Centre. Colin Rallings, what are you making of it?
Well, we've seen nothing yet, Jonathan, in these safe seats to suggest that the exit poll has got it wildly wrong. These are safe Labour seats, as we've said. The Labour vote is down as we would perhaps expect. It has tended to drift to minor parties rather than to be the benefit of the Conservatives, and turnout, of course, is down dramatically throughout. One point I did miss earlier on when talking about Hamilton South, and I think a minor significance, is the Conservatives actually dropped into 4th place behind the Liberal Democrats, which I think speaks volumes to the parlous state of the Conservative Party north of the border.
Can you make a judgment on how the Liberal Democrats are going to north of the border, if they're going to make waves there as they are clearly making waves, or likely to make waves in England?
It's difficult to do so because the constituencies in Scotland are very different. This seat in Hamilton South is in the Scottish sort of central belt, very sort of industrial, sort of old Labour area, whereas the Liberal Democrats' best territory tends to be in some of the more rural and highland areas. But any seat in which they can increase their share of the vote, especially an unpromising seat like Hamilton South, suggests that the Liberal Democrats are attracting more voters, perhaps voters who are a little disappointed with the Labour government, perhaps voters who might on other occasions have voted the SNP, and that will give them heart.
Colin, thank you very much. We can go to Hartlepool now, Peter Mandelson's seat, where I can see Robert Moore there at the count. Have you had any contact with Peter Mandelson or his people today?
No sign of Peter Mandelson here yet. We're expecting a declaration within half an hour or so from about now. Peter Mandelson, of course, the man with the dubious and legendary fame of having resigned from the cabinet twice in the lifespan of a single parliament. But I think his career as a backbench MP would be relatively safe. They're anticipating, I think, a clear majority, if a reduced one. And even though this has perhaps not been a close contest as we anticipated, it's certainly been a colourful one. We've got a Tory candidate here who's an ex-boxing promoter, and of course we've got Arthur Scargill here standing as the Socialist Labour candidate. So in a sense that's been an irresistible part of the campaign here. Peter Mandelson, the Prince of New Labour, pitted against the King of Old Labour, Arthur Scargill.
Yeah, it sounds like a great campaign, and there was a time when people thought that Peter Mandelson would be very unpopular in his constituency for a whole range of reasons. The allegations against him, the fact that he was forced to resign or was sacked, and that Arthur Scargill might pick up votes in an old Labour seat, but that was actually really missing the point, wasn't it? So it appears, anyway.
This was always going to be a safe Labour seat, I think, for Peter Mandelson. There has been some hostility, but I think certainly his future as a backbench MP is secure. But precisely what his political profile will be in another Labour government is not clear. I think obviously people here are saying that Tony Blair won't be in a rush whatsoever to bring him back into cabinet, but he may play, for example, a significant role in terms of drumming up support in a future Euro referendum campaign, because of course Peter Mandelson is a keen Euro enthusiast.
Thank you very much, Robert Moore. And now up to, from Peter Mandelson's constituency to Dunfermline East, the constituency of Gordon Brown. You, Chancellor, are a very prudent, very cautious fellow, but you are thrilled inside by this campaign and the result that we're projecting, I guess.
Yes, it was a historic victory in 1997, and it seems to be being reaffirmed. It seems to be being reaffirmed, and let's wait and see. I haven't had my own parliamentary result yet, but it looks as if we have won the battle of ideas as well as the battle of votes.
Did you think that it was your campaign what did it?
I think it's people saying that we started a lot in the last 4 years. They want us to continue. In fact, they want us to get down to work immediately, I think, to invest in the public services, to move towards greater employment opportunity for people, to tackle child and pensioner poverty. All these things were mentioned to me during this campaign in every part of the country, and I believe people are satisfied that we started the job, but they do want us to continue with it. And our strategy as a campaign, of course, was to emphasize the economy and public services. We did that throughout, and I had the privilege of being very much part of the centre of that campaign.
And throughout, you managed to avoid answering a question, which was, were you prepared, if necessary, to raise the ceiling of national insurance contributions? Now you are a free man, Chancellor. You can tell us now, because there's no risk in the answer.
Look, I'm not going to write a budget even at 11 o'clock on Thursday night, and I'm not going to do it despite the kind invitation you're giving me. These are matters for budgets.
I understand that. Another issue of great importance is the European single currency and the referendum. We know that you're going to make your famous assessment of the 5 tests within the first 2 years. If the answer to that is we can go for it, how long after that would you hope to be able to hold a referendum?
Look, that's a matter for the Cabinet. We will look at these matters in the first 2 years. I think I've been right in what I did in 1997 to suggest, as I and Tony Blair did, that we should look at this matter in the new Parliament, but it should be based on an economic assessment. That will be rigorous, it will be published, people will see the results, then the country will want to have a debate on these, whichever the results are, and of course if it is a positive assessment then there would be a referendum, but I can't give you a timescale for that.
Just on the other issue which has been exercising us so far this evening, which is the turnout, it does say something either about the Labour Party or politics generally, that you appear to be having a landslide of seats on possibly the lowest turnout since 1918.
Well, this is a trend, you know, not just in Britain, but in the Western democracies. We saw it in America a few months ago. We've seen it in other countries in Europe. It is something that all of us will want to look at. But I think you can see that where people think that the result is decided, where they think the choice has already been made, they tend not to vote in such huge numbers. Where these are closer contests tonight, I think there are higher polls taking place. But of course this is something we all want to look at. But I don't think anything that we discuss about the turnout should diminish from the fact that we are winning the battle of ideas in this country. This is the first election that I can remember, and I've fought many in the last 20 years, where the sheer dominance of the issue of public services, building on the foundation of a strong economy, has been what the voters want to talk about, and they want to see enacted.
But one more thing just on that turnout. If we're right, in your own constituency, the turnout is down from 70% you got last time round to, I think, 57% this time. Now, that isn't just a sort of... I'm not saying that that's peculiar to your constituency, but that isn't just a general trend of Western democracies. It's dramatic fall, isn't it?
Well, actually, we had the Scottish parliamentary elections 2 years ago, and I think the turnout was less. I do think that there is an issue when people feel that the result is decided about whether they do come out and vote, and perhaps where the contests are closer in other constituencies, the poll is actually higher. But obviously we want more people to vote, and it's something particularly amongst young people we're going to have to look at in future years. But I do say to you, Jonathan, that should not diminish from the very big gap of advantage that the Labour Party seems to have in this constituency and elsewhere over a Conservative Party that seems to have the worst results since 1832.
One last thought. Do you recognise that although you have said that the public services are vital, this time you really have to deliver, otherwise you will incur the wrath of the electorate in 4 or 5 years' time?
We have a duty to discharge. The money is now increasingly there. There are rapid expansions in the amount of money available for education, health, indeed policing and transport over the next few years. I believe it is a test of the public services, but I believe the public services, with the reforms we're bringing in, are in a position to respond.
And
so yes, we will do better.
And do you hope to be Chancellor as we go into the next election?
Well, that is not a matter for me, as you know. The British political system, the choice is in the hands of the Prime Minister.
I thought that might be a question you wouldn't answer. Gordon Brown, thank you very much for joining us this evening. John, what did you make of that?
Well, you've got a smile at the end, but it is extraordinary, isn't it? John Prescott, first of all, looking very solemn and terribly responsible. Gordon Brown, I suppose, typically not showing his emotion, but he's a very, very important figure. The most powerful Chancellor in recent years, a significant player, obviously, in the day-to-day management of the government, but also the man behind the strategy for this election campaign, which has proved so amazingly successful, and yet he still looks rather solemn.
I know, but it is calculated. I mean, they always say there's a contrast between the private Gordon Brown and the public Gordon Brown.
Yes, in private, you hear this enormous laugh endlessly going on. Very witty man, and very ready to relax, but in public, almost feeling he has to play this role of the person who's not affected by emotion.
Okay, we now go up to Edinburgh Pentlands, where I can see, forgive me, a rather sombre-looking Sir Malcolm Rifkin. No, he's smiling now.
Not sombre at all. Not sombre at all.
Now, I know we haven't got the count in, but given our exit poll and what happened in Hamilton South, you always knew it would be a big struggle to win back the seat you lost in '97. What do you reckon your chances are?
Well, there's little doubt there's a substantial swing to the Conservatives in Pentlands. I'm not going to try and give you figures at the moment because that would be dangerous and unwise. But I'm tremendously heartened by what I've seen so far. And I think we should wait very carefully.
That sounds as if you're saying you think there might be enough votes to make up the deficit. I mean, you would have to get.
I wouldn't be making 10% remarks that I am if I didn't think so.
Sorry?
I say I wouldn't be responding to you in the way that I am if I was not very comfortable with what I've been seeing so far.
Well, that would be a tribute to your resolve by the view of anyone in politics, because most people said you were barking to go back in there again after the '97 defeat.
I had some sympathy with that observation, but sometimes a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Let me ask you more broadly, Sir Malcolm, assuming that our exit poll isn't way out, it is a pretty disastrous night for your party.
Well, again, I think we have to wait and see. The various polls that I've seen in the last few days about what was going to happen in Pentlands are clearly way off the mark. Who knows, the same may be true of the country as a whole.
We will be back with you, Sir Malcolm, to see what your result is, I hope, and maybe talk to you after it. Thank you very much for joining us.
Certainly.
Lots of counting going on there, as you can see up here on our monitor all over the place. This looks like Torbay, which of course is a key seat. It's just held by the Liberal Democrats. They have a 12-vote majority here, and we are getting quite close to the count, which we think is about 2 minutes away now. Everyone is going to be watching this seat very closely indeed, because it will be a very good indicator of whether our prediction about the votes and the seats that the Liberal Democrats are going to get, our prediction being 58, is in line with what is actually happening. It's a very critical seat. It's always been a very dramatic seat, John, too.
Yes, it's a key result here, because once we have got some idea of how well the Liberal Democrats are doing in the southwest, a great part of the election jigsaw can then be filled in. But this is a vital result because, of course, if the Liberal Democrats were to lose this seat, that would be a sort of catastrophic blow. But remember, I mean, we're saying this now, but 4 years ago we were saying, oh, the Liberal Democrats will never do as well as this again for a long time, and didn't Paddy Ashdown fight a fantastic campaign? But here in Torbay, as we're seeing, we're now confident the Liberal Democrats are going to win.
Of course, on paper, Adrian Saunders, who's the Conservative candidate, only needs to get 7 votes over and above to put down the Liberal Democrat. But we'll see. Colin Rallings, can you put in context the result here with our exit poll?
I can, Jonathan. The exit poll is suggesting that there will be quite a sharp swing from the Conservatives to the Liberal Democrats, and that would mean that Adrian Saunders would hold on in Torbay, which he won by merely 12 votes last time, with a much increased majority. But I think one of the things that we're going to find this evening in these seats like Torbay in the southwest is that they're not all going to behave the same. And this always makes predicting the number of seats the Liberal Democrats are going to win very difficult indeed. The Liberal Democrats in Torbay have fallen back in some senses in the last few years. They didn't do very well in the council elections in 2000, and they were roundly defeated even by the UKIP, UK Independence Party, in the 1999 Euro election. So Conservatives in Torbay, I think, would be rather more buoyant than perhaps in some other areas of the southwest. And if the Liberal Democrats win and win well in Torbay, then that's great news for them. However, if the Conservatives were to get Torbay back, I don't think that would necessarily mean that the Conservatives would win back all that territory that they lost to the Liberal Democrats in 1997.
Incidentally, we're not merely giving a promotion to Torbay's summer breaks on the Riviera. We're actually waiting because we think the result is very close with us. I bet Torbay hopes it is going to be like that, particularly after the foot and mouth outbreak, which John has significantly affected the West Country as well, of course, as up in Cumbria.
It has. It's obviously had a terrible effect in many areas, but whether or not that will show politically is something we'll be looking tonight to see, but it may not. I mean, the whole of this election really turns on, okay, so if Labour, you criticise Labour, then are you suggesting that the Tories would do better? It's always that comparison between Tony Blair and William Hague, and that's what's making it so difficult for voters up and down the country to, if you like, demonstrate their dissatisfaction and disappointment with the government. And obviously, there's a lot of that about.
Colin, given the closeness of results here, are we going to learn anything about whether or not tactical voting is taking place?
I think we may well, Jonathan. The important thing for the Liberal Democrats in Torbay is to hold on, and I think they'd accept, given that sort of slight shift at the local and Euro level to the Conservatives, is that they need to woo over local Labour supporters. If they've managed to do so in Torbay, then I think that would suggest that in the range of other seats around and about there, like Teambridge and Totnes and Dorset West, which will be coming in later in the evening, that would give heart to the Liberal Democrats that Labour supporters in the current context were prepared to vote for them to get the Conservatives out in much the same way as happened in many seats in 1997.
Colin, I'm going to have a word quickly in a moment with Caroline Kerr, but just before I go, do you expect to see, given what we've said about these 58 seats, do you expect to see different kinds of majority in different parts of the country for the Liberal Democrats, or when we get the Torbay result, will we be able to go from that to say, yeah, this looks as if they're going to get the lot?
I'm always cautious about making predictions about the Liberal Democrats, Jonathan. They're a strange party. They target where they campaign. You don't only see Charles Kennedy's national campaign. If you go into the constituencies, they saturate the area with workers. They choose some constituencies to do that and other ones which are next door and look to you and me exactly the same. In psephological terms, how they're balanced, they perhaps leave alone. But I think certainly they want to hold on to Torbay for Adrian Saunders. They want to gain other seats in the southwest. If they get a sign of tactical voting in Torbay, they'll be very optimistic.
Colin, thank you very much. Now, the Liberal Democrat headquarters are in a restaurant in Hyde Park, and Caroline Kerr is there with the big Liberal Democrat sign behind her, and lots of people behind you attentively watching this programme. What's the feeling there, Caroline?
Well, there's a great level of anticipation of the Torbay result. There is great hope here that they will hold on to Torbay, that they know that they hold it absolutely on a knife edge. It's just 12 votes which gave them their majority last time. They're also, I think, rather heartened to hear David Blunkett's concerned that Estelle Morris might lose her seat in Birmingham. Their own officials, the Liberal Democrats who are conducting their own exit polls there, say that they think they have quite a good chance of wrenching that seat from Labour.
And they're picking up, and they think that our 58 exit poll is 58 seats from the exit poll is the kind of thing that is likely. You heard Colin's saying that he's on target for it, but he's very cautious because things can go each way so easily in these conservative Labour, conservative Liberal Democrat, conservative marginals.
Absolutely. I think there's a huge degree of caution here tonight. There is a hope that our exit poll is correct, but I think that they hardly can believe it themselves, so they're certainly not banking on it.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Now, at Conservative Party headquarters, Martin Bashir has been with Bill Roach, the famous Coronation Street actor, and talking to him. Wonder what he said. Perhaps we can find out right now.
Is a disaster for the Conservatives?
No, I don't think it's a disaster. It's pretty much the status quo and what's been predicted all along. And also, we haven't had all the results in yet. There's a lot of marginals that can be a bit different. I think what will happen if Labour get in again, they'll have a very rough ride. They inherited a good economy last time. This time it'll be their own, and there's a tough time coming.
Do you think that Mr. Hague can survive as leader in the light of this result?
Yes, most certainly I do. I think he's done a brilliant campaign. He's a very good leader. And we've got now to really pick up, get going, and I think he'll become Prime Minister eventually. I'm absolutely convinced.
You say he's a great leader, but obviously the British people don't feel similarly.
Yes, well, thanks to the media. Quite honestly, they've had a totally negative thing about William. They've never shown his positive side. Everyone who's met him, watch him on the Dimbleby, watch him on Prime Minister's Question Time, he's quite brilliant. And he's a great man, but the media have totally suppressed everything about him. And I thought the front on one of the papers to say that, put the sign on where the clock is or something, is typical of the sort of thing they've been doing to him. He's a much greater man than that, and he will be seen to be in time to come.
Bill Roach, a lot of enthusiasm for William Hague in what appears to be, if our exit poll is right, his great plight. The big story of tonight, our exit poll projecting a massive victory for Labour again, a historic victory and a historic defeat for the Conservatives. And on the basis of the first 4 results, a turnout, this is the third big story of the evening, the turnout down 12% from 1997. But let's look, John, for a moment at this landslide. We heard Norman Tebbit earlier saying it was the economy, stupid, stable economy. More to it than that.
There is more to that. Let's just talk for a moment about the criticism there's been about the tactics of the campaign. And it's essentially this. One senior Tory, a former minister, said to me, it's as if we sat an exam paper, we produced very good answers, but they weren't to the questions being asked. And I think that was really a very neat way of putting it, that by concentrating, as they did, on tax cuts, asylum, Europe, it made it extremely difficult for those people who said, well, actually, I'm more interested in health and education.
Yeah, because in all the polls, the so-called salience of these issues put Europe down, put asylum down, put tax a little bit above that, but the other ones all at the top.
That's it. And, of course, what had happened was that it's not that these things always go like this. It was just the mood of the country at the moment.
Thanks. Now, Dermot Murnaghan has his UK map virtually for us. Dermot.
There are a number of regions where the Conservatives will be looking for big gains tonight. For example, here in the northwest. It's a traditional Labour heartland, of course, but can the Conservatives exploit any discontent amongst traditional Labour voters? Well, if we bring up the 1997 results, we can see just what a terrible result it was for the Conservatives here then. Labour captured 60 seats. The Conservatives finished with just 7. The Lib Dems 2, and there was 1 seat went to an independent, that of Martin Bell in Tartan. Now, if we look at the change of seats in 1997, it illustrates what a disaster it was for the Tories, losing a total of 18 seats, most of those going to Labour. So can we expect much of a revival from the Conservatives here tonight? Well, here's what voters in Manchester said about the election campaign as they went to the voting booths earlier today.
I'd normally vote Labour, but this time I'm not sure. The Lib Dems have got strong policies, and I really think that they could do really well in the election.
The resilience of William Hague, really. Everyone's been down on him all the way through, and he's kept his resilience up, you know.
I think they're all trying to do about the hope before from school. They're more or less trying to do the same thing. Perhaps the Liberal Democrats are a little bit different.
I've been supporting Labour all my life, and I've never come up against anything that Conservatives put up on me. I'm with my family.
Well, staunch Labour supporters there, perhaps not too many signs of optimism in the northwest for William Hague.
And Sir Archie Hamilton, who was the former chairman of the 1922 committee, was asked if Mr. Hague's position was now secure, and he answered, but in what seems to me a rather Delphic way. He said, "I'm quite convinced that people feel he's fought a very good campaign." And now we can go for a roundup, a summary of all the news so far, and Mary Nightingale.
Jonathan, we are predicting a massive Labour majority, a landslide of epic proportions. If you define landslide as 100 majority, then it's almost a double landslide, I suppose you could say. It's still based on a Mori exit poll, majority of 183. Labour landslide by anyone's standards. And if we have a look at that prediction in a little bit more detail, again, that majority that we're predicting, 183, that would give Labour 421, their best ever number of seats. The Tories 150, that would be their worst ever. The Lib Dems on 58, that's 12 better than last time, and the rest on 30. So let's take a look at the results so far, and there are 12 seats so far in. All 12 of them have gone to Labour. They are urban seats, town or city seats, which tend to count earliest, and they also tend to be Labour, of course. Here are some of those latest results. Labour have held Newcastle Central, Liverpool Riverside, Great Grimsby, and Barnsley Central. And that's the way it's looking so far. Now here are some details, and how you can get more details in your own areas.
And now in his Rushcliffe constituency in Nottinghamshire, Kenneth Clark is waiting for us. Good evening, Mr. Clark.
Good evening.
You've been notably quiet, working very hard in your constituency during the campaign. How do you judge the exit poll and the early results, which seem to be confirming the exit poll, which is a second terrible disaster for your party?
So a terrible disaster, but I expect it to be better than last time. I'm not kept up with all the exit polls. I think the results will modify that. Some of the early ones I think were very pessimistic. My own view, but it's a guess really, my guess is no better than yours, and we'll all know in 2 or 3 hours' time, is we will do better than last time, and I think we'll still face a big Labour majority, but we'll have made some inroads, I think.
So if it is defeat, and it's the second time round defeat, and if it is really serious, let's say it is slightly different, what will your judgment be of the emphasis on in the campaign on Europe?
Well, it's too easy just to say, well, we lost, so it must all be wrong, and everybody else could have got it right. I mean, most of the commentators will, but no sensible politicians will say that. I, as you say, was fighting here. I knew perfectly well that all the national press tried to interview me. Were only trying to interview me to make mischief.
Why didn't you usually love being interviewed, I think. Why didn't you want to talk?
Well, it was fairly obvious. I'd have thought you could have guessed. I was trying to win my constituency of Rushcliffe, and I'm waiting to see whether I have.
So
I
you've never tried to win the seat before?
I always tried to win it, but on this particular occasion, I was descended on by the national press, who wanted to talk to me about William Hague and wanted to talk to me about the Euro. I didn't think they were trying to help me win Conservative votes here. I don't think they were trying to help Conservatives win votes anywhere else, and it seems to me the obvious and sensible thing to let them walk round me if they wanted, but not to give them interviews.
Do you still hold the view that you held before the election, and we've talked about it before in public, that it is not possible to sustain the Conservative position of no to a pound and still live politically in the real world?
I can't remember that particular quotation. My view remains that I think we should join the single currency once the economic conditions are right, which is a more complicated question than I think people sometimes appreciate. That is, the economic preconditions are quite complicated. But subject to that, I think we should join the single currency because it will greatly enhance our influence as a country. I think it will enable us to use our sovereignty more effectively in the modern world, actually, and I also think it will give us more prosperity. But not surprisingly, I was not emphasizing this in this campaign. I was leaving that to a referendum if and when it's called.
We may talk again about this. Mr. Clark, thank you very much for joining us. And now in Kensington, in his constituency, good evening, Michael Portillo. You might have heard Ken Clark there explaining why he was fighting so assiduously in his seat and not coming out into the public. If he concedes defeat, if our exit poll is right, do you concede that it's another catastrophe?
Well, any concession is only for the leader of the party. From what I heard of Ken Clark, I thought I agreed with the first part of what he was saying, was that it appears that Conservatives have not been successful tonight, but it also appears that we shall make some gains, that it will probably be a little bit better than the exit poll, and indeed that the results will have quite a lot of variation in them, so there could be some very interesting results here and there.
When you say that it's probable that you will lose, why?
because
what
I
was wrong with the campaign?
Oh, sorry. You mean why has the result come about? Well, I don't think it's the fault of the campaign. I thought we fought a very good campaign. I thought William really was an exemplary leader, and I thought we set the agenda. I think we looked more relaxed. I think we addressed a lot of issues that people wanted to talk about. So I don't think it was the fault of the campaign.
Was it the fault of the voters then, or what?
No, but clearly over the last 4 years, we have failed to make the inroads into the Labour position that we hoped we would. And that couldn't just be made up in the campaign. But I think actually the campaign was as good as it could have been, and I think easily better than the Labour campaign. And that sometimes happens in British politics, that you have the better campaign, but you lose the election.
It may be that you wished you'd had the worst campaign and the better vote, but anyway...
Well, that's true, and that's what happened, I think, really, in 92 and 87, when probably Labour had a very good campaign, but we won the elections.
One more last brief question. Do you want William Hague to stay on until the next election?
I very much want him to stay on. I think that would be absolutely the right thing, and indeed I think there would be it would be awful if anybody said anything precipitate, did anything precipitate. If we are going down to a loss, and we don't know the size of it yet, then I think all of us would do well to reflect upon that for a while.
Michael Portillo, thank you very much for joining us. We'll hear your result later. Now to Dunfermline East, where I think we can see the Chancellor, who's just won his seat, as there was no surprise there. It's a very safe seat. He had a majority over the SNP last time of 51%. He's about to make his acceptance
Mr.
speech.
Returning Officer, first of all, thank you, thank all your staff, thank all those people who were staffing the polling stations today, and the police, and all these people who have been involved in the count this evening for the expeditious and indeed the friendly way in which this poll has been conducted. And can I thank my fellow candidates for the contribution they have made also in the most friendly and constructive way to the democratic process here in this constituency. And can I once again thank the people of Dunfermline East, my home, for giving me the greatest privilege and the greatest responsibility that democracy can bestow, and that is to be the representative in Parliament. And in thanking my agent, Rona White, and all the members of the Labour Party for the work, not just over a few weeks, but over many, many years, let me just say that the historic victory that the Labour Party won in this constituency and this country in 1997 has been again reaffirmed this evening. And I believe that the scale of our victory and the wide margin between ourselves and our opponents reflects not just that we have won the battle of votes, but we are winning the battle of ideas. And my pledge to this constituency, and indeed my pledge to the country if we are re-elected as a government, is that we will continue the work that we have started. We will build on the foundations of economic stability towards our goal of full employment in this country. We will tackle child and pensioner poverty wherever it is found. And we will fulfill the instruction that the country is giving us this evening to put more into our public services, to put hospitals and schools first. It is a responsibility we relish. It is a duty to discharge. This mandate for public services, which has been given us by the people this evening, is the mission that we will pursue in government. Thank you very much.
So there is the Chancellor making his brief speech and making the key point of that speech, which he claimed to have won the battle of ideas, and made it very clear that they recognise that the public has put them back into power to deliver on things like hospitals and schools, the key issues of this campaign. John, just on that, not surprising that he was saying that, but it is the fundamental thing.
It is the fundamental point, and of course what Gordon Brown has done in the campaign is to try and constantly put pressure on the Conservatives to keep them away, to keep them into minority areas. And that's when he's talking about winning the battle of ideas. It means in practical terms that they won the battleground. They just were right over the big issue of the public services, and the Tories couldn't get onto it. And the Tories were forced then to produce a manifesto which was great in terms of lobbing grenades at the government, but didn't look like a route back to government for them. And that's what stalled any question of the Tories advancing in this election.
And if you look even wider, as it were, than that, what you have is, if the result is as we expect, you have a Labour Party straddling, as the party of government, the great bulk of the country. But we now go to East Ham, which is a safe Labour seat in London, a very safe seat, and we are about to get the result there. The MP here since 1997 is Stephen Timms. He was previously MP for Newnham North East. He's Financial Secretary of the Treasury at the moment, and the Conservative candidate is a man called Peter Campbell. This has a very high proportion of non-white residents, 49%, which is only 3 seats have a wider, greater proportion of the ethnic minority vote. We're about to get the result now from the returning officer. There won't be any surprises here, but again, looking at the share of the vote, which we'll look at, we'll see how in this London seat, which is the first of our London seats, the parties are doing and the extent to which they reinforce our exit poll. There's talk that in London the Conservatives are going to do especially badly on some of the local polls in London. They might crash down to fewer than 10 and even down to 6 seats, but we shall see. They're all being lined up very properly there. Newham proudly displaying itself. Council of the Year 2000. Doubtless hoping to be Council of the Year 2001 as well. We'll see, but they don't often give it twice running. Here comes the result.
I, Sukhdev Singh Marwe, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the East Ham constituency, held on the 7th of June 2001, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Campbell Peter John, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,209. Finlayson Roderick, Socialist Labour Party, 783. Fox Bridget, Liberal Democrat, 2,600. Pendle Johinda, UK Independence Party, 444. Thames Stephen Creswell, the Labour Party candidate, 27,200. $27,241. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more candidates than the voter.
So there comes the result. Labour comfortably hold on there. Stephen Timms, the government minister, 27,241. The Conservatives, 6,209. Liberal Democrats way back 2,600. A majority of 21,000. The swing from Conservative here to Labour, a swing from Conservative to Labour in London. Interesting that, 4.3% in East Ham. Now let's look at the share of the vote. But before that, let's go to see Mr. Blair leaving his house on his way to his count at Sedgefield. He, John, as we were saying before, hearing before, doesn't take any notice of the polls, doesn't like the polls, but as he zooms away there, he is a happy man. Here comes the East Ham share of the vote that we were just on before we saw Mr. Blair disappearing. 74% for Labour, Conservatives on 16.9%. And the change in the share of the vote here, Labour up 9.3%, Conservatives up a tiny bit, Liberal Democrats a tiny bit, and that really is that. Now that looks like a very large shift towards Labour in that East Ham seat. Can you make sense of that for us, Colin Rallings, in the Results Centre?
Well, that's a fascinating result, Jonathan. I think one that will give tremendous heart to many people in the Labour Party, strangely enough, because in East Ham at the last election, I was listening very carefully to the result, and I'm sure we all got it right. In East Ham, the Socialist Labour Party saved their deposit. It was their best result in the country in 1997, and now here we are, we see their vote has dropped considerably, and Labour has benefited from most of that. The Labour vote has gone up by almost 10%. Even on a smaller turnout, Stephen Timms has polled more votes than he did in 1997. I mean, Labour will only wish that that was repeated everywhere.
And Colin, the turnout there, 51.7%, a very low turnout indeed.
Down, but not as down as far as we've been seeing in the north of England. Down, I think, about 8%, and the average so far in those north of England safe Labour seats is about 12 or 14. So it may well be, Jonathan, as you were saying a moment or two ago, that Labour can look forward to a pretty optimistic night in London.
Colin, thanks. I just want to pick up one thing with you, Mike. We heard Michael Portillo, John, when I asked him whether William Hague should stay on until the next election. He said, if I caught it correctly, that he should definitely not go. People should reflect. That was carefully not saying that he should stay on to the next election, unless it was a slip of some kind.
I don't know whether it was a slip, because you asked him, as you say, should he stay on till the next election, and he said he should stay on. But of course, I think what he really meant was, this is a very difficult moment for the Conservative Party. Just be steady, think about this. And I think he wasn't really prepared to forecast what might happen in perhaps 2 or 3 years' time.
Here we've got up on the monitor here all the counts going on, and we are very close, we think, now to the Torbay result. Here we're back there with its summer breaks. A little bit of a break, interrupted service in the delivery of the result, but I'm sure it'll be with us very soon. Remember, this is the Liberal Democratic seat, which has only 12-seat majority, a 12-seat majority. Here you can see the Lib Dem headquarters where they are watching closely. This is in a restaurant in London. They'll be watching this as closely as we are to see whether this does signal to the Lib Dems greater confidence than they may already have in the exit poll that we are suggesting means the Liberal Democrats will have 58 seats after this election. If we are right, if the exit poll is right, that will be a record that beats the last record, which takes us right back into the early 1920s. So no wonder they're watching carefully. And there we can see we are waiting for Birmingham Edgbaston, which is a key seat. Here is, in a moment, the Edgbaston result coming up. We saw it earlier. This was the key marginal seat in the last election, the first one to demonstrate that Labour was indeed going to have a result. Here is the result.
And it is as follows. Samuel Brackenbury, Socialist Labour Party, 431. Nicola Sean Davies, Liberal Democrat, 4,528. John Collis Gretton, Pro-Euro Conservative Party, 454. Nigel Graham Hastelow, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,819. Gisela Geshada Stewart, the Labour Party candidate, 18,517.
So Gisela Stewart has held on in that marginal seat, although it wasn't as marginal this time round, and given the exit poll, it was pretty clear that Gisela Stewart, who was a junior health minister in the last government, has held on there. And John Prescott, I've just seen, is back in Hull East. Here we can go to Hull East. We might be hearing from him soon.
Upon Hull East constituency.
This is the formal result. We're predicting that John Prescott will win it.
I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Jeanette Jenkinson, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,218. Linda Muir, Socialist Labour Party, leader Arthur Scargill, 830. John Leslie Prescott, the Labour Party candidate, 19,938. Joe Swinson, Liberal Democrat, 4,613. Sandip Verma, the Conservative Party candidate, 4,276. And that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency, John Leslie Prescott, the Labour Party candidate.
No surprise there. He looks as if he's expecting it. He smiles a bit. His wife beside him there, he's obviously very happy. Safe seat, gives her a loving peck on the cheek, as husbands do to wives and wives to husbands on these kind of occasions, even though he's only getting there. He's now looking rather solemn again. Safely in that seat, no problems at all. He'll be giving his acceptance speech in just a moment, and when he does, we'll be listening to it. John, is going to remain as Deputy Prime Minister, we think, with rather lesser responsibilities.
Yes, I mean, I think it's almost certain he will stay as Deputy Prime Minister, but he won't anymore hold a big departmental job. You remember, he has been in charge... Here we go.
Here he comes.
Hello, Mayor. Can I start by thanking the returning officer, the polling staff people, and also all those that have helped towards make the polling today. I think we should make a special mention, of course, for those that have done with the postal ballot this time, an extra kind of work that's been involved. but I think on behalf of all the candidates, we'd like to express our great appreciation for all the work they've done. I'd like also to express my appreciation to the police, though for a number of reasons, perhaps I've every reason to be but little more this time, for the assistance, but not here in Hull, and they've carried out their wonderful job. I'd like to thank also all those involved, including the other candidates, for the part they played in the election. I think in listening to the results, and I think I was elected just over 30 years ago in this constituency, we have to be a little sad that it clearly is a low poll. I think all of us in any democratic situation wants to see more and more people involved in the poll. But I think this time it was made more difficult by one of the major parties, of course, actually having lost the arguments, particularly the Conservatives, making it clear that you shouldn't vote to give a big majority to the Labour Party. And I think that probably struck home with a lot of people. But if we're to look at the exit polls, and we must make the result, it hasn't lessened our majority, it seems, at this present stage. The people have given us an overwhelming mandate, and I'm glad about that. It means they agree with what we've been doing in the last 4 years and want us to get on with the job. And that's the mandate, and we'll start that tomorrow. So can I express my appreciation yet again to the electorate of Hull for electing me as a Member of Parliament, to which I'm proud to serve on their behalf. And also can I say a special thanks to my agents, Councillor Harry Woodford, who's here, and all my party people who played, again, a major part in another election victory in Hull. I don't know what the other two results are going to be like in Hull, but it just shows you the heartlands of Labour are still in the areas of Hull, and we are returning 3 Labour MPs. And I've put my mind back to 1970 when I was first elected. And I've said throughout this campaign, when I've visited something like 120 constituencies, that please do not be lulled into thinking everything is safe. We'll all remember that in that election in 1970, we were 15 points ahead, and yet we lost the election. And I think, thinking now, I'm glad that the people have come out and voted, not as many as should have done, quite frankly, but they have given us an overwhelming mandate. We are the government carrying out that policy. We will now get on with the job. And I went round the constituencies making the point that we had a card, and on that card we said we would deliver. And we have a new card, and I'm looking, coming back next 4 years, say, hey, we delivered on the next 4 years, and another period of 4 years or 5 years for another Labour government, which meant, of course, then that we carried the majority years in this new century, in this new millennium, and I'll be very proud to present that case.
There is the acceptance speech by the Deputy Prime Minister, and John, you were just saying before we went to hear that speech that he would remain Deputy Prime Minister, but the but
yes, the but is that he's unlikely to be in charge of environment, transport and the regions. If you remember, that was a job that Tony Blair created for him. It's now likely he'll take Mo Molam's old job in the Cabinet Office. So he'll be out of the front line. He will not be in charge of a big department. And I wonder whether his slightly subdued mood that he's creating this evening, we've seen him now more than once, and he does seem subdued. Is it because he feels his political career is no longer on the increase?
Well,
it's on the decrease?
It's an interesting point, this, isn't it? Because he was absolutely crucial to Tony Blair. The old Labour man, loved in the heartlands, giving his full-hearted support to Tony Blair, 100% loyal. But that punch, which people enjoyed, allowed Tony Blair, as it were, to say, John will be John, maybe distancing himself just a touch, a symptom, perhaps, of the downhill course on which he's on.
That's right, and remember the extent to which now Tony Blair can do much more what he wants to do. It's rather like Margaret Thatcher in 1983. He's in charge. He doesn't need to say, oh, he'll help with old Labour or he'll help with the heartlands. He can do what he wants.
John, thank you. We had the Birmingham Edgbaston result. It's a very important, telling marginal seat. And here now you can see the full result. Majority of 4,698 for Labour. That's Gisela Stewart, who came here in 1974, incidentally, German, came in at the last election, has risen to heights very swiftly, 18,517. The Conservatives, Mr. Hastelow, who incidentally said that the Tories had lost it back in January, which showed that he was a good newspaper editor, which he'd been, but perhaps not such a good politician, 13,819. Now we can go to Torbay for the critical result for the Lib Dems.
Christian St. Sweeting, Conservative Party, 17,307. I hereby declare that Adrian Mark Sanders has been elected for the constituency of Torbay.
Now that is a very interesting result, because Adrian Sanders has won that seat back from the Liberals. You remember we were saying that Liberal Democrats had a 12 vote majority there. Adrian Sanders, the Conservative, has won that seat for the Conservatives. A little bit of hope for them. And here's the Lib Dem party we can see in Torbay. And they are... This is the Lib Dem party in London, where they are clapping, but as I heard it, I'm surprised they're so pleased because Adrian Saunders has become the MP in Torbay. So I'm not quite clear what's happening there, what that's about, because unless we misheard, Adrian Saunders is the new MP for Torbay, and the Liberal Democrats, therefore, maybe they're applauding something else.
The Liberal Democrat.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Adrian Saunders, of course, was the MP. He is the Liberal Democrat. I completely screwed that up. And I will tell you that he is safely back into the Liberal Democrats, and we'll get, I hope, the full results later. The Conservatives have not made it. That's why at the party they were filled with enthusiasm, and why I looked a complete nana at that moment. Now we can... John, that is the result that the Conservatives wouldn't have wanted, as I was just saying, Liberal Democrats to be very happy with.
And of course we did see them. They, at least at the party in London, knew what was going on. And of course they're right to be thrilled, because it really does show the extent to which last time, if you remember, there was all this talk about, but people will be voting tactically for the Liberal Democrats to get the Tories out of power. So the whole emphasis in the last election was the extent to which, after 18 years, many people in the country wanted to see the back of the Tory government. This time, completely different campaign, a different argument. But where the Liberal Democrats have succeeded, it's coming in behind Labour on the same sort of issues, saying, we agree with Labour. In fact, we'd go even further in terms of education and health and those issues. So we're on the right issue, and they're getting their reward.
Thank you very much. Colin, just, I don't know whether you can pick up on Torbay, but in any case, can you pick up on the Birmingham Edgbaston result and tell us what you have on either of those, to give us more detail?
Birmingham Edgbaston is crucially important for us tonight, Jonathan. It's the first real marginal that we heard from, the first of those Labour-Conservative knife-edge seats, as was won by Labour in 97. The Conservatives had to win it back tonight if they were going to get anywhere. There's been a swing, further swing to Labour. It suggests that William Hague, the Conservatives, are going to struggle very hard to win almost even their easiest targets as the evening wears on. In Torbay, we don't quite have the full details on the swing yet, but as I understand it, the Liberal Democrat majority is pretty healthy compared with the 12 votes that Adrian Sanders had last time. This would suggest A, a swing to the Liberal Democrats genuinely from the Conservatives in Torbay, and B, some of that tactical voting which we were talking about earlier on tonight. I would now expect the Liberal Democrats to make several more gains in the southwest.
There's no good news at all, Colin, here for the Conservatives, not a whisper of good news.
We can't really seem to find it, Jonathan. We've had the result in from Putney. You remember the famous declaration scenes last time, David Mellor's defeat and the row with Sir James Goldsmith. There's been virtually no swing at all. Labour has retained that majority, which everyone thought was against the run of play in 1997. Though I must say in Putney, the other sign of the night, of course, is the turnout there was down nearly 17%, making it the biggest drop that we've so far found.
Colin, thank you very much. Up now to Birmingham and to Birmingham Ladywood, the seat of Claire Short. You probably just heard that Gisela Stewart in your neighbouring seat, Claire Short, has won with, we think, an increased majority, which David Blunkett was worrying, where everyone's worrying whether she would hold that seat. Do you worry about what John Prescott touched on in his acceptance speech, the disappointing turnout, which looks as though it's way down from last time round?
Indeed, and it seems to be down right across the country. And in my own seat, for example, I had a great fringe. I had 7 different parties standing against me, including lots, a hard left party, a pro-life candidate, a UKIP candidate. I thought that might stir up the turnout. There was lots of activity and good mood. I think the thing we were battling was everyone being told from the very beginning of the campaign every day in the media that Labour was going to win anyway. But it is a worry, and it's clearly across the country, and it's affecting all parties.
If you've got this landslide, the other issue, and we heard Gordon Brown earlier talking about it, is the vital need this time to deliver on those public services. Great feeling of, not anger, but of a sense of frustration and more in the public, that although there were big promises last time round, there wasn't the delivery. Do you recognise that this time the delivery is absolutely crucial? Because otherwise, with a volatile electorate, it could go right back the other way?
Well, I actually think that I understand the frustration and that people want more. I mean, my delight is that the media all thought this election would be about tax as ever, and the first week they tried to make it that. the public have moved on from that. They're interested in public services. The reason for the delay in our delivery is that we spent the first 2 years sorting out the economy, getting down unemployment, getting down the amount of money we spent on debt. And that's why the economy is strong and we can afford to put money into public services. But the trouble is we've only been doing that for 2 years and people are impatient for more, and now they will get more.
Claire Short, thank you very much. To
Thank
John
you.
Prescott now, who's just delivered his acceptance speech in Hull East. I noticed, John Prescott, that you were saying, we talked earlier about the turnout, but you were also saying, talking about the delivery of public services. Do you see, I was just asking Claire Short the same question, that there is frustration about public services, and that if you don't get it wrong, the electorate that's put its trust in you this time round is going to be very cross.
I just don't accept what you keep saying. I mean, this card was a delivery, was delivered on the schools, on education, on health, on a strong economy. We did deliver. We've now brought out another card, and I'll be back in 4 years telling you we delivered on that too. And then you can measure us against that. After all, the Tories wouldn't give any promise about this. They've been decisively defeated. They've told us to get on with the job, and I'm looking forward to starting tomorrow.
But do you not accept, though, taking your point on the pledge card in general, do you not accept, though, that people are really frustrated and think, and perhaps that explains the low turnout, well, they haven't made the kind of difference that we thought they were going to make?
Well, I don't know. I think it was really quite disgraceful for the Tory parties to come in at the end of the day and tell us, for example, that you really shouldn't vote now to give Labour a big majority. Well, the people have done that, but I mean, to a certain extent, it's discouraged them from voting, and I think that's the very opposite of good democratic process, but that was the nature of the desperate nature of the Tory party in its end, having lost the policy arguments. Clearly haven't got a leader as good as Blair, well, they resorted then to telling people don't vote Labour because you might prevent the majority. Well, what we've seen is a good majority, a good mandate. I'm delighted that we've got it, and it shows that they have agreed with what we've done and they want more of it.
You'd like landslides till kingdom come?
No, as long as you get majorities, I'm very happy with that, but I'm happy that the electorate have heard us say, a lot done, but a lot more to do, and they've actually given us the opportunity to get on with the job, and I'm delighted about that. Start tomorrow.
Are you going to stay as Deputy Prime Minister?
Well, that's up to the Prime Minister, but I'll be very happy to do what I'm going to do.
John Prescott, congratulations on your own result, and thank you very much. John, pick up on that.
Well, he's still being very cautious and rather subdued, but they must be absolutely thrilled. I mean, that's the point you've got to keep sort of saying as we get these results in, the way that, for them, you see, they're absolute partisan politicians. They love the Tories having their noses rubbed in it. And you should always sort of remember that, you know, that for them, these are their absolutely key opponents. Having this pathetic position for the Tories is a matter of supreme delight for Labour people and for senior Labour people like John Prescott. However, they may seem responsible and dignified at this moment of supreme triumph.
Absolutely, supreme triumph, and Tony Blair becomes the first Labour leader to have the prospect of 2 full terms in office. And now we can see there the man I was talking about, Tony Blair, happily walking in with Cherie Blair beside him into the count, I think, at Sedgefield, going to hear what he knows is a safe victory. And John, a happy man.
A very happy man. He's not actually walking on water, although he might be. You might think he was. And perhaps also, I suppose he's got to be responsible too, but they must be absolutely thrilled to bits. All the people that thought they might not make it, all the people who thought that, oh, it wouldn't be ever like it was last time. Do you remember all that talk about it'll never be as happy as it was that day 4 years ago when they first came into power? Well, this should be for them another tremendous moment.
Well, it is even more significant, really, because it looks now as though they are consolidated in power. It's going to be astonishing and difficult to get them out of power for the Conservatives.
And it means that Tony Blair, this is now his party and his government. Remember Margaret Thatcher after she won her first landslide in 1983. From then on, she could in fact start to be really Thatcherite, and the thing called Thatcherism started from there on. It's tempting to say tonight this is the beginning of Blairism.
And he walking there amongst all his supporters who are very delighted on his behalf. And we have to remember too that we talked a lot about the dissatisfaction. He has in many ways been a very radical Prime Minister. Massive constitutional change, for example. He delivered the Good Friday Agreement, although we don't quite know where that goes. He has not been a Prime Minister who hasn't been busy as leaders, as well as being a tough, hearty figure.
That's right, and what is also, I think, interesting is the sense in this campaign that he's been tested very, very rigorously, I think, with people complaining right to his face about how arrogant he is or how smarmy he might be. And he's had to take all that almost as kind of, you must walk on coals in order that you can be Prime Minister again. And he's accepted that. He's been prepared to put up with this extraordinary level of personal criticism. And I think that from that point of view, he's been very much helped by his wife, Cherie, who knows he had to be tested and said, oh, but he likes being under pressure.
Here he is at the leisure centre where the Count is, and he's going up all these stairs. You would think he was going up to the belfry, but he's obviously on his way up to where he has to stand in order to hear the result.
There's Alistair Campbell.
Where's Alistair Campbell? Oh, yes,
but well worth seeing, always worth seeing, because he often looks very glum, even when he's happy. So it's you can't resist sort of teasing him on these rather dour looks that he gives to reporters and to cameras. And these are all the journalists coming up as well.
Alistair Campbell, of course, is a terrific, apart from anything else, he's a terrific ham actor, actually, isn't he?
Yes.
He puts on that face of looking furious when, in fact, he's just playing games, one suspects quite often.
Yes, he does that also to relax. When I was interviewing the Prime Minister the other day, he kicked me during the interview. Well, now, that's not normally what you're meant to do.
Just reminds one, though, of the charges against this government, that it has been controlled too much. They call him the Deputy Prime Minister, by spin, too much by focus groups, too much control at the centre, tense, tight, taut. Do you reckon that that is a fair description, and do you think it's likely to change?
There's certainly a lot in that, and where they've been criticised, I think, on very strong grounds, is the idea that if they hadn't spent so much time spinning, particularly in the first period of this last Parliament, then people would have understood to a much greater extent how serious the problems were in the public services. It was disguised by their presentational skills.
Okay, now as we're going with this massive landslide, let's get a roundup of the results now from Mary Nightingale in the Results Centre.
Just checking on my computer, Jonathan. 63 seats have now declared. Let's have a look at some of them in a little bit more detail. Torbay will start off with. Lib Dem have held on here. It was the second smallest majority in the UK in 97, just 12 votes. But they've got it this time with a majority of 6,708, with a swing from the Tories to the Lib Dems of 7%. A big swing there. Good result for the Lib Dems. Birmingham Edgbaston, Labour have held on there. Majority of 4,698 for Gisela Stewart. Swing from the Conservatives to Labour of 1.2%. Now, this was a Labour marginal, but she's got it again. Putney, Labour have held on there too. Tony Coleman, a majority of 2,763. You may remember in 97 he knocked out David Mellor. Swing to Labour this time too of 0.6%. East Ham, Labour have held on here with a majority of over 21,000. This was a safe Labour London seat held by Junior Treasury Minister Stephen Timms. Now, Socialist Labour Party came third last time and held their deposit this time. They have lost it. Those votes have gone to Labour. A good result for Labour. Back to you, Jonathan.
And now, as a result of the combination of the exit poll and of the results that are so far in that Mary was just talking about, we are now predicting a Labour majority of 193. So it's gone up from our exit poll prediction. We're now predicting 193. Now, you can also see clocking up on here our tally. These are the results that are in so far. Remember, Labour has to get to 330 before formally it can form the government. Formally 330, that's where on their way to. Labour's now got 60 so far in. So far, Conservatives, none, Liberal Democrats, 2, and the others are on 1. That's going to change as we go through. Up now to Scotland, to Glasgow, and to Bernard Ponsonby. Bernard.
Jonathan, well, we've got 7 declarations in Scotland. All 7 of them have gone to Labour. But to find out what the pattern of support is in Scotland and what the trends are, I'm joined by Professor Bill Miller. Bill, what are you reading into it?
Well, tonight's been a very good night for the Labour Party in Scotland. It's not been so good for the Westminster Parliament, however. It looks as if the SNP will get at most one gain, and probably not even a gain at all. It looks as if Labour will hold all 56 seats and possibly make some gains. The Scottish Socialist Party, its rival on the left, will not make its target of 100,000 votes, which it wanted. But the critical thing is a decline in turnout. the turnout is going to be down as low or even lower than it was at the Scottish Parliament election, and that will erode the authority of Westminster.
Well, the SNP we're hearing have heard Angus, but you mentioned that point about the Scottish parliamentary election, a 58% turnout there compared to over 70% at the general election. Based upon these figures, it could be even lower. In fact, in Fife Central, the constituency of the First Minister, Henry McLeish, turnout down by 15%.
I think generally the turnout in Scotland is averaging, going down by about 14%. That would take it lower than it was at the Scottish Parliament election. Imagine a situation in which the Scottish Parliament has got more voters behind it than the Westminster Parliament. As long as McLeish and Blair are happy together, no problem. But suppose they have a conflict.
OK, Bill. Well, we can also tell you that the intelligence from John Smith House in Glasgow Labour Scottish campaign headquarters is that they are claiming they have held Pentlands despite the perky Sir Malcolm Rifkin that you were seeing earlier on. Back to Jonathan.
Thank you, Bernard. Now, just this prediction is moving around lots. A lot of results coming in, but it's just now Labour majority predicting of 189, which would take the Conservatives down to only 141 seats, if that turns out to be true. Dermot is now in our virtual House of Commons and can tell us more about that. Dermot.
We've got it. Yes, Jonathan, here I am in the House of Commons. We've just seen Tony Blair. Here I am keeping his seat warm for him because there's pretty much no doubt that he's going to be back here sitting on the government front bench with a huge majority. Questions beginning to rise about who'll be facing him across the House of Commons from the opposition benches, perhaps. Now, it takes 659 MPs, of course, to fill up this chamber. Let's bring them in here and see the predictions that we're making. This, the government side, Labour Party will have that. Pretty much no doubt about that now. 424 MPs we're predicting, a record for them. What about the Tories? They're going to be down to a record low of 143. Now, these are just predictions still. These numbers could change. The Liberal Democrats, we're saying, could have a very good evening in front of them. They could be up to 62 MPs. The others, the parties from Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales, the nationalists there, could have about 30 MPs between them. So what's this majority? What is our prediction of the majority now for Mr. Blair? Let's have a look at it. 424 MPs, 189 seat majority, 10 more than last time round, although it is still only our prediction. Could go up or down a bit. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Dermot. And Colin, down in the results centre, I gave that prediction just now, Labour 189, Conservatives down to 141, and we're putting the Lib Dems in the prediction up to 62, 18 more seats. Can you put that into perspective?
Still a word of caution, Jonathan. It's early, plenty of results to come, but if this remains true, and there are now some results in with the exit poll, if this remains true, it will be the best Labour result ever, the lowest number of Conservative MPs in the House of Commons ever, the best Liberal Democrat performance for 70 years, and the first time in history that a party that was elected with a majority of more than 100 went back to the people 4 or 5 years later and was elected with an even bigger majority over 100.
Colin, thank you very much. We stress it is early hours, as Colin was saying, but nonetheless it looks like being one of those extraordinary record-breaking nights in front of us. Up now to Sedgefield and Bill Neely. Is there, Bill?
Well, the returning officer is just giving us some details. We now know here that the turnout is 62%. That's actually down 10.3%, which is pretty big for the Prime Minister's own constituency. All the indications are that his vote has gone up and that he will win a substantial majority here and, of course, in the country. We're expecting the result here at about 115. He's, of course, defending a majority of more than 25,000. Now, we understand that Mr. Blair did have a bit of a nap this afternoon, but spent an amazing 6 hours doing the cabinet reshuffle, working on the speech that he'll give here and at the Trimdon Labour Club. We understand, although it will be a victory speech, it won't be triumphalist in tone. It will very much set the tone for the next few years. The work goes on, Labour wanting to hit the ground running. So there'll be new faces tomorrow in a new government.
Yeah, well, we'll be looking forward to hearing precisely what those are tomorrow morning. But, Bill, this majority that we're now predicting, I guess the officials there, at any rate, are looking quite closely, even if Tony Blair doesn't look at them too much. 189. Is there a sense of suppressed elation in the people you're talking to up there?
I think there is. I mean, people are saying it's a fantastic result because I don't think they really expected that level of a majority. At the beginning of the campaign, there was a lot of nervousness, really, in the Labour camp. It was only after about 2 weeks in that they began to relax. There was still the massive Tory onslaught, as they thought, on Europe and the euro to come. That came and went very, very quickly, and once again they relaxed. And with a few days to go, Tony Blair was declaring victory on the agenda, on the issues, although, of course, he wouldn't comment on the polls. He said, I don't like polls. He wasn't declaring victory on the result, but he will do so tonight, as I said, with a speech not expected
Bill,
to be triumphalist in tone.
Just very, very briefly, I'm going to go to Millbank in just a second, but very, very briefly, you were on that campaign trail. Was it as fantastically controlled for reporters as I've read and heard?
I don't think so. I mean, I covered 2 American presidential elections, and I have to say, you know, the media is fairly tightly controlled, if you like, by the governing party in every election. But there was certainly a lot of nervousness. You remember the attack on the media. They said that somehow the media were colluding with protesters. There was a lot of nervousness at unexpected events. It was the terror of error, if you like, that the Prime Minister might meet someone, that something might happen. And of course, it did happen in the instance with Sharon Storer. You may remember at the Birmingham Hospital when she complained about the National Health Service. But after that, they relaxed a little bit more because they felt the Prime Minister had come out of that encounter rather well.
Bill?
So, yes, there was control in that sense, but I think they're pretty happy here tonight.
Bill Neely in Sedgefield, thank you. We'll be back to you from Sedgefield now to Mark Austin, who's at Millbank in London, Labour Party headquarters. Mark, what's the mood there?
Well, the mood for me is a lot better because I'm inside now, Jonathan, and it's a lot warmer. But we've just had a good deal more optimism from the Labour Party headquarters here. A spokesman has just said that it looks to be a great success, a very, very large mandate for the government, he said, a mandate for Tony Blair to continue his work. Now, interestingly, on the question of the low turnout, he quite directly blamed the Tories, which he described as a shambles of a government, of a campaign. And he said that because it was such a foregone conclusion, fewer people than normal turned out to vote. But he did acknowledge that unlike 1997, there will be no honeymoon period. This time, he says, they have to deliver, they have to produce results if they're going to get elected again.
What's happening to you now, Mark? You've got inside, you've survived so far. Are you going to get into the party eventually? Is that your target?
Yeah, let's put an end to these survivor jokes, Jonathan. But yes, I'm inside, it's warmer. We're still not being allowed to get into the party. I don't know if you can see outside, we've got one of our cameras, there's a small little gathering, but it's very low key here. There's none of this triumphalism, as I said earlier, after 1997, but at least we're inside.
Mark, I promise not to make any more survival jokes until the next one. We now can go to Joe Andrews. We were talking about turnout, and just before I do go to Joe, we've got Liverpool Riverside, which is a safe Labour seat. The turnout was only 34.1%, massively down from last time round. Joe, in the results centre, can you tell us more about turnout?
Well, Liverpool Riverside, we were waiting for that one to come up because it did actually record the lowest turnout in the last election. The turnout there is down by 18%. It may or may not be the lowest turnout again in this election. I have to say, even if it is the lowest turnout, it won't be the lowest turnout ever. That was recorded in Lambeth in 1918, and that was a turnout of 29%. I think the question, though, for all the politicians tonight is going to be, why has the turnout dropped? Who are the people who have not gone to the polls? And before the polls closed tonight, the Labour Party was still very worried about these 2 groups of people who they said that they had trouble convincing to actually go and vote. This is the young voters between 18 and 24 and women who have families. And apparently these people were saying to them, well, what's the point? There's going to be a Labour government anyway. It's not going to make that much difference to me.
Joe, that's very interesting. John, pick up. And it does sound quite convincing, that, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I mean, these turnout figures, that Riverside one is just, it's shocking, isn't it?
Well, it's like you get in local elections in a council ward where you know that, in inverted commas, a donkey can get in.
Yes, and I mean, and of course, the conclusions of this will be, oh, well, it's like America, because in America the turnout is about, I think the last turnout, 51%. Now, that's much lower, but you feel, well, if we adopt all the techniques of American campaigning, many of which we've seen in this election, if we go on that way, what America does today, we might very well do tomorrow.
Colin, if you can just come back and if we're right on the turnout figure, we are going to have this paradox of this massive landslide, but as a proportion of the voters who actually vote for this government being really very low. Can you give us a statistical possibility on that?
Well, the statistical possibility is very clear, Jonathan, that there will be more voters who decided to stay at home, sat on their sofas, if you like, than the number of people who would have voted for the Labour government, landslide or no landslide. Politicians with their Labour Party hats on, of course, will say the votes in the ballot box are what counts. We're in, we're a long way ahead of the other parties, that's very satisfactory. But I think when they get back to Whitehall and put their government hats on, they may see this as rather a more worrying trend.
John, this is going to nag away, isn't it? It has to.
It will, but I mean, one shouldn't overdo its effect in terms of the politics. I mean, these are the rules, this is the game, it's not compulsory voting. Once you get these votes in, what matters is your strength in the House of Commons and, of course, what you regard as your mandate. It was interesting, from the moment the election called, Tony Blair said, why did the election matter to him personally? And there's no question of, oh, a majority of 50 would be all right, a majority of 100 would be all right. From the very beginning, he was interested in the sense of another enormous majority. Why? Because he wanted people to then say, this is what you voted for, and also to say to his party, we're going to continue in the way I want to continue, which means in terms of the public services, much more use of the private sector. Things which might be unpalatable to many in his own party, he can now turn round and say, turnout or no, this is where the politics now are, I'm in charge, and I want to drive these things through, and I have the mandate to do it.
There are always good little moments in any election. I don't necessarily mean good little moments, but moments that always take the election by surprise. This is Orkney and Shetlands, where the count is being delayed because the plane that's being chartered to bring in the ballot boxes has been diverted because it also serves as the air ambulance in that area. So we hope that we'll hear from there at some stage. And Sean Woodward has got in at St Helens, and here is Keith Vaz in his safe seat in East Leicester, waiting to get the result. It isn't there yet. He has been hugely successful in building his vote in that constituency. He's been there for since 1987. He's built there all the way through, and it's a very safe seat. He is, of course, though, a highly controversial figure. His results in half an hour's time. Chances of him remaining as Minister, John?
I think he will no longer continue as Europe Minister. There's no doubt he'll get back to the House of Commons. Tony Blair obviously stood by him, but in private, senior Labour figures were extremely annoyed that he didn't cooperate properly with the Parliamentary Commissioner. There'll be more inquiries into his activities. He comes back to Westminster with a very uncertain future.
And I mean, there was an additional, the inquiries were continuing by the Commissioner, and then just before the election, we discovered that a house that he apparently owned, he had forgotten or omitted to tell that Commissioner, Mrs. Filkin, and that is really, if it turns out to be true, and we can't possibly prejudge it, but that is really serious.
Yes, it's really, I suppose, a test for this whole system of how do MPs control their own standards, and that even in the rules they've set, he's broken those rules, or apparently broken them, and that's what's upsetting people.
Nonetheless, as I said, he's extremely safe in that seat. And he was, of course, what must be disappointing for the Prime Minister or others who admire him is that he became the first Asian minister in a government in 1999 since 1919. And it was obviously, and he saw it as this, and many people in the Asian community, although they say, look, we just aren't interested in merely having Asian figures in government, nonetheless, it was a boost for the ethnic minority communities in this country to see someone in this prominent position. And many Asians are very frustrated, are they not, by the fact that he's been surrounded by this albatross of allegations?
It's very disappointing indeed, because, of course, for many in the Asian community, he was so good at all the things which he should have been good at. He was highly intelligent, there he was, Europe Minister, but there were flaws in his character which were exposed.
And now we were saying how badly the Conservatives are doing. We might hear a bit more of that now from Juliet Bremner, who is up there with the Conservative campaign. What are you picking up there? I guess the atmosphere is pretty gloomy, Juliet.
Yes, it is very muted in here at the moment. It started off with people being in reasonably good spirits, but I don't know if you can see behind me some of the local party activists who've gathered. We really haven't heard very much from them at all in the last 30 minutes or so. They were particularly depressed when that result came through from Torbay. That's clearly one of the seats that I think people here would have hoped to have made an impression on. And instead, of course, it went massively in the other direction. The Liberal Democrats did very well. We're just hearing a bit of laughter now in the background. Now, that's because Michael Portillo's result is being announced, and it looks as if he will probably hold on to his seat. There's a bit of cheer there. But
that was laughter of delight, at least one
that they needed to get.
It was laughter of delight. Sorry, no, so I shouldn't have interrupted. It was laughter of delight that they've got at least one powerful figure back in, even though, of course, he may be the kind of powerful figure who could cause Mr. Hague some problems.
Well, yes, absolutely, and people go very quiet whenever this question of leadership is brought up. Obviously here, William Hague is very popular. It's his seat, and they want him to continue as their leader, however badly his party might do nationally. So when Ken Clarke is asked, or when Michael Portillo is asked, well, or Michael Ancram indeed, whether they think that William Hague should continue as leader, and they're not absolutely equivocal about that, then you get a little ripple of discontent in this room, but I suppose that's to be expected, really.
Juliet, thank you very much. Well, whether or not they were cheering for Michael Portillo, in fact, the result in Kensington and Chelsea is not in, so perhaps it was just they saw him on a screen somewhere and liked the look of him, or maybe they were just cheering themselves up for some other reason, because there isn't much cheer, as one can tell, up there otherwise. Dermot Murnahan can tell us how things are now, can't you, Dermot, on your virtual UK map?
I can indeed, Jonathan. We're going to take a look here at some of the Labour heartlands. The North West, first of all, see how their share of the vote has been holding up. Now, of course, Labour heartlands, as we say, so they've got a massive share of the vote, 59.5% so far. The Conservatives on 21.6, the Lib Dems 16.3, the others 2.5 or so. Let's see the change in share, though. And there you see the Labour vote is down slightly, 2.5%. The Conservatives have gone up 1.6%, and the Lib Dems 2.1, the others down ever so slightly. So the heartland vote in the North West down slightly, as we were saying. Let's look at the North. There's a bigger fall there for the Labour Party. Bring up the share of the vote here. Again, all the seats that have declared here are Labour seats. They've got a massive share of the vote. There you are, 68.1%. The Conservatives on 15.8. The Lib Dems, 12.6. The others on 3.5. Let's see that change in share again. And there we see it. The Labour Party down 4% in the North and North East. The Conservatives up 1.4. The Lib Dems, the major beneficiaries, up 3.5. The others down 0.9. So the story of the evening beginning to be a low turnout, plus a slight fall in the Labour share in the heartlands. Not really any major beneficiaries from that, though. Jonathan.
We can now see Peter Mandelson, I think, arriving at his count in Hartlepool. Confident, I expect, that he's going to keep it, despite a battle against Arthur Scargill, who most people think won't have scored very many votes. What a character this is, John.
Yes, I think there's a sense in which he's been sort of sent to purgatory, really, that he's got to do well in Hartlepool if he's going to have any chance.
And now here we are at Sheffield Brightside for the count. This is David Blunkett's safe seat. The returning officer about to announce the result. David Blunkett, we're pretty confident, bound for the Home Office. He almost said it to us earlier. He certainly didn't deny it, and everyone assumes he's going to the Home Office. Can't quite see him there yet, but it's a rather glamorous-looking chain of office that the returning officer has.
David Baker,
let's see the result.
Being the returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Brightside constituency held on the 7th of June 2001, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Blunkett, David, the Labour Party candidate, 19,650. Firth, Alison Pamela, Liberal Democrat, 2,238. Morris, Robert Jonathan, Socialist Labour Party, 354. Souter, Mark Anthony, UK Independence Party, 348. Wilson, Brian, Socialist Alliance, 361. Wilson, Matthew George, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,601. And I do hereby declare that the said David Blunkett is duly elected.
No surprise there. David Blunkett with 19,650 votes. The Conservatives, 2,601. Liberal Democrats back in third place, 2,238. Majority of 17,049. The swing from Conservative to Labour there, 0.8%. Here comes his speech.
Brightside, who have made it possible for me to once again take my place as the representative for the constituency and hopefully later today to return to the cabinet. I'm very proud indeed to have been re-elected for Sheffield Brightside, and I want to just say what a privilege it is and how sad it is that so few people have turned out to vote. I just want to refer to that in just one moment, but I want to thank those who have taken part in the election as candidates for the way that they've conducted themselves. On a slightly lighter note, I'm very glad that Brian Wilson's wife's not going to sing anymore over the loudspeakers at the shopping centres, but on the whole, we've had a very friendly and pleasant campaign. The downside has been the number of people who've turned out. I'm very proud that the proportion of the vote for the Labour Party has gone up. I'm very proud that it looks as though we will have a bigger majority in Parliament than Margaret Thatcher in 1983, that we will have for the first time in Labour's history a full second term in government to carry through our programme. And one of the things I might do is to move a private member's bill to abolish people having pagers and mobiles.
David Blunkett objecting to the mobile phone there. He's going to enter a private member's bill. Perhaps if he is Home Secretary, as he's expected to be, he could be much more draconian even than that. He is visibly a key figure and talked about, John, as someone who could even be the next leader.
Yes, there is that talk. I mean, he is a remarkable figure. I heard a tabloid journalist the other day saying that they worked hard at one stage a few years ago to try and prove that he wasn't blind. And it was just the sense in which, how does he do it? How does he manage to cope with all this information and do it with such skill?
Absolutely phenomenal. Something else on this other story that's running through the Tories, Anne Widdecombe saying, as far as I'm concerned, William has been an excellent leader. He is staying as leader. He's a staying leader. What do you make of this?
He's a staying leader. Well, it's as if they've worked it out behind the scenes, haven't they? That they just want time for reflection. They don't want people to get into such a gloom tonight that they think that tomorrow William Hague will go. Now, the difficulty is that, of course, there are lots of Conservatives who told me before the result that if he lost seats, he would go. So we still don't know about this, whatever they're saying.
We'll be following it, John. Now for a results summary, Mary Nightingale.
Jonathan, we are still predicting a Labour landslide of huge proportions. At present, it's 189 that we're looking at. And this is based on a combination of Mori exit poll and results. We now have enough results to start forecasting on that basis as well. If we look at our map of Great Britain, you can see 118 seats have declared so far, 541 still to declare, so early days, and you can see obviously that our map is still very, very pale with just a few bits of colour in there. But to return to our House of Commons prediction now, with that predicted Labour majority of 189, that would give Labour 424, Tories 143, Lib Dems 62, and the rest on 30. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. And now we can see Tony Blair at his count in Sedgefield, getting very close, I guess, to the result. Tony Blair, we're talking now prediction, John, of 191. It's edging up, a prediction of 191 majority. He, of course, will wait until he is far more certain of the real result before he'll have enough faith in that.
Yes, it's interesting that David Blunkett there was comparing them with Margaret Thatcher in 1983, but she then had a majority of 144. So it's much, much lower. They've done much better than her, and that's why you can see this is an astonishing result, and it's not surprising. Tony Blair at least is smiling broadly and looks genuinely happy. Tired but happy.
And doesn't know perhaps how awful the turnout is in some of these places. I noted that in David Blunkett's seat, the turnout was only 46.7, and that's below 50% in Sheffield Brightside. Okay, a safe seat. It'll be very interesting to see what Tony Blair manages in terms of turnout here.
I think one of the reasons of it too, and obviously what they will think about, is this question of delivery, that for many of those people...
And now Portsmouth South's result. This is a Liberal Democrat gain at the last election.
This is the election for the Portsmouth South constituency. As returning officer, I give notice that the number of votes for each candidate was as follows. Michael Thomas Hancock, Liberal Democrat, 17,490. Graham Philip Heaney, the Labour Party candidate, 9,361. Jonathan Christopher Molyneux, Socialist Alliance, 647. Michael Norman Allen Tarrant, UK Independence Party, 321. And Philip Henry Waugh, the Conservative Party candidate, 11,396. And I declare that Michael Thomas Hancock.
So there's the result. Michael Hancock, who's fought this seat 5 times, is in there again, stayed there, increased his majority, 17,490. The Conservatives in second place, 11,396. Labour on 9,361. A majority of over 6,000. The swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrat, 3.6%. So there's the share of the vote, 44.6 for the Liberal Democrats, 29.1 for the Conservatives. And the change in the share of the votes, really encouraging news here for the Liberal Democrats, up by 5.1%, the Conservatives down 2.1%, Labour 1.4. So there is the result of that, another Liberal Democrat strong result there. Colin, this is looking good for our prediction for the Liberal Democrats, which I think is now at 62 seats in this Parliament.
It certainly is, Jonathan. This was a seat that they won in 1997 with a reasonable majority. I think they would have been confident of hanging on, but they have increased that, as you were saying, and the interesting thing about it is that it hasn't simply been tactical voting. The Labour vote is down a little, but the Conservative vote is down as well. And in a seat where the referendum party got over 3% of the vote in 1997, UKIP have fallen away to nowhere. But instead, as was expected, that a lot of that vote would go back to the Conservatives, it hasn't really done so. So even in places like that, the Conservatives are doing no better than in 1997, and in Portsmouth South worse.
And just one more thing, Colin. With the 100 results or more now in, and the turnout an average of 13% down, it's less than 60%, is that looking now as if it's going to be there throughout the night at that level?
I would still be a little cautious about that. Remember that a lot of England today, everywhere that still has a 2-tier system of local government, has county council elections. They won't count till later because the local votes and the general votes have to be separated. They tend to be in the more rural and suburban areas where turnout is traditionally higher. It will have dropped there, but probably perhaps by not to the same degree. And so I think we may still hit the 60 mark overall.
Thank you. The big story of the night, of course, though, it is a Labour landslide, predicting majority now. It's moving around a little bit all the time. Majority of 185, and a disaster for the Conservatives with, 146 seats at the moment in the next Parliament. And now we can see Blair, who is in his... There he is. He looks like he's getting some money. Oh, I know what he's doing. It is whichever monster raving kind of party that is, he's getting some fake, very valuable money, but enjoying it. I expect it's saved some special currency, don't you, John?
Yes, I think that he's prepared to put up with anything now. I suspect that the mood is beginning to rise now, the sense of we've done it, we've done it. So you can just see it there. And Cherie Blair, she's enjoyed the campaign. She told me she was enjoying it and perfectly happy about following him around.
Yeah,
her legal work didn't, in fact, clash with
I was
what
going to
she
say,
was
they
doing.
said she was always going to be doing her legal work. She got out an awful lot, in fact.
Yes, it was sort of, I don't know, their holidays or something. There was some strange business in the law where you don't work for certain times.
Oh, that's lawyers. Let's go now, though, to Dermot in his virtual battleground. Dermot.
Jonathan, thanks a lot. Yes, the scale of the impending Conservative defeat beginning to come clear on my battleground. These, the Labour seats that the Tories had to start winning this evening. They were all Labour after 1997, remember. Well, those that have declared so far have stayed with the Labour Party. Let's take a closer look at a few of them. Here we have Putney here. Putney, remember that from 1997, lost by David Mellor, Sir James Goldsmith, making a lot of noise, of course, at that declaration. Well, that stayed with the Labour Party. Another one up here we saw declare. Key marginal, of course. The Conservatives had to start winning seats like this back. Birmingham, Edgbaston, Giegler Stewart back there. No change at all in any of the seats so far declared. One, just to remember, that has declared, a key seat, we mentioned it to you earlier in the evening, Wirral South here. That would have represented, if all the seats up to this point had turned blue, and that one as well, William Hague would have achieved a hung parliament. Must seem a bit of a distant dream now, though. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Dermot. Now, with the results now in so far, the Conservatives have won their first seat of the night. That's because the Conservative seats tend to come in slightly more belatedly. That seat is Robert Symes, who's held on in Poole. Now, have a look there. Remember the margin that Labour has to reach formally to be announced as the next government is 330. They're on 121. That one seat I just referred to puts the Conservatives on 1. Liberal Democrats have already got 7 in there. But it is a fantastic... I mean, people said, oh, yeah, this result, we knew what was going to happen. But what's happening inside this result is really quite extraordinary. And we're going up to Oldham now, where apparently there are significant problems here. This is the seat, of course... This is the seat here where there was a lot of problem of racism there, and there is, I can see there, a sense of anxiety. I'm told that there have been some police officers in there. The British National Party, BNP, is running in this seat. I'm not quite sure what the gag represents. It may be a reference to the fact that the council has said that they don't want any speeches afterwards. There is Michael Meacher behind there. He will be very concerned about this indeed. It's a safe seat for him, but he will be very concerned by this behaviour. We will be back there for the declaration. But it's a measure of just how uncomfortable the race issue is. All the politicians in the run-up to this election said whatever their views might be on the issue of asylum or on the issue of immigration, they were not going to talk about race. Here is Estelle Morris. Estelle Morris, we've just to ask you to pick up on this, we've just been looking at Oldham and some really not very attractive scenes there. It is a big problem, the question of race, is it not?
Well, it's one that ought to be discussed, but I'm sorry to see what's going on in Oldham. That's not happening in other counts, and clearly from where I am in Birmingham, I think you have more chance of making that analysis. So I think that it's something that I ought not to talk about.
Absolutely.
But I very much hope that the Oldham count will go on properly, and then in due course we will have the declaration and all will be well.
Absolutely. Estelle Morris, your boss, Mr. Blunkett, was saying that he was really worried for you. He was desperately keen that you should hold on. Do you reckon you are going to hold on?
Well, our result has just been announced, yes, and we have held on. It was a 2,500 majority to the Labour Party, so I can assure my boss that I have been returned, yes.
You've been a very good junior to him. You've done your duty and held on. Well done. And so you've got you've actually, it's called a marginal seat, but actually you're quite safely in there now.
Well, it's a seat that you always have to fight hard, as every seat should be fight hard. No vote is ever taken for granted. And I think politics here in Birmingham Yardley is interesting, and I'm delighted to have been elected as the Labour MP for the constituency, as I say, for the 3rd time this evening.
A couple of points for you. First, you obviously enjoy being in the department that you're in at education. Would you like to be Secretary of State if that offer came your way by any chance?
I think honestly, Jonathan, what I've noticed over the last few weeks is that you commentators tended to have had more time to think about that than us politicians. And for the last 4 weeks, I've been fighting the campaign in Yardley. My whole mind was focused on winning today. That's been done. And now I look forward to being a Labour Member of Parliament in the new Parliament. And that's it as far as I'm concerned. We shall see what happens.
So, Estelle, if you don't get it, you'll be able to tell us we're all wrong. And if you do get it, we'll be able to tell you that we was right.
Well, I suppose to some extent, one of the respite from the last 4 weeks campaigning is to hear what you've been commenting on at the end of the day in the newspapers. But it's been interesting reading. But I think that what we're about tonight is to celebrate the return of a Labour government. I'm delighted that whoever our education ministers in the Department for Education, that they will now be able to carry on the very good work that was started by David Blunkett and really make sure that we take that raising of standards, not only in primary but into secondary as well.
Estelle Morris, thank you very much indeed. She's a relatively new Member of Parliament, but she hasn't half acquired the skills. She didn't give a thing away there.
She didn't give a thing away, but remember, she's the School Standards Minister, and if you consider Labour's problem now, I know it may seem odd to talk about Labour's problem, but their main difficulty is can they deliver within the next 4 years. Now, we all know how long it takes to turn things round. We know how long Tony Blair sort of suddenly found himself talking about the scars on his back because of the difficulty of changing the public services. So the importance of someone like Estelle Morris is she now knows the department well, she can get down to it straight away, and that's one of the reasons why she's being tipped for that job as Education Secretary.
We can't quite second-guess that, but she is being very strongly tipped. The question, you were touching on the problems. I mean, there is this commitment to get more teachers, more teachers. We've heard the teaching profession being very, very angry, booing David Blunkett, being pretty unfriendly even to Estelle Morris, saying, you are making our life hell. There's red tape all over the place. There's a shortage of teachers. We can't deliver what you're asking us to deliver. That, again, we talked about the public services in general. It's absolutely critical for the reputation, if not the ability of the Labour government to be returned another time after this.
I think that's what the experts are saying, not only about education, but in all the areas of public service where the promises are now being piled one on top of each other, the sense in which some of these problems are still very deep-seated. It does take 7 years to train a doctor. It does take a long time to train more teachers. And really, what you've got is a window, perhaps, of 2 years in which this new Labour government is going to have to act to show people that they'll be able to look back in 4 years' time with a proper record and say, all right, we lived up to your expectations. This is the second time, remember, that Tony Blair's raised expectations to these extraordinary high levels. That was before the last election, and there was then disappointment, and this is now the second chance.
And now we've got another interesting thing happening in Guildford, which has always been a Conservative seat. There's actually a recount in Guildford where the Liberal Democrats are said to be challenging very hard. In 1997, all the seats in Surrey were held by the Conservatives. It could be that Liberal Democrats might be offering a little bit of an upset there. And in Scotland, one of the seats that the Conservatives might have wished to get back, it was one of the marginal seats that they lost in 1997, Eastwood, that has been held by Labour, and the Scottish Conservative chairman there, Raymond Robertson, has been defeated. Bob Worcester, you've been patiently there looking through everything that we're getting in. What's the most important thing that you can add to what we've been saying?
I don't know that I can add very much, but the Liberal Democrats have done even better than we expected, and we did think they were going to have a very good night indeed.
I was going to say, so far we're pretty well on target for what your poll was saying. We're not far away at all, are we?
I'm pleased to say that's the case. The results have edged up, as we thought they might, to the high area of the range that I originally suggested.
Bob, we've also been talking about this low turnout. Now, there's been a lot of suggestions that this is because people are alienated, bored, don't care about the issues, particularly young people. What does your polling tell us about that, if anything?
Well, quite a lot. I've said that grey power is the key to this election because they're 4 times the voting weight of the young people. The over 65s, there are twice as many of them nearly, and they're more than twice as likely to vote as the under 25s. And I think this has had a powerful impact. As I said before, I also think there's been a powerful impact on the question of the abstentions of old Labour voters who have been seen by the swings to Conservative, a point or two is all, in safe Labour seats, whereas when the marginals come in, there is a bigger swing to Labour.
There's a curious thing during the campaign, Bob, that people said, oh, it's a boring campaign. It's all manufactured. They're going around, organised, controlled, and it is dreary. But at the same time, there were endless debates on radio and television where people were participating actively and they appeared to be really interested in the issues. Now, that apparent mismatch, do the polls illuminate that at all?
They do indeed. Our poll for the Times last week said that compared to 1997, interest in the election was actually up 6%. Interest in politicians' speeches was up 6%. Interest in party election broadcast, would you believe, is up 3% from last time, and interest in opinion polls is up 2%. And when the public are engaged, then you get excitement. But when you have pundit talking to pundit, as so often the case, they talk about how bored they are.
Bob, thank you very much. There's a little bit of pundit-to-pundit talk going on now, but we can't avoid that, I'm afraid. I think we'll be able to go up to Oldham in just a moment, where we can see, no, not Oldham, but to Sedgefield, where Tony Blair, of course, is waiting for his account. No, we go back to Oldham now, and here is the Oldham count, just about to be announced.
At the election was as follows. Healy, Craig, Conservative candidate, 7304. Little, Barbara Ann, UK Independence Party, 677. Sykes, Howard David, Liberal Democrat, 14811. Tracy Michael, British National Party, 5091. Wallace Philip James, Labour Party candidate, 17537. And I do...
You can see there the individuals wearing silence for telling the truth. They, I presume, are the BNP at the bottom there, who got 5091. We'll see whether that is the case. Anyway, Labour is back there, 17,307. Liberal Democrats in second place, 14,811. The Conservatives in third place. A majority there of 2,726, and a swing there from Labour, a tiny swing of 0.1 for Liberal Democrats. The share of the vote now, Labour 38.6, Liberal Democrats 32.6, Conservatives on 16.1, and the others 12.7. Now, here is the change in the share of the vote. Labour down 3%, Liberal Democrats down 2.8, Conservatives down 3.6, the others up 9.5. Colin Rallings, I guess that others does refer to the British BNP, the British National Party. Mercifully, things look to be, at the moment, pretty calm at the count itself, but that is the BNP vote, isn't it?
I think so, Jonathan. It looks as if they've come in a strong fourth place in Oldham East, vote of just over 5,000. And of course, it was the neighbouring constituency, Oldham West, where the troubles were concentrated, so we'll be interested to see what the result is there. But all the parties, all the major parties seem to have lost votes, and the BNP have, as I say, a strong fourth place.
Thank you very much. John, this issue of race, I was touching on it earlier and saying that all the politicians decided that race had to be kept out of this election. Is it because they fear that if you say anything about the immigration issue, that it inflames hostilities? Is that what the politicians were saying to you in the campaign?
Yes, I mean, obviously they wanted to make sure on all sides that there was a proper discussion, particularly about asylum seekers, because that clearly can be discussed in terms of administration and does it work, is it not working? And there was an enormous determination, I think, for everyone involved to make sure that issue could be discussed. But obviously not at the same time hoping that this would start to become a race issue, because it's very difficult, particularly in areas we've seen there. And those gags are obviously because the local authority and the police have decided they shouldn't make speeches at the count, and that's why we're seeing people with gags on, because I suppose the biggest danger for politics is if people think these issues can't be discussed. It gives power to those sorts of people, because it looks bad if they're gagged as they are there.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at Sedgefield now, where Tony Blair's still waiting to hear his count. It must be getting quite close to that moment. All the photographers there, some of the supporters, no doubt about the fact that Tony Blair is going to win with a very large majority. But still, it is a big moment when he does win, and of course he will speak after that in his acceptance speech, and what he has to say may give us a strong sense of how he feels, John.
I think he will certainly make sure that this is, as it were, the first speech of his second government, and I think we would expect something quite substantial from him. We may not hear from him again, you see, until the reshuffle takes place, so the sense in which the work goes on and what he's going to do and the tone he wants to see, I think we've already seen it, frankly.
Although we might hear from him in the Trindam Labour Club when he gets back there, speaking to his...
So we might, yes, we might get, as it were, two speeches of that kind, but this is what he'll want to do, to set the tone in these speeches to what happens now, from now on.
Can't see him at the moment in that melee, but worth remembering that he was the 5th Labour Prime Minister when he became Prime Minister in 1997, and the youngest Prime Minister since 1812. He's still one of the very much younger ones, because he's only 4 years older than he was there. So
he was 43 then.
He's no longer the new kid on the block, but he's not exactly an old man, is he?
No, but he's also father of 4 now, so he's done, done quite a few things in the last 4 years.
What do you make all this rumour about whether he would stay on or not? Well, we're waiting to see whether we're going to get the result very soon. It looks a little bit quiet to me at the moment. All the rumour about he would or he wouldn't stand down, there was or there wasn't a deal with Gordon Brown. What's your take on that?
It's very intriguing. There are people who claim to know who say a deal was made, whereby he would go into this second term, and then after 2 years he would hand over to Gordon Brown, and that was the original deal. Well, if that was the deal, maybe it's one of those terrible moments of conscience where you have to break it, where you simply can't accept. If the deal was made between the two of them in complete private, can he be held to that deal? And I suppose you would say, well, in politics, it's a rough trade. Some deals, even if they are made sincerely at the time, in private, have to be broken.
Yeah,
I just simply, nobody really knows. It's only 2 people do know.
Someone who was very close to Gordon Brown said, but before I tell you that anecdote, let's go and see Oldham West, where we can see the result in Oldham West. Here is the result. There is the majority in Oldham West, that is, not Oldham East, which we were looking at before. This is Oldham West, majority of 13,365 for Michael Meacher on 20,441, Conservatives back on 7,000. The BNP there, though, very close behind the Conservatives, not far away from being in second place on 6,552. The swing from Labour to Conservative of 1%. Let's have a look at the share of the vote, if we can. Share of the vote coming out. If not, we'll get it in a moment. No, this is the Green Party on 918, not Michael Meacher, who is the winner there. Here's the share, 51%, just over 51% for Labour, Conservative on 17.7, but the BNP on 16.4. Let's have a look at the change in the share of the vote, particularly between Conservative and BNP, if we can see that change. Yeah, you see the Conservatives down 5.7, Labour down 7.6, and the BNP up 16.4. So there we are, not an encouraging result there. Anne Widdecombe is there in her seat. Anne Widdecombe, thank you for joining us. Do you reckon that the result that we're projecting, Conservatives 146 seats, a Labour majority of around 185, reflects the likely reality?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to accept or reject any projections until I actually know what the reality is and we've got the results. What I do know is that William Hague fought a very brave and a very hard campaign, and I believe that we have raised issues of immense importance to the future of Britain, and I think that we did our best.
Messrs Portillo and Clark have already said to us in this programme that while they don't necessarily accept the exit poll, they assume that there is going to be a large majority for Labour. Do you agree with both those two?
Well, it certainly doesn't look as if we're the front runners from what I've been seeing so far. But as I say, I'll wait to accept the result when I see what it is. Whatever the result is, I think that we fought a campaign that did concentrate on some issues, such as the future of this country in Europe, which are of immense importance.
Anne Widdecombe, thank you very much for joining us. Now up to Sedgefield, where we can see the returning officer is getting them all in line, and we will soon have the Sedgefield count. A whole range of candidates there, as you inevitably get when it's a high-profile seat like this seat. Tony Blair waiting. We are very confident to hear that he has won. The returning officer about to tell us.
I'll now announce the result of the parliamentary election for the Sedgefield constituency. I, Norman Vaux, the acting returning officer for the Sedgefield constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election is as follows. Anthony Charles Linton Blair, 26,110. John Douglas Wilson Carswell, 8,397. Christopher Anthony Peter Driver, 375. Andrew John Richard Duffield, 3,624. Brian Gibson, 518. Helen John, 260. Andrew Spence, 974. And that Anthony Charles Linton Blair has been duly elected to serve as member for the Sedgefield constituency.
So here is the result. Tony Blair for the Labour Party, 26,110 votes. The Conservatives, 8,397. Liberal Democrats in third place with 3,624. And the UK Independence Party, 974. A majority for Tony Blair of 17,713. And a swing there from Labour to Conservative of 4.1%. Let's have a look at the share of the vote. Labour 64.9, Conservatives 20.9, Lib Dems on 9. Here is his
all the work that you've done in organising the election. Can I thank all those who've manned the polling stations and organised the count so well and so efficiently this evening as always. And can I thank particularly the police and the other public servants who've had to stage the security and all the organisation that goes along with the count here tonight. I really am most grateful to you for the way that you have not just conducted the organisation, but made things so easy for people here. And of course, above all, I would like to thank my constituents, the people of Sedgefield, who've returned me yet again as the Member of Parliament for the Sedgefield constituency. It is a huge privilege to serve them, and I never forget that this is where everything that I've done in politics has begun. I would also, if I may, thank the British people too. There is no greater honour than to serve you as Prime Minister, and you have given us tonight an historic moment for the Labour Party. For tonight, the Labour Party, for the first time in our 100 years of our history, looks as if we may be on the verge of a second successive full term of office. And that is an extraordinary thing. It's what we've always worked for, and we worked for it not because simply to be in office itself, but because we always knew that in order to complete the work that we began, it would take more than one term of office to do so. Neither 4 years ago in 1997, nor today, is any majority a reason to do the job quickly, but to do it properly, in a way that makes sure that the change that we bring about in our society lasts. And 4 years ago, we were elected as a government amid some euphoria after 18 years of Conservative government. Tonight we've been re-elected, I believe, on the basis of the results so far. There is every chance of that. And indeed, already there have been some extraordinary and good results around the country. The judgment may be a more sober one and the mood is different. But I believe it is a more reasoned judgment as well, because it is based on a record in office. And I hope that over these past 4 years, we can indeed take pride in what we have done, though we must have absolute humility in the amount we still have to do. I believe also that this country is a better country today than in 1997. And I believe that 5 years from now, it will be a better country than today. But wherever I've been over the past few weeks in the course of this campaign, I've also met people for whom change has not yet happened, whose daily lives are a struggle, who still look to us to do far more for them. And that is the expectation we must now live up to. A lot done, a lot to do. And the work that we need to continue is very clear. To continue with that strong economy, but make sure that we are equipping our people and our industry for an entirely new economic world of global competition and ever-changing technology, in which skills and education will be paramount. To make sure that we invest in and also change and reform our public services, most particularly our education, our National Health Service, our transport system. To make sure, too, that we are reforming our criminal justice system so that the criminal is punished, but also offered chance of rehabilitation. And to remove social exclusion and combat poverty. Perhaps above all else, to make sure that we offer life chances not just to a few people at the top, but to everyone to make the most of their God-given talent and ability. And if we are, as I hope, this night, re-elected and re-elected well, then I think there is a reason, a profound reason, why people have chosen once again this government and this Labour Party. It is because we have the courage to change ourselves, to offer a different political choice to people, to say to the people of this country, you can have a political party that will run the economy well, work with business, but still pursue the goals of social justice and opportunity for all. We can have a politics in which head and heart are married together, in which ambition and compassion lie easily with one another. So, I've no doubt at all that if we are re-elected this evening, the message from the British people is clear. They agree with the direction in which we take this country, but they want us to get on with the journey, and they want us to live up to the expectations vested in us. That is a challenge that I relish. Thank you.
So there, the Prime Minister, in relatively sober mood in comparison with last time. He touched on it himself. He thanked the British people for providing an historic moment, as he put it, for the Labour Party, what we've always worked for, on the verge of a second successive government. Time now, he says, to do the job properly. He said there was some euphoria last time around. The judgment now of the electorate, more sober and more reasoned, pointing out, too, that there are still many people who he described whose daily lives are a struggle. There is a lot to do, he said in that phrase he's used before, a lot done, a lot to do. He talked briefly about the new global economy, about public services, and a profound reason, he said, that the people had chosen a Labour government this time round was they'd had the courage, the Labour Party, to change themselves. Now head and heart could go together. John, it was a very downbeat, as you had indicated, a very sober, now we've got to carry on with business, no euphoria, let's do the job.
Yes, and I think also what I was saying before about this is the first speech of the second term in office, but also there is a hint there, isn't there, of what I called, is this what we can say is the beginning of Blairism, making it quite clear that there has been this change. Why? Because we have the courage to change ourselves, that we can have head and heart working together, that you can work well with business, but you can also be concerned about social justice. Now that really is something that Tony Blair would like, although perhaps he wouldn't use the phrase, but he would like to think that is Blairism, and now he can get on with that, as well as get on with the practical problems that he's talked about.
There's a very interesting analysis here that Labour are doing better proportionately in those seats that they won for the first time in 1997 than in their old heartland seats, which is perhaps not totally surprising given the shift of Labour. Now, if you look here, you see Labour is well over halfway now towards the 330 seats they need formally to form a government. Tony Blair's already made it pretty clear that he knows he's won. Conservatives so far got 3 in. That will rise substantially. Liberal Democrats 13 and the rest on 2. So that's the tally there of where we are at the moment at this point in the evening. We are predicting now a Labour majority at this very moment. It's still shifting, as I've made clear all the way through, a Labour majority of 179, exactly the same, if it turns out to be true, as they had 4 years ago. John?
Yes, but don't think that that's therefore sort of easy. No change does not mean easy. No change is still an incredible result. Going back to Tony Blair there and what he's thinking about, it's interesting, isn't it? The first 4 years, he does certain things. The second 4 years, he knows this is where it's his place in history. And the sense in which he now realizes that before long, people will look back on the Blair period and say, what was it all about? Do you remember with Bill Clinton, when he finished office after 8 years, and people came to the conclusion, or many people did, what was it all about? Not very much. I think Tony Blair is acutely aware of that, and what he's setting out here is very much his determination to complete a task, to complete the project, so that people will regard this as a period that really mattered, like the Thatcher period.
Just one result coming in now, that the Conservatives have won another seat. They've gained a seat, that is, in Tatton. Would seem dramatic given the results, except, of course, that was the seat that Martin Bell won in the 97 election, said that he wouldn't stay, and in fact has gone down to Essex to fight a seat down there, and the Conservatives have regained Tatton. Now to Mary Nightingale for a results summary. Mary.
More detail on some of these for you, Jonathan. And we start with St Helens South, a Labour hold. Now, this was a safe Labour seat, still is. Sean Woodward, though, slightly controversial candidate, was standing here. Woodward defected, of course, from the Tories to Labour in December 1999 and was allegedly parachuted in here by Millbank back in May. Now, he faced the Socialist Alliance and Socialist Labour Party. Socialist Alliance actually held their deposit, but the Labour majority has dropped by 20%. You can see there was a swing from Labour to the Lib Dems of 14.3%, an enormous swing there. Next, the first Labour gain of the night, Ynysmon, which was called Anglesey before 1983. Now, Plaid Cymru lost this now to Labour. Their leader, Ieuan Wyn Jones, was retiring as an MP here. He's going to join the Welsh Assembly. The candidate who took over from him has been defeated by Labour, a majority of 800 there. Swing from Plaid Cymru to Labour of 4.3%. Birmingham Yardley. Now, we saw Estelle Morris a little earlier on. Labour have held on there with a majority of 2,578. She, of course, tipped to be David Blunkett's replacement as Education Secretary, a swing, though, from Labour to the Lib Dems of 2.7%. Eastwood, now this was the #1 target for the Conservatives in Scotland, but Labour have held on here too. Majority of 9,141. Big swing from Conservatives to Labour of 6.4%. This is the biggest swing to Labour of the night so far. And Battersea, Labour have held on here too, with a majority of 5,053. Surprise 1997 gain for Labour by the journalist Martin Linton, who has held on here. Swing Conservative to Labour of 1.2%. Jonathan.
Thank you, Marion. Earlier in the evening, I was talking to Katie Durham, who was then in Edinburgh on her way south down to this studio sometime later this morning. She's now in Manchester. So over to you, Katie, in Manchester.
Jonathan, nobody said this was going to be simple. We're here a little bit late, but we're at the GMEX Centre in Manchester. 5 counts have gone on. The 5th declaration is just taking place behind me. We are, as I say, a wee bit behind schedule. There was a problem with a plane, then there was a problem with a helicopter, then we got another plane, but we are here. And as I say, it's in the Labour stronghold of Manchester, where obviously much atmosphere, much excitement all evening as these declarations have been going on. Now, I'm joined by a number of new voters, young people who've enjoyed this for the first time. Sian, Claire, Catherine, what's the evening been like?
It's been quite an exciting experience, but we're just here in support of our friend who's standing for the Pro-Life Alliance.
Now, do you know how she's done yet?
Oh, we don't know, no. We just heard her in the background then, but I don't know what she said.
Now, as first-time voters, Sian, what's the campaign been like for you?
Well, it's been quite poor, actually, on campus. And I think all over the country, I mean, just by the fact that so many voters haven't voted, basically. You've had the opportunity and they haven't done it, so I think...
Now, Catherine, you've got Socialist Alliance stickers on, so how has the evening been for you?
I think we've done quite well. I haven't heard all the announcements, but we had a really good campaign. We're out on the streets, people are really supportive, so it's been great for us, basically.
Now, how do you think the evening here could have been improved upon? Come on, you all expected to be a part, and you were admitting to me earlier it hadn't been the most riotous evening. So next time, what are you hoping to happen?
I'd like to see, obviously like to see more people vote. It's a shame that less than 50% of the population actually turned out. I'd also like to see a proper alternative. There's no alternative vote for the Liberal Conservative. I think that's why people haven't turned out. So hopefully it'll be more exciting next time.
Catherine, Claire, Sian, thank you very much indeed. Now, Jonathan, our journey isn't over, as you well know. Now, we're going to go to a hopefully trusty helicopter, get to Birmingham. We'll speak to you in, I hope, about an hour and a half time.
Look forward to it, Katie. Good flying. Now, with the results pouring in, you can see up on the tally here in just a moment, Labour's now with 204 on the way to the 330 target. Conservatives still got 4, Liberal Democrats on 13. And to see where we are in terms of the national share of the votes so far, Dermot Monaghan has his virtual share machine.
So to speak, Jonathan. Yes, Katie's been flying over the country. I find it much easier to walk myself. Here I am, bestriding the country. We're going to look at the national share of the vote here, and as expected, Labour have a huge share. Most of their seats declared so far have been those urban seats. They are their heartland seats, of course, so they've got this big share, 53.7%. The Conservative Party on 20.9, Lib Dems 16.5, and the others on nearly 9%. Let's look then at the change in share from 1997. And the Labour Party, as we can see there, are down 3%. But that's falling in their heartland seats. They're not losing any seats. They're winning those key marginals, as we saw earlier on my battleground, the seats that they need to hold on to. The Conservatives are up ever so slightly. The Lib Dems could be the major gainers of the evening. They're up 2.6%. Jonathan.
Dermot, thank you very much. Just seen that Ian Duncan-Smith, who is the Shadow Defence Secretary, is back in his seat in Chingford and Woodford Green, and his share of the vote is a little bit up. If there is to be a leadership challenge, he's thought to be maybe one of the contenders. Another result we saw, which I just touched on very briefly, is St Helens South, where Sean Woodward, who decamped from the Tories and was parachuted in there, is back in that seat. But I noticed, John, that there was also a surge in the Liberal Democrat support there.
Yes, and a much reduced majority. Sean Woodward, an unlikely character to be in that particular seat, St Helens South. It's a bit like Alistair Campbell, I suppose, switching to the Tories.
And there we see the man who is glad to have Sean Woodward's support. There, Tony Blair, knowing that Sean Woodward is in, maybe destined for higher things. You never know. Thanking, though, here his supporters, as we were saying before, this man, and he touched on it himself, what we have been working for is a second government so that we can do what we wanted to achieve. John, it is a lot to achieve, but it's also going to be extremely difficult now to imagine how he, if he wants to, can't stay on into the indefinite future.
Yes, I mean, people said that William Hague had a two-term strategy, you know, that he wouldn't win this election, but he would win the next election. Now it looks as if the Tories' best hope is a three-term strategy, and that puts Tony Blair in an extraordinary position. The interesting thing, I think, will be the extent to which he's now under pressure to go for a referendum on the single currency. And that's where this may be a sort of double-edged blessing for him now. People will say, with that big majority again, you can do what you want.
And there you can see him there with his family, kissing his family, really happy man. He does look, I thought when he was speaking, really tired. But here he is kissing family, kissing friends, in fact, kissing anyone who's in the way, because he's a happy man, and they're all happy to see him with this astonishing result, because it's easy to underestimate. I mean, we're predicting now he's got a majority of about 177. This is an astonishing outcome. It has not been achieved before. John?
I think also, remember, it's the extent to which no excuses. No
and here's
excuses
the
are the problem.
Hartlepool result. His friend and ally, but out of the cabinet, will know how he's done, Peter Mandelson.
The result of this election. Councillor Faraday.
I, Douglas Faraday, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Hartlepool constituency held on Thursday the 7th of June 2001, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Nigel Frederick Harrison Body,
Liberal Democratic Party,
5,717. John Richard Booth,
Independent,
424. Ian John Henry Cameron,
Independent,
557. Peter Benjamin Mandelson,
Labour Party,
22,500. $22,506. Augustine Alberto Robinson, 7,935. Arthur Scargill,
Socialist Labour,
912. The total number of votes rejected was 53, and I do declare that the said
there is
Peter
the result.
Benjamin
For Labour, 22,506. Mandelson's held on Peter Mandelson very easily. The Conservatives, long way back, 7,900. Liberal Democrats after that, and Socialist Labour Party, Scargill, Mr. Scargill's party, a mere 912 votes. That shows the change from New Labour to Old Labour as clearly as you might want to see. The majority, 14,571, a swing from Labour to Conservative of 0.5. And I expect we can hear Peter Mandelson now, who must be about to speak.
Mr. Mayor, in politics, as in life, you have bad days and you have good days. And I think today has been a good day. I am very proud to have been re-elected as the Member of Parliament for Hartlepool, revalidated by my constituents and given a vote of confidence by them. And I am determined to represent them in Parliament as effectively as I possibly can for years to come, standing up for their interests and speaking up for everything they want and aspire to. I will too continue to represent those concerns I believe in social justice, in liberty, in equality, and a strong voice for Britain in Europe. I am grateful to Hartlepool for putting me back on the political map. Before this campaign started, it was said that I was facing political oblivion, my career in tatters, apparently never to be part of the political living again. Well, they underestimated Hartlepool, and they underestimated me because I am a fighter and not a quitter. My political opponents can have their pound of flesh, and they do, but they will never eat in to the core of my beliefs, what I stand for, what I have done in politics, and what remains to do, and that is the inner steel in me. I have fought to change my party, to create across the country tonight the historic success that the Labour Party enjoys. For the first time, a fully two-term Labour administration. And therefore, for the first time in our party's history, now at long last, the natural party of government in our country. And I have fought the Tories and their allies, and I have helped make what New Labour represents in politics today. And I have fought successfully today to secure my political base in this great town of Hartlepool. And what a political contest we have had in Hartlepool. It was to hear that Arthur Scargill, that great titan of old Labour, now ex-Labour, came to bury New Labour in a traditional northern working class town, and he lost, and lost badly, because the people have spoken very loudly and very clearly in this constituency. New Labour can no longer be accused of being a metropolitan sect, because we are now the popular, progressive political choice for all the people of the United Kingdom. And so it remains for me tonight to thank all those who have made the election in our town what it has been. I thank my fellow candidates for their conduct of this campaign. I wish to say to my Liberal Democrat opponent in particular, all success in his future political career.
That was an extraordinary speech, a really passionate speech from Peter Mandelson, who normally keeps his feelings so far beneath the surface. Bad days and good days, he said. And he then said, with a touch of real bitterness against some of his critics, they said I was facing political oblivion, that my career was in tatters. They underestimated the voters in Hartlepool, and they underestimated me. I am a fighter, not a quitter, he said, and I have inner steel. And he went on in that mode, and then with real delight, toughness as well, appeared to say, John, I played a major part in creating this, and he was dancing effectively on the political grave of Arthur Scargill at the same time. It was a remarkable speech for an acceptance speech.
It was. He was doing all that you say, but also, remember, there's real steel here, because what he's referring to is the way that there were people inside number 10 who, when he was forced out by the Prime Minister and forced to resign again, said, oh, well, this is the end now, and they didn't think that he would stand again. He certainly wasn't going to go back in the cabinet. He wouldn't be playing a frontline role in this campaign. And the bitterness there is very, very sharp. They underestimated me. Well, who are the they? They are right in the centre of power in this government. So it's sort of really quite breathtaking stuff.
It's a real challenge to them. He said, I've been revalidated. Is he saying, do you think, I may not be able to get back into the cabinet because you can't do it third time, but I'm going to be a really big figure? Or alternatively, is he saying, I want back in?
I think he's saying a number of things. He's saying, first of all, I have secured my political base, meaning you've got to consider me as a factor, coupled with the strong assertion that he was one of the great architects of New Labour. And I particularly enjoyed his stuff about this isn't just a matter of the metropolitan elite anymore, we are now the popular choice for the nation at large. So it was an extremely articulate defence of Peter Benjamin Mandelson, as we now learn to call him, and I think people will think that's one of the most striking political speeches of the night.
Absolutely, and it has to be said, he is now, again, without any doubt, a force to reckon with in politics in this country. Just have a quick look there at the tally. Labour on 235 now, Conservatives on 12. This, remember, are the votes in so far, but Labour rapidly advancing towards the 330 winning post that formally says they are a new government. We're waiting to go very soon to Kensington and Chelsea, where Michael Portillo is going to expect to hold on to his seat. There's the stage there in the town hall in Kensington and Chelsea. Returning officer, here come the candidates slowly working their way up, the Labour candidate there, and there you can see Michael Portillo on the right as you look. He's going to look very different tonight than he looked in 1997. You remember those images from Enfield Southgate when he was ousted by Stephen Twigg. He got back in here in 1999 in the by-election there after Alan Clark died. He's totally safe in here. Here we will find out that he is.
I, the undersigned, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Kensington and Chelsea constituency, held on the 7th day of June 2001, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Crabbe, Ginger, 100. Faulkner, Kishwa,
Liberal Democrat.
4,416. Hockney, Nicholas Richard Alexander Damien,
UK Independence Party.
416. Portillo, Michael Denzil Xavier,
The Conservative Party.
15,270. Quintavalle, Josephine Mary,
Pro-Life Alliance.
179. Stanley, Simon Hugh Francis,
The Labour Party.
6,499. Stevenson, Julia Caroline,
Green Party.
1,158. I do hereby declare that the said Michael...
So Michael Portillo, 15,270. Labour on 6,499. Liberal Democrats on just under 4,500. The majority there, 8,771, but a swing from Labour to Conservative there of 2.8. Michael Portillo now making an acceptance speech.
Your Worship, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank the returning officer, the staff, the police, and everyone else involved in the arrangements for today's election and count. Secondly, I'm extremely grateful to my agent, Barbara Lord, and to all the people who have helped me in this election campaign. But perhaps I could just broaden that comment to say that I'm sure William Hague, whose count will be later this evening, would want me to say that we appreciate all those people who have been candidates and who have worked with the Conservative Party the length and breadth of the country. We feel that we've fought a very strong and a very positive campaign. We've had an excellent field of candidates. We've had tremendous enthusiasm from our volunteers and from all our staff in Conservative Central Office. On the last occasion that I stood at the general election, I took the opportunity to wish the new government well. If we are to have another Labour government, I again wish that new government well. But I would want to say to our Prime Minister, let not another large majority be an excuse for arrogance. Let it not be an excuse for a contempt of Parliament. Do not regard today's result, with its low turnout, as an endorsement of your policies of high taxation and your failure to deliver better public services. As far as the Conservative Party is concerned, this is another very disappointing result for us. It should lead us to a period of reflection. I hope that nobody will say anything hasty in the coming hours and days that any of us might wish to regret thereafter. I pay tribute to the campaign which has been so skillfully led by William Hague. The last thing I should say is that I am immensely excited, very, very happy, once again to have been elected the Member of Parliament for Kensington and Chelsea, and I thank the people for the great honour that they've done me this evening. Thank you.
Michael Portillo saying very much what he said to us earlier in the evening, that now, after this very disappointing result, there should be a period of reflection. I hope that no one will say anything hasty that they may come to regret later. John?
Yes, it's interesting. Of course, there's always a slight undercurrent of what does he mean by this, and a period of reflection. Now, I suspect the real reflection on the Conservative side is a simple one. Does it look as though Tony Blair, emboldened by this new big majority, will go for a referendum on the single currency? If he does go for that, if that's what people think is going to happen, what is the point of changing our leadership in the run-up to that referendum and the campaign which will be necessary? So it's that is a thought in lots of the minds of the senior Conservatives tonight. They're really saying, we don't know the lie of the land, we have no idea whether it will mean a referendum, but wouldn't it be better to wait for a time and then we can see whether it's even worth talking about a new leader? And I suspect that is what Michael Portillo is saying himself. He's not wiping out the whole idea.
Knowing that, of course, some senior Tories are thought to be going to come out very soon after the result, tomorrow or whenever, to say there are serious big problems, you need fundamental rethinks, you can't go down the road that William Hague has been taking the party down any longer.
There will be that, but of course, you know, if you think of it, I suppose, in terms of what is the sensible option, the sensible option is clearly to reflect and consider the lie of the land. The emotional option is, we have done so badly, someone's going to have to pay for this. But all the senior Conservatives, you can see them, are saying, now wait a moment, we've had a good campaign, William Hague has fought a good campaign, let's not do anything too hasty. It's almost universal, isn't it? We've not heard one word yet of someone saying William Hague messed it up, he should resign. We've not heard that at all.
Absolutely. And now, with the tally telling us Labour's got 255 seats so far in, on the way to that 330 total that's needed. For an election update now, down to Mary Nightingale in the Results Centre. Mary.
Jonathan, it's not really a question of if, it's simply now by how much. And we are predicting a Labour landslide still, of course, and this time with a majority of 173. Now, this is moving up and down a little bit because it's based on Mori exit poll and results, a combination of the two. And as the results come in, obviously, then our prediction is liable to alter. If we look at those results in more detail, we can see that 298 seats have so far been declared. 255 of them have been taken by Labour. The Tories on 18, Lib Dems ahead on 20, and the rest on 5. Obviously, Tony Blair still well short of that crucial 330 mark. But returning to that prediction, the Labour majority of 173 that we are looking at the moment, this is how the House of Commons would look. Labour on 416 seats, the Tories 152, Lib Dems on 62, and the rest on 29. Let's have a look at some of those key results in so far. Labour have gained Innismond, the Tories have gained Tatton, the Lib Dems have gained Cheadle. So what are the politicians saying? Well, we heard Tony Blair speaking, the Prime Minister. He said it was an historic moment for the Labour Party. Meanwhile, over in the Tory camp, not quite so positive. Michael Portillo says William Hague really was an exemplary leader on the campaign trail, set the agenda. I want him to stay on. Quite unequivocal, but who knows? So that's the way it is looking at the moment. Now here's a reminder of how you can get more details in your own areas.
Now we can go straight for Chingford and Woodford Green, where I can see Ian Duncan-Smith, who's won his seat and actually increased your share of the vote, Mr. Duncan-Smith. Of course, congratulations on that. We've just been hearing Michael Portillo say that what was needed now was a period of reflection. Do you share the view that you've got to do something fundamentally to change what now is a double whammy of a catastrophe?
Well, if we look at the results, first of all, we don't know, and I'd rather wait until I see the total number of seats that we win and that Labour win to get a real clear view of it. But obviously, we'll want to look at what these results tell us. One of the biggest things they shout at us is that a huge number of people didn't turn up and vote, couldn't bring themselves to vote for any of the parties, and all the turnouts were down. And that's something we really want to look at and understand why none of the parties were able to attract any of those people to vote for them.
Why were you so unable to attract them?
Well, it's one of the things we have to look at. We'll have to try and find out what were their real reasons for finding none of what the parties said as attractive. So I think that's the big issue. But we'll get round to that in due course once we know what the result is.
But if they say to you, Europe doesn't work as an issue to win elections on, tax cuts don't work that well, asylum isn't a great issue, we trust the other lot because they can manage the economy, doesn't that suggest you've got to really rethink the ground that you seek to occupy to recover and become a potential party of government again?
Well, the ground that we occupy is the ground that we've always occupied, simply that we want people to have greater choice and control over their own lives. Now, it's how we get that message across and how we show that through policies.
In the meantime, do you think now that William Hague should think about his position, or do you want to see him lead the party into the next election, be leader throughout this next Parliament?
I think William has been an excellent leader, and I think he's been very, very good during the course of this campaign as well. He's given us a really good lead. I certainly want him to stay as leader, and that'll be something that I will say to him direct as soon as I see him. But I wait to see what the results are. But
stay as a leader for as long as he wishes to, without anyone challenging.
Absolutely. I think that what we need now to do is to make sure that we give William our full support and get right behind him.
Ian Duncan-Smith, thank you very much for joining us. And now, Michael Meacher in Oldham. Mr. Meacher, before we just ask you about the Labour Party itself, it's been a pretty uncomfortable night there, to the extent that the council said that the candidates and the victor, and you obviously are not able to speak. Can you just give your response to that situation that you've been living through the last few hours?
Well, of course they're able to speak, and it's absurd that they pretend that they can't. Indeed, I've been watching the BNP candidate give several interviews, both during the election and after it just now. Let's remember that this campaign has been on the back of a sustained period of violence, intimidation and bigotry, which has been deliberately stirred up from outside and has produced an extreme reaction. The Tory vote has largely slumped and clearly gone to the BNP. We know that William Hague decided to play the race card in the election, and clearly Tories here have taken him at his word. And
forgive me, that is a very strong thing to say. You say that William Hague played the race card in the election. That's your charge.
I'm saying that he talked about this becoming a foreign land, and I'm saying that Tories here have migrated to the BNP in large numbers, and that is what has given them the size of their vote. The exact same effect has been seen in the adjoining constituency. In that case, it was the Liberals who have shifted. What we've got to work at, of course, is the causes of this, which are, I think, very significant. We need a review, an inquiry into the causes. We need to examine very thoroughly how it happened, and particularly what needs to be done to prevent this period of what I would regard as not democratic politics, but thuggery being brought to an end. I think we need to have fora in each of the main parts of Oldham which bring together the key players, the police, the council leaders, business and investors in the town, the churches, the leaders of all the main communities, white and Asian, and particularly the leaders of the young communities who so often feel that their voice is not listened to ask them what they think openly and frankly and transparently are the causes of this, and then to decide a strategy, an agreed strategy, to deal with many of the things which have, I agree, over a long period of time been mounting up and have not been dealt with.
Michael Meacher, thank you very much for joining us. We must move on. We can now go up to Ross Sky in Inverness West, which is where the count is taking place and is just about to come. You can see them up on the platform now. Charles Kennedy, leader of the Liberal Democrats, there just on the right of the returning officer. They're just lining themselves up. This is the largest constituency, incidentally, in the United Kingdom. It was Conservative until Kennedy won it in 83.
Announce the result of the UK parliamentary election of the 7th of June 2001 for the Ross, Skye and Inverness West constituency. I, Arthur McCourt, returning officer for the United Kingdom parliamentary constituency of Ross, Skye and Inverness West, hereby declare that the total number of votes cast for each candidate was as follows. Philip Anderson, United Kingdom Independence Party, 456. James Crawford, the Countryside Party, 265. Donald Crichton, Scottish Labour Party candidate, 5,880. Charles Kennedy, Scottish Liberal Democrat, 18,832. Angus Lane, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party candidate, 3,096. Eleanor Scott, Scottish Green Party, no GM crops, 699. Stuart Topp, Scottish Socialist Party, 683. Jean Urquhart, Scottish National Party, 4,901. And that Charles Kennedy has been duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament for the constituency.
So Charles Kennedy is re-elected in Ross, Skye and Inverness West, 18,832, Labour in second place, 5,880, evaporating what was thought to have been a challenge conceivably. Majority comfortable, nearly 13,000. He's shaking hands now there with his defeated opponents. A swing from Labour to Liberal Democrats. They got a swing of 13.6%. You'll be pleased about that.
Could I first of all, through you, sir, thank all your colleagues at the count for, in what was a wide array of candidates and therefore a very good cross-section of choice to the public, but more work as well in terms of having to sift and sort and count the ballots. Can I thank you very much indeed on behalf of us all for such an efficient and effective count, and can I add to those in the room tonight, all those who've manned the polling stations throughout the constituency during the day, the police, the Northern Constabulary generally, who've performed a magnificent task throughout the course of this election, and I think to have a result at a comparatively early hour for what is the largest geographic constituency on the whole of the United Kingdom is a great credit for all involved. So on behalf of all the candidates, could I say a very sincere thank you to you and all your colleagues for that. Secondly, can I thank both my team in the constituency for delivering such a fantastic result. And through them, can I thank also all those who have given us support over the years. It's a tremendous privilege for me now to be facing my 5th consecutive parliamentary term as the representative for this constituency or its predecessor, and that is something that is the greatest privilege that you can have, in my view, in public office in this country. They have done a great job in the course of this election, and as we've said on each and every occasion before, once the votes are cast, it is our job to represent and do our best for everybody in the community, irrespective of party politics. That's as it should be. The third thing I would like to say is on a broader front. This has obviously been a very different election for me personally, given the demands of party leadership. And as I said at the outset of the election campaign, when it was announced, elections, general elections, are obviously a verdict on the government of the day, but they are also a verdict on the opposition of the day that is available. And with the gains that the Liberal Democrats are making across the country, both in terms of increasing our share of the vote in seat after seat after seat, in increasing our share of the vote nationally, in winning increasing numbers of constituencies, I think that this has been a very telling verdict on a UK basis as to the future of British politics and what constitutes relevant and responsible opposition into the next Parliament. And this party will certainly seek to provide that. So thank you very much indeed. I have to move on shortly to thank others amongst the Liberal Democrat team who have been such fantastic support. But I do think that what is a historic night with Prime Minister Blair, whom I congratulate personally, being awarded his 2nd consecutive term in office, it is also a doubly historic night for the Liberal Democrats in that we have, in all likelihood, built on the amazing breakthroughs of 4 years ago, and we've taken ourselves further forward across Britain as a whole, and we are very much the party of the future for British politics. And I think that those politics will be better as a result. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Charles Kennedy there, very satisfied man, very pleased, saying what he said before in the campaign, that he's going to offer responsible opposition. They're on the way, and it was a telling commentary, this election, on the future of British politics. He has reason to be pleased. We're predicting at the moment 63 seats, which is,
a lot of reason to be pleased. Because you remember when Paddy Ashdown left, people thought, oh yes, he's leaving because it'll be so difficult in the next election, that's in this election, to get anything like the same number of seats. So for Charles Kennedy, unassuming in many ways, compared with Paddy Ashdown, comes in and does better than him. That's something really that he should feel triumphant about.
John, thank you. And now in Kensington Town Hall, now rather quiet after the result, Michael Portillo, I bet you're feeling a lot better tonight than you were in 1997.
Well, obviously I'm very pleased indeed to be the Member of Parliament for Kensington and Chelsea. It's a rather similar night for the Conservatives, and my heart is heavy for that reason, of course.
I was coming on to that.
I thought you might.
Let me come on to it straight away then. I heard you saying in your acceptance speech, that, and I think you said it to me earlier too, that there should now be a period of reflection. What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't think people should jump to conclusions. I don't think this is the evening for people to come out with instant analysis of what has gone wrong. There's no denying that something has gone wrong. There's no denying that this is a very disappointing result. But I don't think that we get the analysis right in the first few hours or days or even weeks following an election defeat like this.
Lord Taylor, who had a prominent part in the campaign because of the issue of asylum and race, said that he felt that the party had to become more inclusive. Now, that's a part of the party that you've been associated with. Do you believe there's still a long way to go there?
Well, actually, that is, I think, common ground. I mean, William Hague could have said that, and indeed has said that. Indeed, I remember now that he mentioned that very point when he launched the Conservative Manifesto, which was the very first thing that happened during the general election campaign.
But Lord Taylor's point was that you hadn't demonstrated that it needed to be demonstrated. Otherwise, you would not be able to make up anything like the ground would need to make up to become a party of government again.
No, that I think is really common ground. That is the point that William Hague is on. And we will have to appeal. It depends what you mean by inclusive, but I imagine John Taylor is thinking particularly of including the different ethnic groups within the party. That is extremely important. We're very anxious to see more and more people from ethnic groups come forward as candidates and supporters of the party. And I think it means inclusive in other senses too, that we want to be a party that represents all parts of the United Kingdom, all ages of people, people of all backgrounds and all inclinations.
When I talked to you earlier, and I asked you whether you thought William Hague should stay on until the next election and lead the party into the next election, you said, I think he should stay on, but you didn't say that he should lead the party into the next election. Can you clarify whether you think he should or shouldn't?
Well, I certainly think he should stay on, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for the campaign that he has fought. And what I hope will happen is that we will get together as a party, as senior colleagues in the party, to review what has gone wrong and to review how we can best put it right. And that really is the length and breadth of what I want to say.
Yeah, just one more thing. I'm sure that's all you want to say, but forgive me asking you one more question. You said in the past you didn't want to be leader. Are you someone who is, can I put it this way, persuadable? If people came to you and said, look, Michael, you are the only person who can take us forward, would you give them an unequivocal no, or would you listen carefully?
Well, Jonathan, I wish you had listened carefully when I said that this was not the evening for people to start speaking precipitately. I want William Hague to go on being leader, and that is all I've got to say for this evening. And I think we really must let it rest there. The Conservative Party must reflect upon what has happened, but I think we must also reflect on the very good campaign that our leader led.
Michael Portillo, thank you very much for joining us. And political observers will know that was a very significant set of observations he made. We can now see Tony Blair, I think, yes, here he is, going from the Count to Trindon Labour Club, I imagine, where he's going to meet his loyal supporters. The tally there, incidentally, showing he's getting pretty close to the 330. He needs formally to declare that the Labour Party will form the next government, and he's indicated he clearly believes it will. Labour with 293. There he is, greeting well-wishers, one happy man. He may be very tired, but he isn't half happy.
He's extremely happy, and of course he won't have time to think about the Conservatives, but if he does, he won't be sparing too much concern about them. At one stage in the campaign, he was asked, you know, isn't it your fault almost about the Conservatives? He said, that is not my responsibility, and you can see why. He had one task to do, and that task is carried out. Obviously, he's been extremely successful in this campaign personally.
On the key thing of the cabinet reshuffle, we heard from Bill Neely earlier that he spent 6 hours working on that. Is it all in place, so far as you know?
I think the main things are in place. It's also worth perhaps pointing out that a lot of the big jobs stay the same. So Gordon Brown stays as Chancellor, Robin Cook stays as Foreign Secretary.
I'm afraid our camera there is just lost at the moment behind the crowd of well-wishers as Tony Blair goes into the club, but we'll pick him up in just a moment. I expect there is lots. There is Cherie just there. Yes. Can't quite see him yet. Maybe there. Sorry, carry on, John, while I...
No, I'm just saying that it is quite extraordinary, the sense in which you've got this solidity right at the top of the government with these traditionally the big posts of Chancellor and Foreign Secretary.
Here he is now.
Not moving.
He's in there, and we think he's going to make a speech. He's made his formal speech at the Declaration. This could well be one of the more intimate kind to his party activists and supporters he's been their boy since 1983 when he came in, and he is there now as a Prime Minister who is the first Labour leader in history to be able to serve 2 full terms in office, as well as breaking an enormous number of other records. At the moment, incidentally, our Labour majority has come down a bit to 169, but it's moving around.
You see the way he ruffles people's hair? It's quite interesting, because, of course, that 17-year-old, which is 17 or 18, at that school, ruffled his hair. And, of course, here he is now, quite happily ruffling other people's hair.
He looked a mixture of slightly embarrassed and delighted when she came up and put her arm around him and ruffled his hair like that.
He was very much, I thought, the father, you know, the father of a girl, too, that he managed to cope with that quite easily. Any more hair ruffling? No, not. No. He seemed to stop that for a bit.
Lots of people to kiss, however. lots of people to kiss. He's working his way slowly through, and we'll
That's
hear
John
from
Barton,
him.
by the way, behind him. That's his constituency chairman, and the man who, by his move 18 years ago, got him into politics in this seat. So he's a very important figure and a close personal friend.
Happy scenes there. We're not going to have, we're told, the same extraordinary events that took place after this in '97 with the flight down and then the great celebration in London. It's going to be in keeping with what he said and what the Chancellor was saying to us earlier. It's going to be quiet now. There's Bill Neely. I don't know whether he's got a word for us, Bill? No, he hasn't at the moment. He's waiting to have a word. Here he is. Bill.
Yes, well, rapturous reception here at the Trimdon Labour Club, a pretty historic place. This is where Tony Blair first came in 1983. It's where he announced on the stage behind me that he would fight for the leadership. It's here in 1997 that he took the call from John Major, conceding defeat. We're not quite sure why he's gone downstairs. I did ask one of his aides if he was expecting a phone call, and she said, no, he's simply there to collect his thoughts. So we are expecting in a few minutes that Tony Blair will come back up here and onto the stage to give what is, in a sense, the second speech of the second Labour government.
Bill, thank you very much. And there the tally is showing that Labour is now on 300, a mere 30 away from the formal announcement that they have won this election. Incidentally, just one or two things here. An interesting seat, another Conservative problem in Guildford. The Liberal Democrats have gained Guildford from the Conservatives, and it's their third gain so far tonight. And they won it only just, but it was not one that the Conservatives would have wished to lose. The other thing is we're saying now it looks as though we think the high tide mark was in '97. We think that we're getting closer to 169, 170 rather than the 189, 90 that it went up to slightly earlier in the evening. But it's still a landslide, and Dermot now in the House of Commons can tell us virtually what the House is going to look like on present presumptions. Dermot.
Jonathan, yes, I'm going to update those figures for you. Here I am in Tony Blair's seat, just me and the parliamentary mice here at the moment, but soon this House will be full again of the 659 MPs who are being elected tonight. Now, we're predicting, of course, that the vast majority of those 659 MPs will be Labour MPs. They will be sitting over here on the government side of the House, and we're predicting that there will be 414 of them. What about the Tories? How have they done tonight? Based on our predictions, 153 MPs only for them. Now, the Liberal Democrats, what a good night they're having. This would be, if they get these 63 MPs we're predicting, this would be their best performance since 1923. The other parties, the Northern Ireland parties, the Scottish Nationalists and Plaid Cymru, we're predicting 29. Now, what about the majority? Let's remind ourselves of that. As Jonathan was saying, 414 Labour MPs translates into a majority of just about 169. Jonathan.
Thank you, Dermot. And we go up now to Sedgefield again as Tony Blair prepares to speak, taking the applause, be part of it, vote Labour behind him, and he's now going to speak to his loyal party supporters in the Trimdon Labour Club. He is now the Prime Minister, certain to be Prime Minister again, 303, only 27 to go. He wants to start speaking, but they're not letting him speak. They know, as Labour Party activists, just how important this is.
Right.
But I think he is going to start now.
The old school teacher's coming out with me. Come on. Sit. It's absolutely wonderful, and it's a historic victory. A second term, not by 40 seats, not by 50 seats, but a great majority. And it's all mainly responsible to our own local
the constituency
MP.
chairman.
He hasn't been unduly worried about his own result. But someone who we've loved for so many years, our own MP and the Prime Minister, Tony Blair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you all of you, and it's wonderful to be back here again, and back on a night that I think is is historic. We've still got the results coming in, obviously, and you know me, don't be complacent. No. But it looks like we've held Ayr in Scotland, we've just heard, Sittingbourne down in Kent. We've held Shipley as well. Chris Leslie got them there. So things are looking very, very good indeed. We took Innismon, I think. We've taken that seat. It's actually a gain for us tonight. So there's some very, very good results. And, you know, it's been a battle over these past few weeks because so many people have said, well, it's a foregone conclusion, it's, you know, all over, and it's been difficult to get people to understand, you know, the importance of actually coming out and supporting us. But what is amazing is in the constituencies that it's really counted for that to happen, people have come out and they have supported us. Now, I think that we know that this chance, the second term, is a big moment not just in our own party's history, but in our country's history as well. And it's something that gives me a great sense of pride, but also a huge sense of determination to fulfill the expectations that are vested in us. Because as I've gone around the country in the past few weeks, indeed in the past few years, I've seen this tremendous desire in this country for real change. And of course it takes an enormous amount of time to get these changes through. But I do believe in what has happened with us and the success that we've had tonight, and also what has happened to the Conservative Party. The country is giving a very clear direction to us. They want us to run the economy well and sensibly. They want a Labour Party that is prepared to work with business and enterprise, and there's no qualms about success, indeed wants success for top people and others in our society. It also wants to make sure that we're investing in our public services. Yeah. And this is a big mandate for that, for investment and change in our public services. They know that the state of our health service is not as good as it needs to be, and they want us to make the changes necessary to get there. They know, too, that we're right to give education the priority we have, and they want to make sure now that we're driving through change in our education system, because people understand today that education is the life chance for each child. And every child deprived of a decent education is one deprived of the chance to make the most of their abilities. So they're behind us and all these things, and I believe they want us to give a fair deal to pensioners and to the families, the hard-working families of this nation. I also believe, too, that they sent a very clear message that they want us to be a country that is tolerant, that is decent, forward-looking, that recognizes that we've got to be engaged with the outside world, too. So all these things have come together in this campaign. And what we've now got to do is to use the strength that the British people give us in this election to make sure that we carry out what we've said that we will do. And I am sure that above all else, what is important for us as a political party, and tonight, as I address you, the people that have supported me throughout these past 18 years as Member of Parliament here. I came and began my time as Member of Parliament here in circumstances where the Labour Party had just suffered probably the worst defeat in its history. When we seemed very down, when even a few years later in 1987 people said, well, maybe the days when the Labour Party could ever win an election again were gone. And it was difficult and a struggle, but it began here in Sedgefield to rebuild the Labour Party as a party that people could vote for from all walks of life, whatever their class, whatever their background, whatever their position in life. And what we have tried to do in the first years of our government is to say that the choice we said that you would have in 1997 of a party that can marry together enterprise with fairness is the party that you have re-elected tonight. And what is so important is that we make sure that those things that we have stood for over these past few years, we hold to now. Because I know, and I think you know, that those expectations vested in us are not the expectations of people who expect everything to be done overnight. And people know there are difficult choices along the way. But they are expectations that we do what is right and we do what is set out over the past few weeks of this campaign. And I tell you,
We should have confidence in our country and the judgment that it's made. It's recognized that it is possible to have a different political choice. And I am sure that if we are given the chance, as it seems, to have that historic second term, then we must use it, every single day of it, to work and struggle for people in this country to make sure we deliver what we have promised. The bigger the majority, the bigger the responsibility on us to do the job well. And it is therefore with humility as well as pride that we accept that mandate from our country. They have made a judgment tonight, not the same as the one 4 years ago, when it was one of euphoria and getting rid of a Conservative government after 18 years. It has been a more sober judgment tonight, but also a more reasoned one. People want us to carry on the work that we've begun. So let us use the support that we have in order to serve our people well. Let us make sure that we carry on the good work that we've started. Make sure that we don't repeat any mistakes that we've made in the years in which we've been in government. And make sure that we set ourselves this ambition to make our country as proud of us as we are of them in the judgment they've made tonight. And if we do that, we will have achieved something not just for our country, but right round the world for progressive politics. People have waited a long time, 100 years of our history, to have this opportunity. People have waited a long time in British politics to have a choice such as the one that we can give them. They never wanted to choose, you know, between a party that cared for the economy and a party that cared for society. They've always wanted what is common sense within us to want, which is a party that can run an economy well, but has some sense of compassion and obligation and duty to those less fortunate than ourselves.
The speech he made at the count, talking about the need to build on what's been done. He's continuing.
I think I said this 4 years ago, but I say it with even greater force and conviction tonight. You have been the absolute rock upon which everything I've done in politics has been built. I could never have done it without you. I learned so much from you. You were in a very real sense, not just the people who supported me, who canvassed for me, who got out the vote for me. You're the people who actually taught me the politics that I hope now to represent. And for that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
So there, Tony Blair, Prime Minister, talking at the end of his speech there in very personal terms to those who have been his loyal supporters since 1983. And he actually, in the speech, referred back to the terrible days of the early 80s from New Labour's perspective, when Michael Foot led the party to a catastrophic defeat and into terrible times in the 80s. And he said, interestingly, the struggle to rebuild Labour began in Sedgefield, claiming, not without considerable justification, John, that he was very well aware that major things had to change. Incidentally, this is virtually the last time not only that the Labour Club will see him, but that we will see him before we see him again tomorrow morning when he arrives back down in London. He's going from here, we believe, back and then flying down to London in the early hours, where we will pick up with him again. And it's just about getting light, I would guess. John.
It is very interesting the way he is talking about his own journey and the journey of the people there from 1983 onwards. And it's worth perhaps just pointing out very quickly that in 83, that terrible result for Labour, how many MPs do you think they had? 209, which is a lot more than we are predicting the Conservatives are going to have. It took them 14 years to go from there to Tony Blair's victory. So that is the scale of the problems facing the Conservative Party. As far as the speech itself is concerned, again, it's interesting. This question of him almost promoting something called Blairism and the way he's talking about it might affect progressive politics around the world. Very big, ambitious stuff.
I think up in Hartlepool, Peter Mandelson was hearing those last words from you, John. Peter Mandelson, first of all, obviously, congratulations on your victory. You called it your revalidation. You spoke with very great passion there, and you were very sharply critical of those who had written you off saying that you were into political oblivion. You sounded as though you were really, really bitter about some of the things that have happened to you.
No, fortunately, since January, I have not experienced a trace of bitterness. I mean, I have experienced sadness and disappointment and a real sense of loss, but not bitterness. And I think that, more than anything, has kept me going and sustained me all this time, and it still does.
Just one thing. Everyone's going to ask you the question. You've served in the cabinet twice. You were sacked. You were found to have done nothing wrong, and that must have been disappointing. The Prime Minister says, however, that you misled people. I don't know whether you can illuminate that for us, first of all, but do you hope to come back into the cabinet?
He didn't actually say I misled people, if you look at precisely what he said, but I really think it's for him to explain what he says, not for me to interpret what he says.
You're still sort of bemused why you aren't still in the cabinet, then?
I'm not bemused by it, because at the time the facts were not known. People made a series of assumptions, suppositions. I believe the Prime Minister was presented with incomplete and inaccurate information. But at the time it wasn't possible to correct that. Only subsequently, in the course of the inquiry undertaken by Sir Anthony Hammond, which is a very long and a very thorough inquiry, were all the facts fully and properly established. And the allegations against me were demolished by Sir Anthony Hammond in his inquiry. Now, if all those facts had been known at the time, on the day that all this arose, I don't believe I would needed to have left government. But the facts were not known then, and therefore a whole series of circumstances, a gigantic muddle, as the Prime Minister has previously described it, took on a political reality of its own. And I am a political realist, and I knew what to do, I knew what was appropriate, even though I very quickly, once I found myself able to
as you
summon the corroborative evidence to present a counter view very quickly, but by then I had gone.
You've gone, and it's obviously still a sadness for you. Peter Mandelson, you have been very much part, as you said yourself in the speech, of the creation of the achievement of what John Sargent was just talking about there, of Blairism, the new party in the centre of government, in the centre of Middle England at the moment, and for so far as one can tell, with another massive, massive majority. Do you want to play a part in that government? If Tony Blair said to you, please come back, would that be a hugely welcome sound to you?
What can I say, Jonathan? Look, this is all hugely hypothetical and hugely speculative. All I can say is that I think what I have achieved in this campaign and how I have re-established myself in my own constituency and affirmed the confidence and the trust that my own constituents have in me, I think that is enough for going on with.
I take that as
not for the day.
I take that, Peter Mandelson, I take that as I would love to go back. I don't know whether he will ask me. It may be very difficult for him, but I'd be in like a shot if he said, please come.
Jonathan, let me let you into a secret. He's not going to ask me. So that's that. And I accept that.
That is very interesting. You don't believe that will happen. Thank you, Peter, for sharing that with us. And again, congratulations on your result.
Thank you very much indeed.
Now, you can see we're getting very, very close to the moment when we'll be able to formally say that Labour is going to form the next government. You can see it on there. Labour 326. They just had to get to 330. We can go quickly now to Mary, I think, for a quick roundup. Mary?
Jonathan, we've got a catalogue of woe for the Tories. The Lib Dems are doing very well, but actually largely at Tory expense. Starting with Guildford, Lib Dems have gained Guildford, so Surrey is no longer an all-Tory county. Conservative to Lib Dem swing of 4.8%. Dorset Mid and Poole, Lib Dem have gained here. New seat in 1997, only just held by the Tories then. But interestingly, no evidence of tactical voting, even though the Lib Dems have got it. Majority of 33, very small there. Dorset Mid and Poole North, Lib Dems have gained here with a majority of 384. Swing Conservative to the Lib Dem of 1.1%. And Kingston and Surbiton, Lib Dem have held here, majority 15,700. 676. Swing Conservative to Lib Dem of 15.9%. Let me just give you a bit of history on this one. It's the most marginal seat in London, won by the Lib Dems in 97, and the biggest swing of the night so far with 15.9%. And Romford, a crumb of comfort for the Tories, a Conservative gain here, majority of 5,977. Swing Labour to the Conservatives of 9.1%, the biggest Tory swing of the night. And finally, a shock result in Wyre Forest, KHH gain, majority of 17,600. Now, this is Dr. Richard Taylor, who campaigned about the closure of Kidderminster Hospital. He has won a massive majority. He has gained Wyre Forest, swing Labour to KHH, 42.3%. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mary. You can see up on my monitor here, our monitor here, that Labour is just 2 away from formally being able to declare that it is the next government. Conservatives on 49, Liberal Democrats there on 29, and the rest on 8. The Conservatives will catch up much closer to that, obviously, even though they've got a lamentable result tonight. But the Conservative seats tend to come in a bit later. Just quickly on this, John, it's going to happen any moment. Let's wait. Let's just watch it for a second. The results are coming in so fast, I'm sure we're going to be there. And remember, this is an astonishing achievement for the Labour Party. As Tony Blair has quite rightly said, it is the first time that any Labour leader has ever had the chance to govern for 2 full terms in office. The majority that we're predicting is approaching 170. There it is. So now, formally, we can declare that the Labour Party will form the next government of the United Kingdom. May seem just kind of like another vote that gets you there, but actually, you know, without being too grand about it or pompous about it, if you believe in democracy, if you believe in freedom, the point at which a party can say, we are now the government, is the point at which the people of this country, of the United Kingdom, have said, we entrust you with power, our power that we've handed over to you. So it is a big moment in any democracy. There is, however, just one cautionary note, which I'll give to you, not because it's necessarily totally relevant today, but Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the famous French philosopher about 200 years ago, said of the people of this island, the people believe itself to be free. It's gravely mistaken. It is free only during the election of MPs. As soon as the members are elected, the people is enslaved. Well, that's only a view, isn't it, John?
Yes, a rather depressing view. I can't say I accept that. No,
nor do I, to be frank.
I think sort of things go on between elections.
But there will be some people who say, yes, that's it, because there may be some of those people who aren't voting, who are kind of taking the Rousseau view. Well, you know, they rule the show, they give us a vote, and then it's back to normal and nothing happens.
Yes, I think a lot of that stems over from the time about the concept of kingship, and I think we're a long way from that. In a modern democracy, all governments keep a very close check on popular opinion. So one shouldn't get too tied up with this idea that you only vote every 4 years. A lot of voting goes on, a lot of opinion forming goes on in between, and we've seen the changes even in the last 4 years of the mood of the country.
And indeed, very often, the Labour government's been accused of listening too much to the focus groups, to opinion, and shifting what it intends to do on a basis.
Do you think what happened in the fuel dispute, I mean, how long did that take for government to change policy? A very, very short time.
Okay, at Millbank, Labour Party headquarters, I can see Mark Austin there. Mark, they now know that they are the government. There must be a pretty good feeling there.
Yes, there's a great feeling here. There's a party going on which we're not allowed into, but there's quiet satisfaction. I say quiet satisfaction.
You sound really frustrated, Mark, at not being able to get into that wretched party.
Well, no, but it's quite interesting that they are being coy about this in a way. They don't want triumphalist celebrations. They say it's half-time. And I think their message is that, you know, we're halfway through what we want to do. The job goes on. Tony Blair will be coming down here. He'll be making a speech to party activists. But really, it's going to be quite a low-key thing compared to 97. And that in itself is quite interesting. The message they're really keen to get over is that the job continues and it's not finished yet.
So far as the media is concerned, the so-called control freakery, even on this night, continues unabated.
I think you have it absolutely right, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Let's go down now and hear from Colin Rallings in the Results Centre. That victory, Colin, just remind us, you were giving us some great statistics before of records being broken. We know the majority is now, around about 167 we're predicting. Just remind us of the significance of this in cephalological terms.
Well, it's come down from the point we were at earlier in the evening, Jonathan, but nonetheless, this is the first time that a government, Labour government, has been elected with a majority of 100. It came about in 1997, and then here we are again 4 years later. They're elected with a majority of 100 yet again. An absolutely sort of watershed night for the party. But perhaps more interesting, we've been looking at the results coming in here, is how they've all sort of stuck around where they were in 1997 as well. There have been some Conservative gains from Labour, a couple notably in the sort of eastern fringes of London, in Romford and Upminster, but largely where Labour has been defending even very marginal seats from 1997, like Milton Keynes North East. It's the third easiest seat for it to lose to the Conservatives. It's nonetheless held on. So the excitement from the election result point of view tonight has been between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. But the fact that Labour and the Conservatives have stuck where they were in 97 is still significant, because, of course, even to have got that landslide 4 years ago, it meant Labour had to march into territory which had previously been considered Conservative heartland areas. They not only have held on to those areas tonight, but they've held the kind of share of the vote that they had in 1997. So the whole pattern of support for political parties has changed over.
Colin, thank you very much. Labour now with 339 seats, well over that 330, but two very interesting results, which are in fact two Labour defeats, if I've got it right. One is Wyre Valley, which is near Chesterfield, where the doctor there, who was campaigning as an independent, has beaten Labour by a massive majority. He was campaigning to keep the hospital open, so it means this Parliament will have an independent, because Martin Bell is very likely, if he hasn't already, not got in down in Essex. The other... Wyre Forest, I should say, Wyre Forest. The other extraordinary result on the face of it is that the Liberal Democrats have gained Tony Benn's old seat of Chesterfield. His majority was falling, but the Liberal Democrats have taken Tony Benn's seat. Well, that is something, John.
It is something. It shows really the extent to which it's the choice really that people felt was put in front of them. And I think it shows the extent to which people were very disappointed by the first 4 years of the Labour government. I think one shouldn't forget this. It may partly explain the apathy too, the sense in which I'm not going to vote for that lot, and I wish they'd sorted things out even more, because that's where the Liberal Democrats, in seats like that, I would have thought would have a very strong argument. You've not done enough, I wish you'd done more.
It plays into that thought that in some respects the Liberal Democrats are to the left in the same way as Tony Benn was to the left of New Labour.
It plays into that, and it also plays into this sense of disappointment, and that's why Tony Blair's mood tonight is rather sombre.
Let's have a look now at how the virtual House of Commons is coming along, and Dermot.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan. Well, yes, it's been confirmed then. We've been speculating about it all evening. Tony Blair will be standing here for another parliamentary term, taking Prime Minister's questions. Now, how many MPs will he have with him? Remember, let's remind ourselves, 659 MPs in total being elected today. They needed 330 at least to form a majority. They've got more than that already. How many are we predicting in total? Let's have a look. Labour sit on this side of the House. This is the government side. It's confirmed they're going to be there. They're going to have 413 MPs, we reckon. What about the opposition? What about the Tories? Just 153 Tory MPs after this night is over, we predict. Now, a great night for the Liberal Democrats as well, as Jonathan was just saying there. A couple of gains there, a gain in Chesterfield, and a couple of gains, 2 or 3 gains actually, from the Conservatives. 64 MPs we're predicting for Charles Kennedy and co. And the others, one independent in there, of course, from Wyre Forest, we just heard. Also the Northern Ireland parties and the Nationalists from Scotland and Wales. They'll have 29. Let's confirm the majority just quickly. Labour's majority, we predict, will be around 167. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Dermot. We can now go to Enfield Southgate. This was the seat that Michael Patillo had lost in 97. Stephen Twigg waiting to hear whether he's held on in this marginal seat.
Good morning. I would like to welcome you all to the results section of tonight's count proceeding, and hope you have enjoyed the evening so far. I would like to thank you all for attending, and to thank all the staff who have worked so hard to bring this election to a conclusion. I would also like to thank the Lee Valley Park Authority for all their support in helping to set up this venue for the occasion, the police for performing their duties so well, and the media for taking such an interest in our borough. This is the formal announcement for Enfield Southgate constituency, and I invite Mr. David Tullis, the acting returning officer, to read out the results and deal with the other constituency results when available later this morning. Thank you.
Good evening. Good morning even. Thank you. I, David Tullis, acting returning officer for the Enfield Southgate constituency, hereby give notice that the votes cast at this election on 7th June 2001 for each candidate are as follows. John Christopher Black, Conservative Party, 16,181. Roy Andrew Freshwater, UK Independence Party, 298. Elaine Amanda Graham Lee, Green Party, 662. Wayne Hoban, Liberal Democrat, 2,935. Andrew Malakuna, 105. Stephen Twigg, Labour Party, 21,000. Did I just finish the number?
Delighted Labour Party supporters there.
21,727. And I hereby announce that Stephen Twigg is duly elected as MP for Enfield Southgate. Thank you very much.
Stephen Twigg, this time, not looking surprised as he congratulates his opponents. He looked absolutely astonished, you might remember, in 1997, but very delighted. Here he's going to speak, I think in a moment. But anyway, his majority there, 21,727. Conservatives on 16,181, a majority of 5,500. The swing from Conservative to Labour, 5.1%, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, we've had so far. Let's look at the change, at the share of the vote at least. Here is the share. Labour on 51.8, Conservatives 38.6, Liberal Democrats back on 7, and the change in the share of the vote, look at it, Labour up by 7.6, Conservatives down by 2.5, Liberal Democrats down by 3.7. So there's no doubt that Stephen Twigg is very delighted by that result, which confirms a lot of what we've been seeing this evening. But with knobs on, Colin Rannings, pick up on that if you will, but also on those two other results that I touched on before, which is Wyre Forest and Tony Benn's Chesterfield seat, both of which went either to the Liberal Democrat or, in the case of Wyre Forest, to the Independents.
OK, well, Enfield Southgate first, Jonathan. This is in line with what I was saying earlier, that where Labour won seats and won it narrowly in 97, they've clearly put a lot of effort into retaining it this time. A bit of tactical voting there helped Stephen Twigg, and that was clearly very important to his victory. Now, we have had two extraordinary results, as you say, in Wyre Forest and in Chesterfield. In Wyre Forest, this local health campaigner didn't quite come from nowhere. His colleagues have been taking council seats and are now the largest party on the council for 2 or 3 years now. But it gives an indication of what has been happening in this election. Because the result was known, we are having lots of local results, where local issues and local personalities are playing an important part, because people feel that they've got the scope to vote for them. It's almost as if it's not quite a first-order general election. It's almost as a quasi-local or Euro election. They felt the luxury of being able to vote for the person that they really wanted without perhaps harming the party that was going to get into government anyway, which was Labour. And similarly again in Chesterfield, where Tony Benn had been under increasing threat from the Liberal Democrats over the last 2 or 3 elections, and where the Liberal Democrats again have a very strong local government base, Labour replaced Benn with one of his old left colleagues, Reg Race, a former MP from the days of old Labour, and clearly the local people in Chesterfield were not very happy with that and were very happy to go with, instead, the Liberal Democrats, and I suspect there unusually some tactical voting by Conservatives to help get rid of race.
Colin, thank you very much. And that is, incidentally, what we were saying 5 hours ago. We were talking about the possibility of all sorts of upheavals within the landslide taking place, as we suspected. There you are. You can see Labour now with 350 seats won, Conservatives so far 65, Liberal Democrats on 32. And in Scotland, closely watching what's happening there, political editor Bernard Ponsonby. Bernard, bring us up to date on the Scottish scene, can you?
Well, Jonathan, 5 hours ago we asked the question, will the Conservatives have a single MP by the end of the night? They're getting closer and closer. In the constituency of Perth, won at a by-election by the Scottish Nationalists in 1995, the Conservatives came within 48 votes of winning it. Annabel Ewing has retained it for the Scottish National Party, a majority of 48. There she is, taking the applause there. And, of course, she is the daughter of Winnie Ewing, who started the whole SNP bandwagon going with her famous victory in the Hamilton by-election in 1967. In Galloway and Upper Nithsdale, they're at a second recount, and the unofficial intelligence from the count is that the Conservatives are ahead by 80 votes. And if that turns out to be true, that will mean the Conservatives will get one on the board this evening. In Edinburgh Pentlands, again, we must stress that this is unofficial. We gather that the Conservatives at Meadowbank are conceding that Sir Malcolm Rifkind will not be returning to the House of Commons. These close Conservative results are taking place as a result of a poor night for the Scottish National Party. The #1 target seat, Inverness, East Nairn and Lochaber, they've failed to win that from Labour. Labour have held on with a majority of some 5,000. In the constituencies that the SNP have been defending, the percentage share of the vote way down. And indeed, as we tally up all of the votes in the constituencies that are in so far, there's a real danger that the percentage share of the vote for the Nationalists by the end of the night will be down, possibly as low as 20%. That's a full 9% down in their performance at the Scottish parliamentary elections in 1999.
Bernard Rogers, thank you very much. Some nail-biting moments there still in Scotland, and problems for the SNP, as Bernard just described. We'll be following that later in the morning. Now we can go to Cardiff and find out what's happening in Wales with Tim Rogers. Tim.
Yeah, but it's an interesting, we're just listening to Bernard there talking about Scotland. It hasn't been a particularly good night for the Nationalists in Wales either. The night started full of promise. They hoped that they would take seats from Labour in those key valley areas, those rock-solid Labour seats that have been Labour since Labour began. Well, in actual fact, Plaid's ambitions have been stifled. Labour have held on to those valley seats with a good turnout. It's been generally poor in Wales all night. I realise that the headline story in Wales is that Ynys Môn, Anglesey, the seat held by Ieuan Wyn-Jones, the president of the party, he stepped down at this election, but that has gone to Labour. By the narrowest of margins, the majority there for Labour is 800. Nevertheless, it's quite a blow for Plaid Cymru and for the Nationalists. Now, we're waiting for 6 seats to come in. We've yet to hear from 2 of the target seats that Plaid Cymru and the Conservatives were hoping to gain in Monmouth and in Carmarthen East. Those results are still yet to come in. We haven't got those yet, so it might not be a complete clean sweep for Labour, but we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you very much, Tim Rogers in Cardiff. 2 results in here. Oliver Letwin has held on in Dorset West for the Conservatives. He is the Treasury spokesman who people thought he might go. He was the man who allowed the words 20 billion to slip from his lips. And also, the Conservatives have gained from Labour Norfolk North West, which will be a crumb of comfort to Michael Ancram, who I can see there in his constituency in Wiltshire. Mr. Ancram, crumb of comfort, but it's a disaster, isn't it?
Well, we're beginning now to see, as the night goes on and we move into territory which is more favourable to us, that we are picking up seats. We picked up Upminster, we picked up Castlepoint, we've now picked up the one you've just mentioned, and I think we are going to see other gains during the night. But obviously we have to accept that Labour has now passed the line at which it forms the government. Our job now is to build on what I sincerely believe has been a very united and determined campaign in our party, to make sure that we provide a determined and united opposition.
How can you conceivably say, I know, you're on the sort of, you're playing the record of party chairman in the run-up to a campaign, but you can't conceivably say it's been a very good night, can you?
I didn't say that. I said it's obviously a disappointing night, but that we are beginning to make gains. All through the evening we've been told that we were under pressure, which was understandable, but I've been saying for some time that as the night progressed, we would move into territory more favourable to us, and we would begin to pick up seats, which we are now doing. And
but
I
you're
think
still presumably, forgive me, you still realise that you are not going to have more than, what, 160, maybe a few more seats than that?
Well, let's wait and see what the final tally is at the end of the night. But I think what is important, and I go back to it again, is that we did fight a very united and determined campaign. And we now have the task
it's no good. You'll be the first, Michael, you'd be the first in politics to concede that you can have a united, devoted, loyal, tough campaign. But if you end up with another catastrophe, it's not worth a candle in politics.
Well, politics is about winning and being in government and losing and being in opposition. We are now going to have to build a tough, resolute, determined opposition. That's what I'm saying. And we will do that on the back of what has been, in my view, a very tough and determined campaign.
I've got one more brief question. Sorry to interrupt you. One more brief question. We've been asking all your colleagues what should happen next. Michael Portillo says that there should be a period of reflection. Others, no one has said, apart from Anne Widdecombe, and Ian Duncan Smith, that yes, he should lead the party into the next election. Michael Portillo offered the chance, carefully didn't say that. What do you think Mr. Hague should do?
I think William Hague has led us very determinedly and courageously during this campaign. I have nothing but admiration for him. And obviously he will know that that feeling is shared by the party right through the country at this difficult time. And I hope that he will continue to show that wisdom and judgment that he's shown over these last weeks.
That was an interesting answer, Michael Ancram. Thank you very much. And now we can go to Mary Nightingale for an election update from the Results Centre.
Jonathan, it's simply a matter of how big a majority it's going to be. That's the only uncertainty now. The rest of it seems pretty sure. Labour victory there, predicted majority at the moment of 163. Now, this is based purely on results so far, so it's going to shift as they come in. 476 in so far, of which Labour have taken 357, well beyond that crucial 330 mark now. They are in majority. Tories have 78, Lib Dems 33, and the rest on 8. So if we look at the net gains and losses overall, you can see that Labour are actually down 5. The Tories are up 1. They've gained 5, they've lost 4. So the net position is they're up 1. The Lib Dems are up 5, and the rest are down 1. So let's take a closer look then at some of those results. Labour have gained Innismon, they've held on to Gillingham, the Wrekin, and they've lost Wyre Forest to that independent health candidate that Colin was talking about earlier. The Conservatives have gained Upminster, they've gained Romford, Tatton, and Norfolk North West. And the Lib Dems have gained Chesterfield, Teignbridge, which was #1 on their target list, by the way, Cheadle and Guildford. So that is the way it's looking right now, Jonathan. First, before we go, a reminder of how you can get more details in your own constituencies.
Just another interesting fact, not very surprising. I don't think Mary touched on it in that roundup, is that Martin Bell was indeed defeated at Brentwood and Ongar, and Eric Pickles, who was the MP there in the last Parliament, has held on to that seat. So Martin Bell is now out of Parliament. Oliver Letwin, we were talking about just before, has held on. He's an intriguing character, Oliver Letwin.
Yes, I think he's done extremely well to hold on, because, of course, he became the unknown person who suddenly everyone said, who is Oliver Letwin and where is Oliver Letwin? What happened was that he briefed the Financial Times on what the Conservative ambitions were in terms of tax cuts, and he did draw up a list of figures, which included the magic 20 billion, and, of course, after that, it was complete chaos on that front. As far as he was concerned, he wasn't allowed to speak properly. He simply could say, I deny saying we were committed to 20 billion. No one ever suggested that he was saying they were committed to it, but of course the real truth was that he had set out a series of possible figures, and that was the worst sort of incident in the whole campaign for the Conservatives.
We go up now to the constituency of his leader, and Juliet Bremner, who's in Richmond in North Yorkshire. Juliet, what's going on?
Well, very little, actually, at the moment, but William Hague is still at his house, and he's waiting for them to finish the count here. A big rural constituency, as you know, and we're told that the result will probably come in at about 4:30. But we've heard from William Hague's aides that In fact, he has formally conceded defeat, which isn't surprising because we know that Labour have got a majority. But he hasn't answered the other question that we're all waiting to hear, which is whether he's going to stay on as leader. Apparently, though, his mood is robust. That's the word they're using. And they say that he has no intention, as far as they're aware, of stepping down tonight. He won't be arriving here, we think, until about 4:15, and that'll be the first time we have to question him personally. But certainly the indications coming from the Hague camp at the moment are that there isn't going to be any dramatic resignation tonight. But I think it's perhaps just a little bit too early to say that for sure.
Absolutely. How long before you expect him to be there for the count? Have you got any idea?
We know that the count should be coming in the next hour and a bit, probably, but how long he will spend down here, we don't know. I think the impression we're getting is that he doesn't want to hang around. Now, given the devastating result, really, for him this evening, that's not surprising either. He wouldn't want to be in front of the cameras for more than maybe 10, 15 minutes, allowing himself to be cross-questioned. I think it's something he'll want to think about by himself and just come down here to do the formalities and to, as we assume, accept that he has been re-elected as MP for this area.
Thank you very much, Juliet. So we've got really three big themes running through this evening. One is a massive Labour landslide, a quite extraordinary repeat victory for Tony Blair and his party, the certainty that they will hold power for the next 4 years and very likely, unless they get into terrible trouble, a very good chance of holding on again after that. Secondly, a catastrophic Conservative defeat again, although we heard Michael Ancram trying to suggest it wasn't perhaps as dreadful as it appears to be, and the senior figures in the party being very cautious about what they're saying, whether or not William Hague should or shouldn't stay. And thirdly, the issue of the very low turnout, perplexing to all. Now, of course, the election's been going on in detail in all parts of the country. Some of you now can get what is happening in your own area.
Good morning, I'm Alex Lush, here now with the latest election news from Meridian. This was the state of the region before tonight, but the political map is already changing. The early results are coming through and it's turning into the Liberal Democrats' night. They've gained 2 seats from the Conservatives, Mid-Dorset and Poole North and Guildford. They've also held Newbury, although their majority was cut by 6,000. At the count, Philippa Heap.
Brendel, David Digby, Liberal Democrats. 24,500.
The Liberal Democrats keep their seat in Newbury, but the majority this time was much less than in 1997.
At the beginning of this campaign, it was quite clear that the Tories thought that they could take this seat from us. We weren't entirely surprised by that, because after all, this is one of the most prosperous areas of Britain. It's not an obvious seat for the Liberal Democrats to hold, and we're delighted that we've got as good a majority as we have.
I really do believe that that we can win it back next time. I just needed a bit of a national swing to help me, and I didn't get that tonight. So if there's light in the old dog yet, I'll be back.
So it's all over here in Newbury. David Brendel makes it a 3rd term in Westminster for the Liberal Democrats. But it was a close-run thing with the Tories, nearly 2,500 votes in it. Philippa Heap in Newbury for election 2001.
Well, the first result to be declared was in the Portsmouth North constituency. Labour MP Sid Rapson retained his seat and increased his majority by over 800 votes. The result was followed soon afterwards by the declaration in Portsmouth South, where Liberal Democrat MP Mike Hancock increased his majority by almost 2,000 votes. Richard Jones reports.
Despite a dramatic fall in the number of people voting, both Labour and the Liberal Democrats increased their majorities in Portsmouth. Sid Rapson, who beat the Tories in 1997, got 1,000 more votes than his opponent Christopher Day. But the turnout in Portsmouth North fell by more than 10%. Sid Rapson claimed the fall was a result of contentment, not apathy.
This time round, we've got a government in place which really don't need a kicking, they just need a gentle prod, as far as they say. I mean, I would argue differently, but that's what generally the feeling is. So I think they're just quite happy that there's been a gentle prod.
In Portsmouth South, Mike Hancock, elected in 1997 by beating the sitting Tory MP, also increased his majority, this time by more than 4,000. Richard Jones in Portsmouth for election 2001.
In Southampton, both constituencies returned their Labour MPs, but the turnout was well down on the 1997 election. Health Minister John Denham retained Southampton Itchen, but his majority was cut by almost 3,000. In neighbouring Southampton Test, Alan Whitehead also held, but with a reduced mandate, as Kerry Swain reports.
13,500 fewer votes between them than last time, in the lowest turnout in living memory here. But Southampton's 2 Labour MPs are celebrating after holding their seats.
We asked people to give us 4 more years to build on what we've done so far so we could get the investment into schools and hospitals, and now that's what we intend to do.
Both John Denham and Alan Whitehead in Southampton Test polled double the votes of the Conservative candidates, with the Liberal Democrats trailing third. The Tories admit the apparent similarity between the 2 main parties may account for voter apathy.
When you looked at the spoiled ballot papers, there are certainly a lot of them saying they're all the same, there's no difference, none of these, there's nothing to choose from. Maybe that is part of it, that they can't discern any real difference because the politics of today is very much on the centre ground.
There was certainly no sign of rivalry between the candidates during the count here at the Guildhall. All agreed it had been a civilised contest. Kerry Swain in Southampton for election 2001.
In Eastleigh, Liberal Democrat David Chidgey held on, and he increased his previously slim majority by almost 2,000 votes. Well, Peter Henley is in Eastleigh and has watched the drama unfold. Peter.
It was dramatic, but the Liberal Democrats have now gone home from this deserted counting hall, very satisfied with the result here, and hoping that it'll be repeated in Romsey and Winchester, their other 2 strongholds after by-election success. David Chidgey started defending just a 700 majority. He's now strengthened that to 3,000. The Conservatives ran a high-profile campaign here with visits by William Hague and Lady Thatcher as well, but it seems to have made no impression. The Labour vote seems to have been what did it for the Conservatives here, despite that high-profile campaign. The Labour vote was down here by just about the same amount as the increased majority for the Liberal Democrats. It's funny, that.
Peter, thanks very much. Now for a rundown of the other results from across the region that have been coming in during the past hour. To recap that Liberal Democrat success in the south first, with a gain from the Tories in Mid-Dorset and Poole North, and they stole the 2nd seat from the Conservatives in Guildford. Meanwhile, the Tories held on to Poole, which gave the party its first seat in the Commons for the next Parliament. The Conservatives have also held Bournemouth East and Bournemouth West, and the Shadow Social Security Secretary David Willits held on to his seat in Havant. Meanwhile, Labour held on to Brighton, Pavilion and Crawley. Elsewhere, the Conservatives have held Fareham, Labour have held Brighton, Kemptown, and in Surrey South West, that's Virginia Bottomley's seat, there's a recount. But the Tories have also held on to Dorset West, Worthing West, New Forest West and Basingstoke. Well, already a night of real drama. I'm joined now by our political expert, John Dearlove from Sussex University. John, a Liberal Democrat night, gains and holds on what could have been quite shaky seats for them.
Yeah, very much. In 1992, at that general election, they won nothing down here. They picked up 3 seats in by-elections. They picked up more seats in 97, seats like the Isle of Wight, Winchester. And now they've won some more. And as Peter just said, they expect them to pick up Christchurch, Winchester again.
Apathy does seem to be ruling, though. There's been quite a low turnout.
Yes, I think it was one of the things that Labour feared hugely, that traditionally it's working-class people who turn out less. We know in Southampton, 16% down, that's huge. This is the lowest turnout for any general election over the last century.
Is it not a surprise, do you think, that there's not been a swing back to the Tories after such a huge Labour win?
Well, I think it's a dreadful shock for the Tories, obviously. They were expecting to claw something back. And the issue now is, what does William Hague do? I mean, he has led his party. He would have hoped to have had a majority cut down, maybe by 20 or 30 seats, but it doesn't look to be like that. Is he going to fall on his sword, or is he going to be pushed?
Do you think there'll be any surprises now?
No, I don't think so. I think what we see, by and large, is that although the Liberal Democrats have probably gone up by about 10% in the share of the vote down here, I think, by and large, the actual pattern of seats isn't going to change hugely. I think you're going to see the Conservatives coming in with pretty much the number of seats they've got down a bit, and Labour much the same as before.
Thank you, John. The Tories have held Surrey South West, we've just heard. We'll be back with bulletins throughout the day, and the next one at 6:40 in GMTV. We'll see you then. Bye for now.
Welcome back to those of you who've been hearing your own detailed results. We've been talking here about the Tory dilemmas that they face, but picking up, which I think you didn't hear when we announced it, because I think we'd just gone, the Conservative gain in Scotland. So the Conservatives are back in Scotland, in Galloway and Upper Neasdale, which will be of great comfort to them. But John, just on this point of the Labour, let's move to Labour now, on to Labour. And remember, this is the huge achievement. They now really have to consolidate it because they are the party of government.
They are the party of government, but as Tony Blair points out, what they also want to be is the party of all the regions and all the classes. So it's a completely different ambition from, say, 20 years ago, where all this talk was, look what Thatcher has done for her class, what can we do for our class? It's a completely different language. What they're really saying is, we want to be, in this century, we want to be the dominant party that takes in people from all walks of life. Now that means all the, as I say, the arguments you used to have before about what about the left of the party, what will they do? Tony Blair wants that to be a redundant argument.
Okay. Now, Katie Derham, you'll remember, started in Edinburgh. She got to Manchester, slightly delayed, but she is now in Birmingham. No problems getting to Birmingham, Katie?
Jonathan, the most fantastic helicopter ride from Manchester here. We're here safe and sound, and of course there've been some extraordinary scenes here in Birmingham because there were 11 counts here at the International Convention Centre behind me. In fact, I'm told 675,000 votes were counted by teams of hundreds of volunteers here. No huge surprises. 10 seats held for Labour, 1 held for the Conservatives. However, I am here with people who've been experiencing the excitement of the evening. The Lord Mayor of Birmingham, Councillor Jim Worwood, good evening.
Hello.
And Sam West, the actor who's just down the road at Stratford at the moment in Hamlet.
Yes, just finished it 4 hours ago.
Now, first turn to you, Councillor. It must have been a logistical challenge, shall we say, getting this organised today.
Yes, but we've got a very efficient and well-organised staff here who've done this sort of thing before. Birmingham always has run, or has in recent years run the biggest count, and he's done it again tonight. And so we're all very happy. It's gone very smoothly, and we have no complaints at all.
Now, for you, Sam, this is your first count, wasn't it? How have you enjoyed the evening?
It was very exciting when all 11 were going on. I mean, democracy in action. I've had a lot of good arguments, and I've lost a lot of them too, which is excellent.
So would you come back next year?
If this was my constituency, I certainly would. I drove 190 miles to vote Socialist Alliance in London today, so I'm a long way from home.
Now, Councillor, how do you feel the campaign has gone in Birmingham this year?
Well, there's been no hiccups and no changes, and I think it pretty well would reflect the national picture, really. I mean, the vote is down here as much as everywhere else, but that's all you can say, really. A bit disappointing with the turnout, but what can you do about it? Not a lot.
As you say, Sam, you're living in Stratford, voting in London, here in Birmingham tonight, but how have you enjoyed the campaign? What's been your take on it?
I think that one of the most fascinating results is that Chesterfield got rid of a socialist MP and elected a Liberal Democrat, where Tony Benn stepped down. I mean, the consensus politics mean that so few differences are noticeable between the main parties that what people are looking for is something more radical, I think. And 44% in Ladywood tonight is hardly a mandate from the masses. I think we should all be, anyone who didn't vote should be ashamed of themselves and get out there.
Councillor Jim Worwood, thank you very much indeed for joining us here in Birmingham. Now, Jonathan, my journey is not over. The cannonball run of the election continues. We're now getting back onto the helicopter, coming to see you in London, and I hope we'll be in the studio at about 5 o'clock.
Katie, we look forward very much to that moment. Interesting piece of analysis that we have is that the ethnic minority MPs in the new House look like being significantly up. There were 9 in the last Parliament. We're predicting there'll be 13 in the new Parliament, members of the ethnic minority community, which will be welcome to all parties without any doubt. I think I can see Anne Widdecombe there in Maidstone. Ms. Widdecombe, thank you for joining us again. Since when we were last talking... Good morning. I know, it's quite a long... Since we first talked, it's really quite a long time ago. But anyway, it was very nice to talk to you again and ask you what you think of the fact that up in Oldham, which you probably heard, there was a little bit of, well, near trouble. There wasn't, mercifully, in the end, any trouble. But the BNP put gags across their mouths and said, we aren't free to speak. And Michael Meacher said that was a nonsense because they were giving interviews everywhere. The reason, apparently, why the councillor said they shouldn't speak anyone was because of the anxiety there might be some trouble if they were allowed to. But the interesting result there was that the BNP nearly took second place from the Conservatives. Michael Meacher said that that was because of the way in which the Conservatives, or specifically William Hague, had been playing what he called the race card.
Well, Michael Meacher is profoundly irresponsible, and indeed by making comments of that sort, he shows which party really is playing the race card. And, of course, he is contradicting what Jack Straw himself said when he said that the things that had gone on in Oldham were nothing whatever to do with statements made by either William Hague or myself.
We've just heard that Virginia Bottomley, people thought that maybe she would lose the seat, has held on in Surrey South West. Her majority reduced to 861 over the Liberal Democrats. So it was a close call, but sigh of relief for you there.
Well, it may have been a close call, but Virginia has now returned to Parliament. I congratulate her. She's a great member of Parliament, and her electors have taken the right decision.
Just one very brief thing. I've spoken to a lot of your senior colleagues. They all say we've got to have a time for reflection, but very carefully, one or two of them have said, not said that they want to see William Hague lead the party into the next general election. I was a little unclear whether you want to see him lead the party into the next general election or whether you want him to reflect like others.
Yes, I do want to see him lead the party into the next general election. We will obviously have to reflect. No party which loses an election can afford not to reflect. But at the same time, we will want to make sure that what we're gearing up for is not just a long drawn-out analysis of the past, but fighting the future. And what I want to say to everybody who's worked for us and loyally voted for us yesterday, we are going to come out fighting. We are going to win next time.
Thank you very much for joining us, Anne Widdecombe. And now for a roundup of some of the key results, Mary Nightingale and the Results Centre.
Jonathan, we're going to start with some Tory gains now. Galloway and Upper Nithsdale. Now, this is a Conservative gain, as you can see, very small majority, only 74. Swing from SNP to the Conservatives of 6.8%. This is, at long last, a foothold for the Tories in Scotland. It was an SNP marginal. They've lost it. The Tories have gained it. So let's have a look then at the change in share. And you can see that the Tories are up 3.5%, SNP down 10.1%, Labour up 3.9%, the same with Lib Dems, and SNP up 1.6%. So moving on then to Upminster, another Tory gain with a majority of 1,241. Now Labour won Upminster for the first time in 1997. Well, they've lost it this time. Swing Labour to Conservatives of 5.2%. And again, let's look at the change in share there. The Tories have gained 6%, Labour have lost 4.3%, Lib Dems down just a shade, 0.1%, and UK Independent Party up 3.2%. Norfolk Northwest, another Tory gain. Now they've got this one from Labour. It was number 14 on the Tory target list, by the way. Swing 4.6 from Labour to the Conservatives. So let's have a look at the change in share of that one. The Tories are up 7, Labour down 2.1, Lib Dems down 1.2, and the rest up, UK Independents up 1.4. Chesterfield, now here we have a Lib Dem gain with a majority of 3,411. This was a shock Lib gain from Labour, and you can see that there's a swing from Conservatives to the Lib Dems there, and if we have a look at the swing from Lib Dems, from Labour to the Lib Dems, rather, of 8.5%. So let's have a look at the change in share. Lib Dems are up 8.3, Labour are down 8.8, Conservatives are down 1.1, and the rest up 1.7. And that is the way it's looking so far. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mary. Colin Rallings, we're getting quite a lot of shifting around. The Conservatives are now, at the moment, being predicted just a little bit above what they had last time, 167, and we've dropped the Liberal Democrats down to 54. These are not big changes from what we were saying at the beginning, but is it beginning yet to sort of level? Are we very nearly there, or is it going to be some time yet?
Well, the problem this evening, I mean, it's an interesting problem, if you like, Jonathan, is that the parties are sort of up and down in really quite similar parts of the country. You remember that quite extraordinary result we had from Torbay when Adrian Sanders retaining his seat earlier on, and we thought that that would mean the Liberal Democrats would sweep all before them in the southwest. Well, they won Teambridge, but they weren't able to win Totnes. And it's been the same with the Labour Party and the Conservatives as well. We've seen those Labour losses to the Conservatives in the eastern fringes of London, Castle Point, which is Canvey Island, Upminster and Romford, and yet if you look at equally marginal Labour-held seats from 1997 in North London, like Brent North and Enfield Southgate, where we saw Stephen Twigg win not so long ago, Labour has actually managed to get a swing towards them. So this sort of mixed pattern means it really is very difficult to predict quite where the next result is going to come from and what it will be, because we're seeing different patterns within effectively the same region.
Thanks, Colin, which means lots of very interesting surprises. Now for the national share of the vote, we hear the share of the vote in particular seats. The national share of the vote, Dermot Murnaghan can tell us more. Dermot.
Yes, Jonathan, we're beginning to enter the end game here, of course. The vast majority of seats have declared now, so let's have a look at that national share. As you say, and no surprises here, of course, the Labour Party having far and away the biggest share, 45.9%, might still go down a bit as more Tory seats declare. 29.6% at the moment for the Tories, 17.5% for the Lib Dems, 7.1% for the others. And the story this tells us is that the polls before and during the election were more or less right. A double-digit lead there, high double-digit lead there for the Labour Party. The change in share, let's have a look at that. And then we have it, the Labour Party have gone down 2.5%, but it's in the seats where it didn't really matter, in their heartened seats. It hasn't actually cost them too many seats, and they, of course, have been holding on to most of their key marginals. The Conservatives up ever so slightly, 0.7%. Perhaps the biggest gainers of the evening, as we were saying, the Liberal Democrats there, a gain of 2.1% on 1997. Jonathan.
Thanks very much, Dermot. Earlier on, I was talking to Sir Malcolm Rifkind when he was being slightly optimistic about the chances of winning his seat back in Edinburgh Pentlands. In fact, he didn't do it. And a little while ago, he made the speech in acknowledging that he was not to be their MP again.
Politics is the art of the possible, and sadly, success and victory this evening has not proved possible. And I give my congratulations to Linda Clark on her victory in the election today. I, of course, give my thanks to the returning officer and to the other staff, and my own special congratulations to Mark McInnes, my agent, and to my campaign team, who were of the highest quality. What we have done in Pentlands as a Conservative team is to dramatically reduce the Labour majority. I said 4 years ago that the Labour Party should consider they had a leasehold, not a freehold, of this constituency. And indeed, that is what it is, but the lease is lasting slightly longer than I would have preferred. What we have seen today is quite important developments in the renaissance of the Scottish Conservative Party. Tonight we have won the Galloway seat from the Scottish National Party. Tonight we came within 48 votes of winning Perth from the Scottish National Party. Tonight we reduced the Labour majority in Pentlands by 2/3. And we will, I believe, continue to make progress in the months and years to come. We've always known that advance and progress for Scottish Tories was going to be slow, it was going to be difficult. But with 19 seats in the Scottish Parliament, with 2 seats now in the European Parliament, with a Scottish Tory back in the House of Commons, I have no doubt that the Scottish Tory party will continue to serve Scotland well. Thank you.
A very eloquent speech, brave speech from Malcolm Rifkind, but there is the battle bus, I think, in which the Deputy Prime Minister, John Prescott, is arriving at Labour Party headquarters. I can just see him in the murk there. John Prescott, who gave a sterling round-the-country performance for his party, had a memorable moment, which I won't even bother to remind you of it, because you know it so well. Very popular in the heartlands, a figure totally loyal to Tony Blair. Presumed to be carrying on there. He's receiving the plaudits of those who support him. He is old Labour made new, if ever there was an incarnation of that. Never at home with people like Peter Mandelson, who he regarded with some disdain, but very loyal and has been very important indeed to Tony Blair in the massive shift that Tony Blair has undertaken with New Labour, John.
I think one of the secrets was that he just so enjoyed being Deputy Leader, then Deputy Prime Minister. So one should never underestimate the sense in which he wasn't there making some kind of tough bargain with Tony Blair. He was there because he was thrilled to be in high office in a Labour government. So there was always that side to John Prescott. I think people didn't realise just the sheer pleasure he had in the position that he held.
And in his case, he will remain Deputy Prime Minister almost certainly, but his days of power and influence, because he wasn't actually, in many people's judgment, a huge success in delivering an integrated transport system. He's not going to have real power from now on. Is that right?
Yes, that does seem to be the most likely outcome. He will take Mo Molam's seat in the Cabinet Office. That will be his job. He may have some responsibility for regional government. That's something that he believes in. Of course, that's very much a feeling that they've not completed the settlement yet in terms of constitutional change, and that will involve devolution to the English regions.
Here you can see him going through the scrum of supporters. You cannot underestimate for the Labour Party how important this is. They have demonstrated for the first time in the party's history that it is possible for a Labour leader to take his party into government and then to have another term of office. It is the battle they fought, as Tony Blair said, for 100 years, and John Prescott has been a key part of it.
He's been a key part of it, and of course so much of this is born out of their bitter experience of 18 years in opposition. For people like John Prescott and their political lives, so much of it was spent sort of impotently on the opposition benches, and they so disliked that. They so felt the purpose of politics is to do something, and we weren't doing anything during that period.
While talking about opposition benches, we saw that Malcolm Rifkind earlier is not going to be back in the House of Commons, which will be a big loss to his party. And Virginia Bottomley was nearly lost to her party, but by 861 votes, she stayed put. You'll be very relieved, Virginia.
I'm very pleased. I've been the Member of Parliament here for 17 years. I'm quite beyond bleeper control, and I think the House of Commons needs some independent members of Parliament to really stand up for what they think is right.
Well,
and
now that
I'm
you're
very happy
beyond...
to continue representing this area.
Now that you're beyond bleeper control, how do you explain the disaster second time round?
Oh, I think it's all pretty understandable, but no doubt there'll be much discussed by you and others. We were in power for 18 years. We achieved an enormous amount then. I think many of us hoped that we could spring back within the 4 years, particularly in the light of the reality, certainly around here, of a terrible deterioration of public services. But the public aren't ready for us yet. I think our shelf life is long. I think our values are good. But I think we have to find a way of communicating that seems more relevant to the aims and aspirations of people today. Here we actually had a tremendous campaign, a lot of young people, you know, tremendous enthusiasm, sort of cheerfulness, and sometimes I think as Tories we still sound a bit stiff.
But a terrific campaign with the worst turnout probably since 1918, which affects your party just as much as the Labour Party or indeed the Liberal Democrats, although they've done, relatively speaking, rather well, suggests that fighting a good campaign isn't good enough. Can I put it to you that people like you in the party, if you're really off bleeper control, should be saying we've got to fundamentally rethink who we are, where we're going, if you have a chance really of getting anywhere?
I don't think this is the moment to reopen all the issues of the election campaign, but I think there has been a dumbing down of Parliament. I think there is a cynicism about the relationship between politicians and the press. It's really struck me very forcibly, and many of the others of us who were in the cabinet together, about the degree to which the goalposts and the rules have changed. And that makes the public terribly cynical about politics generally. Now we've got to find ways of explaining that, getting it over more effectively.
Thank you very much, Virginia Bottomley, for joining us, and again, congratulations for holding on there. I can see, Lord Paddy Ashdown at the Liberal Democrats Party. It's a good night for you, isn't it, Paddy?
Paddy will do, Jonathan. I think
in that case, I'm going to start calling you Lord Ash.
I can't hear you. You can hear us cheering another game. Jonathan, it's been a phenomenal night, and a night of personal triumph for Charles Kennedy. He's had the courage to fight his own campaign, to buck the trend, to go against the convention, and to give the party its best election results since 1923. It is a phenomenal night for the Liberal Democrats. I never believed, incidentally, that 1997 was our high water mark, and Charles Kennedy and the party have now proved it.
Is he right to say that that the Lib Dems can be the real party of opposition when, however, is he right to say that the Lib Dems will be the party of opposition when on the one key issue that's coming up, they are, if not in bed, certainly next door to the government, Europe?
He's absolutely right, and I'll tell you why he's right. He's right because the Tory party is bound now, after a night of devastating defeat, to involve itself in an internecine warfare in which the bloodletting will be remarkable to behold. They will not be able to hold this government to account, and it's the Liberal Democrats, now increased in size, contrary to most of the press's predictions, that will form the unified, effective and responsible opposition, and I have no doubt about that.
But this presumably then means that ground rules have changed fundamentally from the point at which you, when you had that very close alliance with Tony Blair, were predicting that your successor would be in the cabinet, because you can't both be in the cabinet and the real party of opposition. Is it as fundamental the shift as that?
Well, let's wait and see what the shift will be, if there's going to be one, and I think we have to wait for the dust to settle before doing so. But, you know, many would argue we were the effective opposition to the government in the last Parliament. We're the ones who held them to account on the issues of public services, on their failure to invest in health and education as they promised. The Tory party didn't. So I think the party will continue to provide the kind of politics which we've believed in for a long time, where we agree with somebody, we support them, and where we think they fail on their promises or fail the nation, we're prepared to criticize them. We're now stronger to be able to do that. We're united where the Tories are going to be catastrophically divided, and if this government is to be held to account, and my goodness they must be, because they are now showing tendencies to arrogance which will worry many people, including in the Labour Party, it is the Liberal Democrats who will do that.
Would you still like, however, to see Charles Kennedy in a cabinet seat? It doesn't seem very likely, and you haven't got what you were so keen on, any commitment to a referendum on proportional representation either.
Jonathan, a general election is an extraordinary event. It's like a great snapshot of the political scenery. Everything changes after it. No doubt we'll have time to settle down and consider that in due course. For tonight, in what I think is a very interesting and fluid period of politics, the Liberal Democrats have, contrary to the press's expectations, increased their number of seats, increased their national share of the vote, and in the very fluid period of politics ahead, we do that from a position of strength. How we respond to that will be an issue no doubt everyone will have to consider.
Understood. One very quick question before I release you. Do you expect the Euro referendum to be very soon now?
Yes, I do, because I think Mr. Blair will see the opportunity presented by a catastrophic Conservative defeat. The forces who would be arguing against that will be immeasurably weakened tonight, not least because Mr. Hague, amongst a series of catastrophic misjudgments, said that tonight was a referendum on the euro. So I would anticipate that this is an opportunity Mr. Blair will not want to miss.
Thank you very much, Lord Ashdown, and I can see, sorry to keep you waiting if I have done, Sir Malcolm. First of all, of course, commiserations. You hoped you might get in, and you didn't quite make it. Did you really believe you might have got in this evening, or did you fear that it wasn't going your way?
There was a large swing in our direction. We reduced the Labour majority by 2/3, but that didn't enable us to reduce it by the other third.
Are you now going to hang up your boots and call it a day? You've tried
twice. I don't think so. No, that would be very negative. I expect to continue to be involved in public life, but the precise form of that, well, we'll have to wait and see.
But you would like to stay actively involved in Conservative Party politics?
Oh, yes, certainly. If people feel that I have a contribution to make, then I would certainly wish to do so. But just in case you're about to ask me, I'm not remotely contemplating going to the upper house, just before you ask me that question.
You just preempted the question. You are quite right.
I suspected I might have done.
You've been interviewed many, too many times, but you could consider going for another seat if one came up. Is that what you're saying?
Please don't speculate. I'm not speculating. I have given no thought to that because I was obviously hoping to win back the Pentland seat. That has not happened. The one consolation that I now have is lots of time to think what I should do next. So don't ask me to indicate what it might be, because I honestly don't know myself.
Understood completely. Just reflect for a moment, though. Everyone is saying that the Tory party now has to reflect. Some of the potential candidates, were there to be a leadership challenge, are saying that they want to see Mr. Hague go right on until the next election. Others are conspicuously saying that he should stay on, but not that he should go on until the next election. Do you think that he should stay on for the next election, or do you think you have to have a fundamental shift now?
Well, I think that 3 o'clock in the morning, just after the general election, is not the best time to pontificate on these matters. I suspect the best advice I can give to my colleagues in the Conservative Party is to, if they haven't yet gone to bed and had a good night's sleep, to now try and have one. They will find that that is not only refreshing, but it will enable them to exercise their judgment on these wider matters far more effectively and far more persuasively when they wake up.
Sir Malcolm Rifkin, thank you very much for joining us. You can see now that the Labour Party is way out in front on the 386, getting quite close to the majority we are now predicting for them. Conservatives collecting more votes, of course, because the rural areas come in, or the non-urban areas. Liberal Democrats on 38, but it nonetheless remains that we're predicting a Labour majority of 163. The Labour Party has already, we are predicting now for Labour 411 seats. The Conservatives 167, that's up a couple from the last election, and the Liberal Democrats 53. So there we are. Michael Howard is back in Folkestone and Hythe. John, there was a thought that maybe he could be in trouble there if there was a lot of tactical voting. On the other hand, he is a very robust Kent MP, as well as being a former significant senior figure.
He is. He's a very tough figure, and of course the fact that he's come back and Virginia Bottomley has come back and other big figures means that although the Conservatives have had a terrible night, they're not a sort of bedraggled army. There are still people there who will want to argue very forcibly about what happens. They're not going to do it in public tonight, but all the sort of main figures. Stephen Dorrell, for example, is back, former minister. He already criticised the campaign. He did so in the middle of the campaign. So there's plenty of stuff, combustible material, which I think we'll see in the months ahead, which will fire up the debate on the Conservative side.
And another, incidentally, elder statesman of the party, Lord Parkinson, saying it's time for the party to take a deep breath and try and learn a few lessons, exactly illustrating John's point. Now for the battleground, his virtual battleground, Dermot.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan. Yes, we're going to take a look at the scale of that Tory failure in black and white, or should I say red and blue. This is the battleground. Remember, we were looking at that earlier in the evening. These were the Labour seats at risk, potentially from 1997. Let's allocate them now to their parties on the basis of those that have declared. There it says it all. The colours, a sea of red, 1 or 2 flashes of blue. These seats down this end should have been easier for William Hague and co to take, and they've taken one of them, just Romford there in Essex. But of course the Labour Party holding on to 3 of their most marginal seats here: Wellingborough, Milton Keynes and Northampton South. Couple more gains here for the Conservatives, Norfolk Northwest and Castlepoint, but that's really where the line is drawn. Beyond that, a sea of red with 1 outpost, another part of the Essex effect perhaps, Upminster, and beyond that it really is all red. Let's just remind ourselves, it's academic now of course, the point that Mr Hague wanted to get to at least Wirral South, that's red. Most of the rest of my board is red. That would have meant we would have achieved a hung parliament, but that of course is academic now. Jonathan.
Thanks very much, Dermot. While we were listening earlier to Tony Blair's speech, a remarkable result occurred in Wyre Forest. You'll remember that's the seat where the independent Dr. Richard Taylor was standing because of the community's anger against the closure of the hospital in Kidderminster. The Liberal Democrats stood aside, and it was a straight battle, therefore, between the Independent and the Labour Party. While he was on air, as I was saying, that result was given. This is what happened.
I, Walter Dellin, being the acting returning officer of the parliamentary election for the Wyre Forest constituency held on 7th June 2001, give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Loch David, Labour Party, 10,857, 10857. Millington, James, United Kingdom Independence Party, 368, 368. Simpson, Mark, Conservative Party, 9,350, 9350. Richard Taylor, Independent Kidderminster Hospital and Health Concern, 28,000.
A massive victory for Richard Taylor. A massive victory for Richard Taylor, who is a doctor himself. 28,457 votes. Labour in second place, 10,857. The Conservatives, 9,350. A majority of 17,600. A swing from Labour to his independent party of 42.3%. Look what that means in terms of the share of the vote now. 58% for Richard Taylor, 22% for Labour, Conservatives on 19%, and the UK Independence Party right back. And the change in the share will be remarkable looking, up 58%, because it was from a standing start. Labour down 26%, Conservatives down 17%. John, we were talking about this earlier, this just shows what can happen when there really is public disaffection, dissatisfaction with the government, and there is someone who can come along and say, for better, for worse, I can do for you what that government is not doing.
Yes, we used to think this was a kind of by-election effect, that if people could send a message to the government in a by-election, and if it was a good case, they would do that. It never used to happen in general elections, and you say, oh, well, it doesn't matter who stands, they won't be able to make it. But what an astonishing result that is. And it shows, I suppose, this question really of people who wanted to improve the public services, how should we vote? Now, here was an example. I said, right, we're talking about a doctor, we're talking about the health service alone, no nonsense about ideology, let's support this guy, and that's what happened.
After, of course, he won, he made his acceptance speech, and this is what he said.
Mr. Returning Officer, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is an absolutely unique experience for me and really all of us here. I'm absolutely thrilled, honoured, and deeply touched that people have held faith and belief in me. As a doctor for over 23 years, it has been my tremendous privilege to look after patients in this area. I think this almost gives one an unfair advantage over other candidates. Even today, I've met patients who've introduced me to their relatives that I knew as tiny children. One lady, actually a teller for another party, said, "Thank you for giving my husband 9 extra years." That is the sort of privilege I have been in.
There we are. Colin, while Richard Taylor was speaking there with that extraordinary victory, he modestly, sort of non-politician speaking, interesting that with 500 plus results in, only 13 seats have changed hands. Put that small number of change of seats into a historical perspective, can you?
Well, we have a clear perspective from 4 years ago, Jonathan, don't we, where we had 180 seats change hands during the night and into the next day, and all the time we were telling people about Labour gains and Lib Dem gains, and the tide was all against the Conservatives. This time, just 13, as you say, and in fact there hasn't actually been an election since 1910 when fewer than 20 seats changed hands. Still some time for that to happen, but it looks like, in historical perspective, being a pretty quiet night in that sense.
And bad news for those who believe there should be many more women in Parliament, if the prediction is right. It looks there's going to be reduced by 3 to 117 from 120. Is that about it?
I believe so. I think the figures were that if the number of women in Parliament was going to be increased, Labour had to do significantly better than they had done in 1997. That was always rather a large task for them. And remember, there's still considerable criticism, not only within the Labour Party, but among Conservatives and Liberal Democrats as well, that they are not selecting sufficient women in winnable seats. So although we've seen the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives pick up that handful of seats tonight, they haven't been women on the whole.
Colin, thank you very much. And a few seconds ago, William Hague has left his house and he is on his way to the count in Richmond. That's the protective entourage around him. He, however tough he has been, John, however resilient, he cannot be other than deeply distressed. But before we go to that, we can see Tony Blair now, who's arriving at the airport in Sedgefield, that's going to take on that plane. He will be on in the moment with Cherie Blair, who's beside him, waving goodbye to some supporters there at 5 to 4 in the morning, and he will be on his way down to London and then he's expected to go to Millbank before he goes to number 10 Downing Street. So there is one relaxed man, John.
Well, yes, one relaxed man. He has this strange habit of putting his hands in his pockets, though. It's very much the school prefect in Tony Blair when he does that. He's allowed to put his hands in his pocket, and the other boys can't. But it's a very confident figure, isn't it?
Going around saying thank you to the staff,
Yes.
I imagine, at the airport.
And he's
who've
used to being
preparing
Prime
for him.
Minister. Have you noticed that? He behaves in that sort of authority figure way. There's no question about who's in charge. He knows he's in charge.
Absolutely. He said to the voters, you're the boss, you're deciding, you instruct us, but he is now, having been instructed, is the boss again.
That's it, and you don't feel that he talks the stuff about how, you know, now he has more responsibility, but there's a feeling of it's back to normal, I think, is what he's really thinking.
They're waving to those who are there in the early hours of the morning before he gets on board the plane to fly down to London. So we say a temporary goodbye there to Tony Blair. And Robin Cook, I think, is able to join us. Mr. Cook, yes, good evening to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm still thinking it's evening, but of course it is actually morning. Obviously, you are cock-a-hoop. Let me ask what I've asked some of the others, though. It's a bit of a downer that the turnout is so low, which makes what in seat terms is a ringing endorsement, in public terms, very much less than that.
Well, I think the main explanation of the lower turnout is that people did expect a Labour government. They did think the result was a foregone conclusion, and in that they were right. There's absolutely no evidence that if those who did not vote had voted, the result would have been any different. You were talking a moment ago about what was historic about this election. Actually, what is historic is that we have had a full parliament with a Labour majority, and for the first time in Labour's history, we now have a majority which we can carry through a second full parliament. And that gives us the chance to serve the people, to carry through our priorities, and to deliver the decent public services and the opportunity for all that we wish to provide.
That historic fact is one that, as you may have heard, we've been pointing out a lot during the evening. A historic potential fact is coming up quite soon. The Euro referendum, if those famous 5 tests are met. Are you now looking forward to the moment when that referendum can be held because those tests have been met?
Well, we did say during the election that we were not going to bounce the British people with any snap decision. The decision on the 5 economic tests has to be a considered, measured judgment, and that will take time. But what I do take comfort from this election is that the Conservatives fought this election on a negative isolationist campaign opposing our links to our European partners, and they didn't do any better out of it than they did in 1997. The public and the electorate have turned out to have more common sense than the Conservative Party.
Do you think that most of the electorate, and some of the polls have been half indicating this, even if they don't like Europe, want to at least give it a chance and didn't want to say no, and that if there is a referendum, that you will have a very good chance of getting a yes?
Well, Jonathan, we have just won a general election on a historic scale, and we're starting a new era in the history of the Labour Party and of Britain. I'm not going to get drawn on predictions about a referendum, which will only happen if we are confident about that economic assessment. But what I certainly think you can draw from this election is that the bulk of the British public understand that if we are going to be successful, if we're going to have a healthy industry, if we're going to have strong exports, we need to have a working partnership with our partners in Europe. And that's why I think the Conservative Party, the more it went on in a very hostile, isolationist way to Europe, discredited itself as a potential government and could not be taken seriously.
I didn't quite get an answer, but I didn't expect to, but it's nice to talk to you. Thank you very much, Robin Cook.
Thank you.
And now to the turnout, I was just talking about then at the very beginning with Mr. Cook. Dermot can tell us more about that. Dermot.
Certainly can, Jonathan. As you were saying, Mr. Cook, pretty happy there. But one fact that will unite the politicians, which they won't be too happy about, is this dramatic fall in turnout. Let's just remind ourselves how it's fallen over the decades. Starting in 1950, then we had 83.9% of us eligible to vote, voting in that election, Winston Churchill and Clement Attlee. Fell over the decades, of course. Let's stop next in 1979. 29 years later, Margaret Thatcher got about 3/4 of the electorate to vote in that election. Tony Blair, last time round, 1997, falling, here we have it, 71.4%. But now look at this. This time round, we're predicting, all the votes still have to be counted, but we're down to about, we think, to about 55% of the electorate. 16% fall in just 4 years. If that is the case, It could be the fact that about just 1 in 4 of the electorate have voted for the Labour Party. Important questions, perhaps, about mandate. Jonathan.
Thank you very much. John, just hearing now, looking at the tally, first 394. Robin Cook wasn't giving anything away, but we know jolly well, let's be realistic, he longs for the moment when the Chancellor says the 5 tests are met and we can now really go to war in favour of a single currency. Do I exaggerate?
No, I think that's absolutely right. And I think the way that he talked about what the feeling was in the public about Europe as a result of this failed Conservative campaign, I think we're going to hear a lot more about that, but also from pro-European Conservatives. So we'll already see the pro-Europeans will start to come out, I suspect later today, and say, look, you tried your Eurosceptic line, Mr. Hague, it didn't work.
Very interesting. Robert Worcester in the Results Centre, you gave us from Mori the exit poll. You know where we are now, predicting a Labour majority of 163. How do the present predictions, now based entirely on the results as they've come in, more than 500 of them, square with the exit poll?
You'll remember, Jonathan, that we went out at 175 at 10 o'clock, and I made the point shortly after 10 when you called on me, and I said it could be between 160 and 190. When you consider that a differential turnout between the Conservatives and Labour of 3 percentage points, one way or the other, makes a difference of 20 seats, it's really just remarkable that we can come so close. I've always said, however, that we should be able to get it right to plus or minus 2 or 3%. And if you get it closer than that, it's just plain luck. But then, if you're not lucky, it's not a good business to be in.
And for non-mathematicians, were you well within 3%?
Oh, yes, we're certainly well within 3%, within 2%. And also the final polls, for the most part, were within 2%. ICM and Mori, NOP and Gallup were a bit outside that margin, but certainly ICM and Mori were well within it.
You're still in business, Bob Worcester. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And now for a summary, we can go now to Mary, who's down in the Results Centre. Mary.
Jonathan, Bob was talking about that prediction that we're making, and it is indeed, at the moment, a majority for Labour of 163. Now, that is based on results so far. No longer exit polls, this is pure results, and they have been coming in extremely fast. 568 seats have now declared, of which Labour have 397. The Tories 123, Lib Dems on 38 at the moment, and the rest on 10. So if we look at some of those key results, we can see that Labour have gained Innismon, Tories have gained Galloway and Upper Nithsdale, Lib Dems have gained Teignbridge, and Kidderminster Hospital Health Concern have gained Wyre Forest. We were talking about that one earlier on. So let's get a summary of what's going on in the Labour camp. Historic second consecutive term for the Labour Party. Their share of the vote is down by 2.4%. Mr Blair says a lot's done, a lot still to do. Meanwhile, over in the Tory camp, the share of the vote is up 0.8%. They have regained 1 seat in Scotland. Michael Portillo says Mr Hague should stay as leader. And finally, in the Lib Dem camp, share of vote is up 1.9%. Best performance for 70 years. That's in terms of seats, of course. Charles Kennedy says the party of the future. And that is the way it's looking at the moment. Now let's get a reminder of how you can get more details on your own areas.
Thank you very much, Mary. At 3:15, that's 45 minutes ago, we're told William Hague formally rang Tony Blair to concede a defeat, which is the proprieties that are always undertaken in this situation. While all that has been happening, and we've been having these results coming in fast and furiously, we think, very fast, and we have made one error which I want swiftly to correct. We said that in Northampton South, the Conservative Asian candidate, Sharif Vara, gained that seat. That is not the case, so apologies to those who thought for a moment that he got it. In fact, it was won by Labour's Tony Clark, who just held on there. Now outside Labour Party headquarters, I can see Mark Austin. What have you got for us, Mark? He's not quite ready for us. Can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, I can hear you. Just ask the question again if there was a question.
I said, what have you got for us? That's all.
Yeah, well, the scene is here that a number of senior Labour leaders are arriving with very big grins indeed. We've had Robin Cook, as you saw, Gordon Brown is here, John Prescott is here, and in about an hour and a half now we're expecting Tony Blair. He will then make a speech which is expected to follow the lines of his previous speeches, pretty much saying thank you to the British people, and the work goes on. And by the way, we still haven't got into the party, and I'm hoping that someone will bring me out a drink soon.
I think that's the least that they could possibly do. Is it crowded in there? Are there masses, or is it just the party workers who've been working in the campaign in Millbank?
No, it is crowded. Celebrities, as I say, more government ministers have been arriving, and the corks have been popping, the champagne is flowing, and it's getting increasingly noisy in preparation for the Prime Minister.
It sounds to me as though, you're not going to forgive me for this, it sounds as though, as it were, the tribe has spoken and you've been excluded.
Right, another very good one, Jonathan.
But Mark, to be serious for a second, is the impression that they really are saying down to business, or is there a lot of fun going on in there and they just don't want a contradiction between the down to business public statements and what's really going on because it's great fun in there?
Well, it's interesting. I think a lot of it is spin, and we know that that is part of the Labour policy, but I think also they don't want this sense of triumphalism because they don't think it's in keeping with the mood of the country. And I think they think that, you know, this is half-time, get the election out of the way, let's get on with it, is a much better image to portray than having a big party and saying we've done it again, you know, we've got another landslide, isn't this easy?
So they're doing it in private. Mark, thank you very much for that. Martin Bashir now outside Conservative Party headquarters in Smith Square. What's it like in there? You know, you've probably heard Martin was saying that that there was a sort of very dreary party going on next door. Mark was saying there was a party going on, but he was excluded. What's going on there?
There's not much of a party. And what's remarkable is you talk to anybody from Michael Portillo to Lord Tebbit, and everybody says William Hague should remain leader. This has been a very, very difficult night for the Conservative Party, but we need to take stock. There's no public bloodletting whatsoever from our point of view. It's actually very, very flat. And when you ask about whether the campaign was wrong on the person, the individual of William Hague, or on policies such as asylum and tax, again, they refuse to be drawn. It's perhaps an indication of the kind of authority and discipline that William Hague now exerts on this party. And that's quite significant, because I think the idea that they're going to remove Hague immediately is probably unlikely in the immediate to short term. I mean, John Sargent will know better than I do about the prospects of that in the immediate and short term. But I get the impression that actually there's quite a lot of discipline around here, notwithstanding the fact that it's a catastrophic defeat.
Who of the bigwigs are on their way in or who are already there? I think I saw actually Steve Norris. You wouldn't have seen him because he had his back to you as you were talking.
I actually just interviewed him. Oh, yeah? Yes, I did. I think you were on something more important.
More
Steve
important than Mr. Norris? Impossible.
No, indeed. Lord Parkinson's been in and out. Michael Portillo's been in and out. We're expecting William Hague, I think, sometime around 6:30. I have to say, also Ian Duncan Smith came in, and again he was saying, I asked him, you know, what about the leadership? And he said, absolutely not. William Hague, best leader for the party. I'm not challenging him.
Martin, thank you very much. Caroline Kerr is at Liberal Party headquarters, Liberal Democrat Party headquarters, which is in a restaurant in the West End of London. There was a lot of cheering and joy earlier. Is it settled down, or are they now kind of drinking themselves silly with delight?
Well, I have to say, Jonathan, there's absolutely no embarrassment about celebrating here. The crowd here has become increasingly jolly as the evening has worn on. In fact, rather rowdy at times.
That's a very decorous way of putting it in the comparison to the way I put it. Much more decorous.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you, Jonathan. I can tell you that Paddy Ashton arrived here about an hour ago and congratulated all the party workers, and in particular paid very generous tribute to Charles Kennedy, to whom he gives the credit for this very good night for the Liberal Democrats. He pointed out that it was the best result that the Liberals had experienced since 1923, if the predictions do turn out to be honoured, of a number of seats up to about 58.
Caroline, have you been offered a drink by that lot?
I'm so sorry, Jonathan. I can't hear what you're saying.
I can't shout any louder, so I won't ask. I'll ask the question once more in case you heard. Have you been offered a drink by that lot?
I'm sorry.
You can't hear. Not to worry. I suspect that the answer is that Caroline hasn't been offered a drink. Now we can go back up to Glasgow with the reminder that the Conservatives, as Bernard Ponsonby had predicted, have indeed won one seat in Scotland. Bernard, can you bring us up to date?
Yes, Jonathan, I can hear you, and I don't have a drink either. We're still waiting for 2 declarations in 2 Liberal Democrat constituencies, Orkney and Shetland and Argyll and Bute. They are likely to come tomorrow, but the story is that only 1 seat looks as if it's going to change hands. Professor Bill Miller, Professor of Politics at Glasgow University, not a lot of change in Scotland.
Yes, I mean, remarkably, on this night of all nights, the story from Scotland is that the Conservative Party gains a seat, gaining it from the SNP in Galloway. SNP have done rather badly tonight. Their performance tonight is worse than at any time until you go back before the days of Alex Salmond. They will be down beneath, I think, 20% when we get the final figures in. The other story about Scotland tonight is that there's been a huge decline in the turnout. Now, that's the same as in England. Maybe not quite as great a decline in turnout in Scotland as in England, but significantly in Scotland, it makes the turnout for the British Parliament election the same or even less than the turnout for the Scottish Parliament election, and that endangers the Union.
Of course, going into the election, Labour had 56 seats, the Liberal Democrats 10, and the SNP 6. As we say, 1 seat changed hands. Labour will be down 1 because the Speaker, Michael Martin, in Glasgow Springburn, technically won't be counted as a Labour Member of Parliament, but really a pretty poor night for the Nationalists.
A very poor night for the Nationalists. Of course, this was not really their election. Their election is 2003. Their election to the Scottish Parliament, but they wanted a strong base from which to enter the campaign for that Scottish election. We know from the polls that although people were saying that we're going to give Labour a 21% majority in Scotland over the Nats for this election, at the same time they were saying they would give the SNP a majority for a Scottish election.
Bill, thanks very much. That's the story in Glasgow, and now back to Jonathan in London.
Bernard, thanks. And there's another nationalist gain in Wales. Plaid Cymru have gained Carmarthen East and Ginevra from Labour, the first gain of the night. With that, we can go to Richmond in Yorkshire and see that William Hague, in the dawn light, is arriving at his count. There he is coming out of the car, sombre looking, going into the count there. John.
He said before this night
Mr. Hague,
that he wasn't...
Hold on a second, in case we hear anything he says.
Comment later. Thank you very much.
Later. It was interesting, when I met him a few days ago, he made it clear that he might have spoken earlier, so the fact that he's left it to his own count is quite significant.
There you see he's keeping that smile on his face, the smile that he's had throughout this campaign. Everyone has commented, and people like me have asked him, have you got to hide like an ox, or do you live in a fantasy land? But there he is smiling, and bravely beside him too, Fion's smiling. John.
But he's let the other leading Conservatives make the point about his leadership before he speaks. So this is part of a deliberate tactic now, making sure the atmosphere was prepared by his lieutenants before William Hague himself spoke in any way whatsoever. So it's the first time when he speaks now, it's his first comment on the whole election result, even though he conceded to Tony Blair personally nearly an hour ago.
Yes, well, we will be back with him when he does speak, and obviously, if he has prepared the ground like that, it's essentially giving himself time to make up his mind, and the others, the big wigs who've been suggesting that he should stay, are giving him that time.
And they're giving him that breathing space so that when he speaks, it isn't, I should stay as leader just suddenly. It is on the basis of the comments being made by lots of other leading Conservatives. I suspect this has been planned. They knew perfectly well they were going to lose the election, and they knew there would be the question of the leadership would arise immediately, and they didn't want it to run out of control.
Shaking hands there with representatives of the Liberal Democrats there. You see behind there too, Captain Cook country. Captain Cook set sail from his constituency, and indeed there is a sculpture there to celebrate it right on the coast. Going on now, you can see Seb Coe just in there. Seb Coe, as dapper as he was when he was a great runner, and has been at the side of William Hague throughout this campaign. He, Fion, his wife, and Seb Coe have been a trio locked together in this struggle, haven't they, John? And he's obviously very, very devoted to William Hague, and Hague trusts him enormously as his chief of staff.
Very small group around William Hague. It was one of the features of this campaign that the strategists all stayed in London, and they allowed William Hague and this small group to go around the country, and they were not particularly interested in building up a sort of a group of people around who would answer every question. A lot of it was done on the phone, a lot of it was done on the basis that he would be able to cope, but in the ordinary way. He didn't need spin doctors around him, except for his friend Sebastian Coe.
Although towards the end of the campaign, his answers appeared to become more and more by rote. He was accused of making all sorts of mistakes, like saying that there was a referendum, saying that there would be a landslide unless it could be stopped. He nonetheless, in terms of sheer guts, drew the admiration even of his enemies and critics.
He certainly did. He was extremely, from that point of view, steadfast and brave and determined. And he's won a lot of support, personal support, I'm sure, from people. But the opinion polls were always shocking about whether people would want him to be Prime Minister. He was on a par with Charles Kennedy, which for the leader of the Conservatives was an extraordinarily low figure.
There we are, waiting for the count. We will be back for the count there. As you can see, Labour now has hit the 400 mark, and we can now go to Dermot's virtual House of Commons to see what that is going to mean there. Dermot.
OK, Jonathan, let's have a look at how we think the House of Commons, the new-look House of Commons, will be composed. 659 MPs, remember, 330 for that majority. We're predicting that Labour, sitting here on the government side, will have way more than that 330 MPs. For the slimmest of majorities, they'll have 411. The Tories, how will they do? We think 167 MPs, slight improvement on 1997. Big improvement for the Liberal Democrats from last time round, 53 MPs for Charles Kennedy and co. And the others, Northern Ireland parties, nationalists from Scotland and Wales, and one independent, will have 28 seats for them. What about the majority we can expect for Mr. Blair? Let's have a look here. Another landslide, of course, 163 MPs under his command. So no doubt he's going to be coming back to this House, to all those waving order papers from his MPs, and sitting here on the government front bench. I've preempted it a bit, and here we are sitting together. Of course, it's known that he's been talking about his cabinet reshuffle, working on those papers during polling day for about 3 hours, we're told. And someone like this man, Mr. Blunkett, thought to do quite well, perhaps, in that reshuffle, thought to have had a very good 4 years as Education Secretary, and perhaps might be rewarded with the post of Home Secretary. Who gets what other jobs we'll keep up with during the day. I might take this opportunity asking Mr. Blair for a job myself. What do you think of Chancellor? I'll take that as a no.
But you do look remarkably at home there, Dermot. Anyway, there's been a recount. It's a technical recount, we're told, at Rushcliffe, which is the seat of the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, Ken Clarke, and we can there see the recount going on. There's a lot of people standing around looking. It would be surprising if it were because he was being chased close by Labour, but it is the last stronghold in Nottinghamshire. We're told it's a technical recount. Now, Ken Clarke has, talking to him earlier, he's kept very low. He said, I've been chased by the national media because they want to talk to me. Everyone wanted to talk to him. Of course they did in the media. They wanted to hear what he had to say about Europe, didn't they, John? And he was not saying anything because it was an election campaign, and he was darned if he was going to cause unnecessary problems, because that would weaken his position, which he wants to be in now, to be a big player in what happens to the Conservative Party.
Quite. I mean, there's no question about him, and Michael Heseltine and the other pro-Europeans are going to speak over the next few days. They're certainly going to stress the importance, if it happens, of the Euro referendum. For Kenneth Clarke's point of view, obviously, there's no question of him becoming leader unless, I suppose, the only possibility is that a referendum on the Euro is held and the government win that referendum and the Conservatives, as it were, sort themselves out and accept the result. But that's a very long way off.
But he is going to be a significant player in the run-up to a referendum, because he carries enormous clout beyond the party as well as within the party, and he is going to go out there if the 5 tests are met, as he was indicating earlier, and he will fight hard.
He will, and it's part of the complicated arguments that will go on behind the scenes about whether or not it's politically possible to hold the referendum. We hear all about the 5 economic tests, but of course the 6th test is very much, but will it be bought by the British public, and will there be any chance of holding a referendum? That is a political decision, but the influence of people like Kenneth Clarke is very important in any calculation about whether or not Tony Blair could do it.
You were talking about the bigwigs, and one of them, who's no longer in the House of Commons, of course, is Michael Heseltine. It's just come up that his successor Mr. Johnson, Boris Johnson, the editor of The Spectator, has won that seat. There could be no greater contrast on this Europe issue, among others, than Michael Heseltine in Europe and Boris Johnson. And it's very indicative of where the Conservative activists at the grassroots are on this issue.
Yes, I suppose the only thing they've got in common really is they've both got a lot of hair. But apart from that, no, they couldn't be more different, except their characters. And Boris Johnson, from that point of view, is going to be a welcome addition to the House of Commons. And I think people on both sides, opposition and government side, will be rather pleased to see him there, because he'll make waves and he'll be good fun.
Of course, for those who don't read it, he edits one of the most read magazines of the Conservative right, but it's quite an eclectic. You have a whole lot of ranges. It's always said to be rather well written. There's been a lot of speculation whether he can still be on, as it were, our side of the fence as a journalist and a loyal MP. And he's speculated himself, but he doesn't seem to quite know the answer.
No, I suspect he'd like to do both. I think that Boris Johnson, he's really quite young, but he's very clever and very funny, and I'm sure, as I say, a great addition to the House of Commons.
There's no question he's going to cause us a lot of entertainment, if not much more than that. Now for a roundup of the results. Let's go to the Results Centre and Mary Nightingale.
Jonathan, we're going to start with more details on Teenbridge. We talked about that a little bit earlier. As I think I said at the time, it was #1 seat on the Liberal Democrat target list, and they have gained it. Very, very marginal Tory seat. It was held by Patrick Nicholls. The Lib Dem challenger, Richard Younger-Ross, got it with a majority of 3,411, with a swing from Conservatives to the Lib Dems of 3.1%. Dorset West is a Tory hold with a majority of 1,414. Now this is also a marginal Tory Lib Dem of Oliver Letwin. Now he's the Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury. He was the one who made that rather notorious £20 billion tax cut gaffe, you may remember. His Lib Dem challenger is Simon Green, but he did not manage to challenge him successfully. They held on to it with a majority, as I said, 1,414, with a swing, albeit Conservative to Lib Dems, of 0.3%. And it didn't actually fall victim to tactical voting, as the Tories had feared. Surrey South West, we saw her earlier on, the ex-Cabinet Minister Virginia Bottomley. Tories held on here with a majority much reduced of 861. Now, the Lib Dems needed a swing of 2.4% to capture this seat. In the event, it was just 1.5%. But, as I say, a very, very much reduced majority for Virginia Bottomley. Henley, we just talked about Boris Johnson a couple of moments ago. This is a Conservative hold, as we heard, with a majority of 8,458. Swing Conservative to the Lib Dems of 1.3%. Now, Boris Johnson is a very high-profile Eurosceptic, so it'll be interesting to see what he does. Brentwood and Ongar, another Tory hold, with a majority of 2,820. Eric Pickles has managed to hang on here in the face of opposition from Martin Bell, of course, who last time stood very successfully in Tatton. But nonetheless, Pickles has managed to hold on against him. Martin Bell did very well, though, 13,737 votes for him. But, as I say, the Tories have held it with a swing from Conservatives to the Independents there. But that is a little bit misleading, so we won't go into details about that. And that, at the moment, is all we've got. Jonathan.
Thanks, Mary. Well, Martin Bell will draw some comfort from the fact that people said he might only get a few hundred seats. He actually got over 13,000, so he can congratulate himself. Two interesting situations. One is that Labour have their first gain from the Conservatives of the night. That's in Dorset South. They did it by just 153 votes. It was, however, #1 on their target list. There's also, equally intriguing, there's a recount in Taunton. This is the Lib Dem seat up to the last Parliament, held by Jackie Ballard, being challenged there, I presume. We don't know, but anyway, there is a recount there. It was, I think, about 10 of the Tory, in the Tory list of its top targets. She's been an outspoken figure in her own party. There was some speculation that her strong view against fox hunting may have had some influence, may have contributed towards some people saying, do we still want her there? Could be that there's been some tactical voting, but an interesting one for us to follow. But before that, let's go now to Joe Andrews in the Results Centre, because, Joe, you've been looking at what's been happening to the women in this election.
Well, to the women MPs, certainly. If Jackie Ballard wins the seat, there will be, we think, 117 women MPs in the new Parliament. That's 3 short of the number that there was in the last Parliament, and a number of the women MPs and a number of the party leaders are going to find that a disappointing result. The reason for that is quite simple. In the safe seats where there were retiring MPs, both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party didn't really go out and select women to replace retiring men. In the Labour Party's case, 38 MPs retired, only 4 women were selected to replace them. With the Tories, 25 MPs retired and absolutely no women were selected at all. All the party leaders have said that they would like to do something about it. Tony Blair is the only person who's promised in his manifesto to do something about it. He said he is prepared once again to try to change the law to bring in all-female shortlists for selection.
Joe, thank you very much. Devices is about to show its result there. You can see Ludovic Kennedy standing behind there, who's standing for Youth
Good morning,
in
ladies
Asia.
and gentlemen.
Here is the result. It's Michael Ancram's
Parliamentary election for the Devizes constituency. Declaration of result of poll. Thursday, the 7th of June, 2001. I, Mark J. Bowden, the returning officer at this election, give you the following results for each candidate for Devizes. Ancram Michael Andrew, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,159. Francis Helen, Liberal Democrat, 11,756. Kennedy, Ludovic Henry Coverley, Independent, 1,078. Potter, Vanessa Ann, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 472. Thorpe, James John, the Labour Party candidate, 13,263. Wood, Alan Stephen, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,521. And I hereby declare the said Michael Andrew Ancram elected.
So, not a surprising result. Michael Ancram in that safe seat returned with 25,159 votes. Labour in second place, 1326. Liberal Democrats, 11,756. And UK Independence Party at the bottom. A majority of 11,896. Here
Thank
comes
you
the
very
acceptance
much. Can I
speech.
say what an honour it is to be re-elected as the Member of Parliament for the Devizes constituency. It's very late in the night or very early in the morning, so I'm not going to make a long speech. But I would like to thank a number of people. I would like to start by thanking the returning officer and all his staff for the very efficient way in which this rather difficult count has been handled tonight. I think we're all very grateful to him and everybody who's been involved in this count for the way it's been conducted. I'd also like to thank the police for having looked after us so well tonight, and all those who have made sure that the Corn Exchange has been available and welcoming to us this evening. But above all, I would like to thank those who helped me in my campaign, particularly my wife Jane, who had to undertake quite a lot of the work this time because I had to be away in London on occasions. Also my agent Ian Ramsey and Mark Cann, who looked after me during the time I was down here, going around the constituency during this campaign. I'd like to thank them and all who worked for me to achieve this result. But most of all, I would like to thank the people of this constituency who have elected me. This is the third time I have been elected to represent this constituency, and each time I have made it clear that I pledge myself to work for everyone in this constituency, and I do so again.
It is the right of all candidates, particularly when they've won, to indulge in the courtesies, and that was a very long list of people to whom he's obviously genuinely grateful. Just a quick thing, we can go now, I think, to see Mr. Hague at his count, which is imminent. Here we are back in Richmond. There is William Hague with his back to us, his unmistakable tonsure, and beside him Theon, waiting for the result, which is just about to come. They're going up on the stage now, the returning officer guiding them into their position before he announces what will be Mr. Hague's victory. But people will be wondering, is he going to be only the second Conservative leader not to become Prime Minister? That is the open question at the moment.
I think that one's got to just look at him there and see how controlled he is. It's been one of the features of the campaign, the way that they know how bad it is.
This is the results for the Richmond York constituency. I, Peter Simpson, being the acting returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Richmond Yorks constituency held on the 7th of June 2001, give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Edward Forth, Liberal Democrat, 7,890. William Hague, Conservative, 25,951. Melody Staniforth, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 561. Faye Tinian, Labour and Cooperative Party, 9,632. And I hereby declare that William Hague is elected MP for the constituency.
No surprise there. Conservatives win. Mr. Hague wins that seat, 25,951. Labour, 9,632. William Hague shaking hands with his opponents and about to speak. His majority, 16,319.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, first may I, on behalf of all of us, thank the returning officer and all of his staff and officials tonight for working so hard to such a late hour. I'd like to thank everyone for their hard work in doing so. I'd like to thank the police and all other public servants who've assisted with the task. And I'd like to thank my fellow candidates for Richmond, Yorkshire, for the exemplary way in which the campaign has been conducted here in Richmond. I would, of course, like to thank my own helpers and supporters, and in particular my agent, Caroline Dickinson, fighting her first election as an agent, and they have worked so hard on my behalf and achieved a huge increase in the Conservative majority here in this constituency. It is a great honour to be the Member of Parliament for Richmond and to be returned once again for the fourth time as the MP for Richmond. And it means a great deal to Fionn and me to have such strong support from our friends and neighbours in the community to which we are very deeply attached. And I'm grateful for the support in this election of the great majority of the people of this constituency, and will continue to represent them in the coming Parliament to the utmost of my ability, in particular to bring greater attention to the need for greater respect, understanding and support for the deepening problems of rural Britain, which we have seen so much of in this constituency in this election campaign. There is no doubt that the results tonight across the country are deeply disappointing for my party, and I feel for the candidates and the activists and supporters in other constituencies who have worked so hard for so little reward this evening. The Labour Party will continue to form the government, and I congratulate them on their victory and have already spoken to Mr. Blair to congratulate him in person. When any party is elected or re-elected to the immense task of governing our country, it is right that we should all wish them well. We are privileged to live in a democratic country, and we must respect the verdict of the voters and listen to what they have said. It must be a sobering lesson for all parties that millions of people have been reluctant or have refused to participate in this election at all. And of course there will be much to reflect on for the Conservative Party. The government have been elected to do a job. We, the opposition, have also been elected to do a job, to hold them to account for the promises they have made in the campaign and the trust that has been again placed in them by the people of the country. Clearly, we, in our party, must review, redouble, and intensify our efforts to provide an alternative government for the country in the future. I will set out my views later this morning on how that process should begin. In the meantime, may I once again thank the voters of Richmond, Yorkshire, for the confidence they have again placed in me as their Member of Parliament. Thank you very much indeed.
There's William Hague, a short, precise, clear speech saying that he was deeply disappointed, felt for the candidates who worked so hard for so little, congratulating Tony Blair, saying we all wish them well, and saying we must respect the verdict of the voters and listen to what they have said. He commented on the distressingly low turnout, and he said there is much to reflect on for the Conservative Party, and said, interestingly, I will set out my views on this later this morning. What did you make of that, John?
I think one's got to couple that with this question of reflection. If there's much to reflect on, it presumably means he wants to reflect with the other senior members of the Conservative Party. He's very close to saying that he's not going to resign, I would have thought, from that.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's also quite difficult because he's also not by any means saying, I'm the leader and I'm staying come what may. He's going to stay on by consent, would be my guess.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, he's saying we must respond to the verdict of the electorate, but his response, his initial response, is reflection. It's not, and therefore we've got to do all sorts of sudden and dramatic things later in the day, and I will announce them later in the day. And I think that from that point of view, one should see it as very much a continuation of we're all in this together. And that couples obviously with the comments made by the other Conservative leaders.
Thank you. Labour's had Conservatives had another gain from Labour. This is in Newark, where they had a big 7.4% swing, but under perhaps slightly unusual circumstances, because the Labour MP there is a slightly controversial figure. Dermot is on his virtual map, aren't you, Dermot?
I am indeed, Jonathan, and in a sense it's almost electoral Groundhog Day. If we look at the number of seats that have declared so far and which parties got them and how it's changed from last time round, let's bring it up here and see. Of course, the Labour Party are in the lead by a very long chalk. There they have it, 401 seats, already enough to form a substantial majority. Of course, they're going to win more as the night goes on. The Tories at the moment are on 145. The Lib Dems nearly up to their high water mark of last time round already. They've got 40 and the others have 10. Let's see then the change in the number of seats. We'll stop there and hand back to Jonathan.
And go straight to Rushcliffe, where Ken Clarke is waiting to hear whether he's held on there.
Returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Rushcliffe constituency, the number of votes recorded for each candidate were as follows. Baxter Ashley John, Green Party, 1,236. Brown John Kenneth, United Kingdom Independence Party, 1,434. Clarke Kenneth Harry, Conservative Party, 25,869. Fallon Paul John, the Labour Party, 18,512. Hargreaves Jeremy Arthur, Liberal Democrat, 7,395, and I do hereby declare that the said Kenneth Harry Clarke is duly elected.
So there, Ken Clarke is elected there, 25,869, majority of 7,357, and the change in the share of the vote. He's going to start saying his thank yous. Here is the change in the share of the vote. Conservatives up 3, Labour down 2, Liberal Democrats not very much, and here Ken Clarke.
I just want to give short but very sincere thanks indeed. Firstly, thanks to my constituents again, the electors of Rushcliffe, who've done me the honour of returning me again. I fought a very different campaign this time, the kind I haven't fought for almost 20 years. I have to say I enjoyed walking the streets and lanes of Rushcliffe. I enjoyed having face-to-face encounters with my constituents. I enjoyed competing with the other 4 candidates who kept up the high standards of debate in this constituency. I have to say I think I took part in a more sensible election campaign than I have often taken part when playing a more leading national role in the past. And I'm very grateful, very honoured, given me the privilege of representing them again. The ones who disagreed with me, as much as the ones who agreed with me, all treated me with complete courtesy, as I'm sure they did everybody else. And I decided I liked them, and I'm very glad that some of them liked me enough to return me back to Parliament. Can I thank you, Mr. Returning Officer, for the conduct of this count. It is always a feature of Rushcliffe that we do not spend the council taxpayers' money lavishly on the counting arrangements, with the result that at 4:30 in the morning we finally declare what is the most important result to us. But nevertheless, I am extremely grateful. Firstly, it's carried out efficiently. Secondly, the work done by the comparatively few people in this room is very hard indeed, and we're all grateful to you for carrying it out and producing the result in this way. May I also thank all those who worked with me in my campaign. Darren Mott, my agent, and the Rushcliffe Conservative Association, who organised as ever, campaigned as ever, and helped deliver this very worthwhile and gratifying for me at least result. And I'm very grateful to them, and a particular thanks to the person who's always worked alongside me in all my campaigns. My wife actually makes, I think, more speeches in my constituency than I do. She speaks to more non-political audiences than I do. She works alongside me all the time, and I'm very grateful to her as my most crucial supporter. This is the end of a long night, and only insomniacs are still following, I think, this election at this time in the morning. But it has been an unusual election.
I'll be making further statement later on.
There you can see William Hague leaving his count. Those insomniacs that Ken Clarke referred to, interested to see that he is now on his way down to London.
I thought she looked sad, certainly, when he was making his speech. I thought that the emotion showed on her face. I think she looked across at him in a very caring fashion, but certainly a feeling that what a disappointment it was that he couldn't say something more upbeat.
Absolutely. It's not, he didn't have a good news story, and the options open to him now are he soldiers on, he leaves, he says, what does my party want?
Or he might decide that he should put himself up for re-election in the way that John Major did. So there's slight sort of question mark there when he says, I will tell you about the process later in the day, as if he might say, well, of course, I do expect to ask for a renewal of my own mandate as leader. So we've got to think of that as a possibility. We don't know yet. It's not at all clear what's going to happen.
When we were diverted in order to see Ken Clarke's result, we left poor Dermot stranded on his virtual map of the UK. Dermot, apologies and back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jonathan. I was just saying how uncannily similar it is, the number of seats that each party's gained at this time of the evening compared to last time round in 1997. There we have it, the Labour Party, as we know, well in the lead with 401. The Conservatives are on 145, Lib Dems on 40, the others on 10. Well, let's see the change in the number of seats compared with 1997. And, as I was saying, not much change. Labour have lost 6, the Conservatives gained 2, and the Lib Dems, the major winners so far, 5 extra seats and no change in the others. 1 independent swapped for another. Jonathan.
Dermot, thank you. Bernard Ponsonby is in Glasgow with the latest on the Scottish very intriguing situation. Bernard?
Jonathan, there's only 2 seats to declare. They're both Liberal Democrat seats. They will both declare in the morning. And if the broad patterns of support are correct, they will both hold on to both of them. Only 1 Scottish seat has actually changed hands, Galloway and Upper Nithsdale, which has gone from the Scottish Nationalists to the Conservatives after 2 recounts. And the other big story of the night, of course, is turnout. The UK picture may well be looking at 55%, but in Scotland it looks as if we'll be looking at something of the order of 58%. That's exactly the turnout that we had at the Scottish parliamentary elections in 1999. The Speaker of the House of Commons, Michael Martin, who represents the Glasgow Springburn constituency, there he is there being re-elected. He's been expressing his fears about a low turnout, saying, I think that one of the things that we have got to be mindful of is that we have got no young people coming through in politics. That's the position there of the Speaker, Michael Martin. And, of course, negative campaigning is also being blamed by some. The Father of the House of Commons in the next Parliament will be the Labour MP for Linlithgow, Tam Dalyell. Here is what he had to say.
All parties have a great deal to ask themselves about what they said about each other and the way that they portrayed each other.
Tam Dalyell, and although the Conservatives gained that seat at Galloway and Upper Nithsdale to put 1 on the board, nevertheless it looks as if in terms of the percentage share of the vote across Scotland tonight, they will be relegated to 4th place. To find out just what's happening in terms of percentage share, Bill Miller, Professor of Politics at Glasgow University.
Well, it looks as if the Conservatives are going down to 16% and the Liberals are coming up to 16% and actually going ahead of the Conservatives. That would put them in 4th place. They've also failed to elect their chairman, Raymond Robertson, in the Eastwood constituency, failed to elect their president, Malcolm Rifkind, in the Pentlands constituency. And before the election, some Conservatives were talking about the possibility of declaring UDI. In such circumstances, they would declare independence from the British Conservative Party.
Now, of course, for Labour, their percentage share is down along with the SNP.
Labour is down, yes, of all the other parties apart from the Liberal Democrats have gone down a little bit. I think the SNP is down more than the Labour Party is down. Some figures suggest they may be down about the same amount. Certainly in the head-to-head contest, where it was Labour versus the SNP, it's quite clear that the SNP was going down faster than the Labour Party was, because Labour was getting the swings where it mattered.
Bill Miller, it remains to be seen what the Conservatives will do. Phil Galley, who was contesting Ayr, simply says William Hague wasn't exactly the greatest asset. No doubt we'll hear a lot about that in the days to come. With that, back to Jonathan in London.
Very interesting stories in Scotland, Bernard. Thank you. Now, just to remind you, in this landslide at the moment, what we're predicting is a steady figure. It's been on this for some time. Labour majority of 163, with 411 seats. The Conservatives 168 seats, a little bit up, 3 seats up from last time, but not very much. And Liberal Democrats still on 52. But there are still a number of significant key marginal seats coming in, so there could be some more changes than the low teens that we've had so far. One of those is Bedfordshire South West, a very interesting marginal seat, and our reporter Adrian Britton is there. Adrian, do you know when the result is likely?
Well, we think there's going to be a declaration now around about sort of 5:15. We were expecting a declaration at sort of 2 o'clock this morning, but we're now into the second recount, and it's becoming a little bit of a quaint custom here in southwest Bedfordshire to go for double recounts. This is what happened in the last election when Labour trounced the Tory majority from 21,000 down to 132, which made it the second smallest majority for the Tories in the UK. And by result of that, it became Labour's second target seat. Now, Labour only needed sort of 0.1% swing to put this seat back in their control. But looking at the results on the floor, it looks as though the Tories have sort of held on to this seat by several hundred votes. And indeed, Labour have asked for this double recount. So we're expecting a declaration. I would say the count is going to carry on for about another 10 minutes or so. Then they'll go into their little corners. They'll have their conflab, maybe a declaration around about 5:10, 5:15.
But on the face of it, you think that the Tories are going to hold on. That's just from your own very sound, I'm sure, judgment, looking at the tables and just seeing the difference, yes?
Yes, and also looking at the Tory candidate and the agents, they seem to have smiles on their faces. Behind me there are the boxes with all the ballot papers sort of stacked up, and it clearly does seem that the Tories are ahead by maybe a couple of hundred or several hundred votes at the moment.
Andrew Britton, thank you very much. You can see now that we are with Labour on 403 seats so far in, Conservatives on 152. We saw also that the Conservative Party chairman held on to his seat, to no one's surprise in Devizes, but of course, congratulations, Michael Ancram, for holding on to that seat. You heard probably William Hague saying that the party had to reflect, and that he would be saying what he thought the way ahead should be later this morning. What's he talking about? He's not going to give us a sort of blueprint for how to win the election after that. Is he talking about tactics or whether there should be a leadership election? What are we on about?
I think you'll have to wait to hear what he's going to say. I didn't hear on television because I was actually, I think, on another channel at the same time as our results were both announced.
I didn't know there were any other. I didn't know there were any other channels, Mr. Ancram.
There are occasionally.
But what he was saying, was making it very clear that it was a very disappointing result, that he the party needed to reflect, and he said, I will be saying what I think the way ahead is tomorrow morning. Now, can you give us some indication of what is happening?
No, all I can say is I know William Hague well enough to know that he is somebody who believes in showing leadership, and I'm sure that in the difficult situation we find ourselves in after tonight's highly disappointing results, he will be indicating to us the way that he sees we should go forward, and I look forward to hearing that. Both he and I think can take.
Sorry.
Both he and I can take satisfaction from the fact that in our own constituencies our majorities were increased, and I think there was a personal vote of confidence.
How long before the knives start plunging into chests?
I never spend a lot of time thinking about knives. What I like to do is to get on and manage the situation I find ourselves in. That's the job of a politician, and I believe that's the job that William and I will be doing over the next few hours.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael Ancram. Juliet Bremner now in William Hague's constituency. Juliet, what have you got for us?
Well, as you know, Mr. Hague has just left, and we've been talking to some of the supporters who are still here clearing up after this count. I think the general impression here from what he said to us is that he probably does intend to stay on, although he hasn't spelt that out yet, of course. People here want him to, naturally. It was fairly well agreed that he ran a very tight campaign. It was a brave campaign. And I think we have to remember that he managed to retain control of his party. Many people thought that it would literally be meltdown and they would all start arguing in the middle. Well, it didn't happen. He seems to think that there is time for reflection. Those are the words that he used. And that he has a vision. He wants to go and spell out to his workers down the central office first, and then he's going to tell us about it. But no doubt it has been a truly awful night for him, and I think he will be deeply disappointed. He told us as much.
Absolutely. But it was a speech that was dignified, wasn't it? I mean, there was no rancour. He was very courteous in acknowledging his defeat. It must have gone down quite well just as an exercise in sort of human dignity.
Very much so, and I have to say that in the 3.5 weeks I've been following around the country, anybody who's met him has said what a decent man he is. Same phrase that was often used about John Major, of course, but people always do find him exceptionally courteous and very friendly to them as well. They like him when they meet him, and I think here tonight that was the same sentiment. A whopping personal majority, of course, considerably up on the last one, and that'll be small consolation to him, I suppose.
I fear it will. Julia, thank you very much. Colin Rowlings, I was just mentioning before that the Labour majority seemed to be stabilising our prediction of it on 163, and ditto for therefore the other parties. Is it more? I mean, we've got, how many results have we now got in? We've got 404 Labour, 153 Conservative, Lib Dems on 42. Is it getting there now?
I think it is, Jonathan. There's not much more to come, and many of those results that are to come, less than 10% of the total now, are in pretty safe seats, many of them safe Conservative seats. But I think one interesting aspect of how this election has been fought is you've, of course, had the national campaign, the daily press conferences, the leaders traversing the country, the speeches they've been making. But what has really counted has been the campaign in the constituencies, because it seems as if, tacitly at least, both Conservative and Labour fought this election on the basis of trying to hang on to the position that they'd got to in 1997. For Labour defending a high watermark, for the Conservatives trying to draw a line in the sand and trying to ensure that they went no lower than that. Because if you look at the results, even on either side of the marginality line, what you find is that Labour have held on to most of those seats where they only had a very narrow majority over the Tories, and the Tories have held on to most of those seats where they only had a very narrow majority over Labour. So it's almost as if the parties, and they certainly wouldn't have talked about this or agreed about it, have sort of accepted that that was going to be the result of the election, almost even Stevens from last time.
Colin, Joe was saying earlier that foot and mouth, which he looked at very closely, didn't seem to have had a significant impact. But I see that the research that's sort of coming through since then suggests that the Conservatives did slightly better in those seats which they held where there were foot and mouth affected areas, or indeed even when they were in second place. Is that what now seems to be coming through?
It's part of this general pattern I was talking about. Hexham, which is perhaps where the foot and mouth outbreak began, Peter Atkinson has held on there with an increased majority, because I think the Conservatives were determined that he should do so, and probably Labour didn't actually fight all that hard because they were concerned with defending their own territory. You go to the other end of the country, however, to Devon West and Torridge. Now, they're hugely badly hit by foot and mouth on Dartmoor, and then John Burnett has held on with a scarcely changed majority. So it's almost as if it's to do with the state of the constituencies rather than foot and mouth itself.
That's a very interesting thought. Now on the question of the swing, which, judging from where we are, is not going to be a very big swing, Dermot can tell us. Dermot.
You said it, Jonathan. I'm going to take the dust sheet off my swingometer. In truth, it hasn't seen much action tonight. As you were saying, in actual fact, we've seen more swing in this campaign on a night out with John Prescott in Rill. This the situation from 1979. No swing, big grin here from Tony Blair, 179 majority. Let's feed in the swing we've seen so far this evening and this morning. There we have it, 1.7% swing away from the Labour Party to the Tories, cuts that majority to just 163, so not even a glimmer of hope on Mr Hague's face there. Just for the record, let's see the kind of inroads he had to make into that Labour majority, the kind of swing he needed to make those inroads. It was 7.3% just to get to a hung Parliament. Clearly, that hasn't happened. That's the record of the swingometer so far this evening, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, and here we are at, what is it, 10 to 5 in the morning. Colin has told us that things are pretty stable and clear now. Incidentally, result just in, Winchester has been held by the Lib Dems. Remember the last election, it was a tiny, tiny majority of the Lib Dems. It was a recount, and in the recount, Lib Dems got a huge majority, because the voters obviously were fed up with the fact that the outgoing Conservative candidate refused to acknowledge his defeat. It was just 2 votes then. Anyway, Winchester is now Liberal Democrat. We have got, just to remind you of the scale of tonight, and it's easy to forget it because we're predicting that the majority for Labour will be slightly smaller at the moment than it was last time round. That was an unbelievable landslide. This remains an unbelievable, almost result, unprecedented. It's never been done before. It is a huge victory for Labour, and by the same token, although the Tories are going to have 3 or 4 more seats if our prediction is right, and you've seen the brave face that some of the senior figures have been putting on it, it remains a terrible result for them, and the Liberal Democrats feeling chipper, and all of them worried about the fact that the turnout looks like being a record low. We saw Tony Blair earlier. Let's have a look at that scene again when he was with his father and with his family. There's his father on his left, a loving, loving family portrait. You can be very cynical about politics, John, but actually you can't be cynical about images when father is in the arms like that, and
that's right, and they
right
are
on the other side.
And they are a close family. It's one of those great successes for them. They've managed to live in these extraordinary conditions.
Here you
in
see
Downing
him
Street.
kissing his children as
That's
well.
That's Ewan, yes.
There they are.
That's his daughter. And they
proud sons. They handle this very well, those offspring. I mean, never, when they were little babies, having any idea this is what they were going to have to endure. They actually look very relaxed, very at ease with it, don't they?
They do in public, but I talked to Tony Blair last week and said, how difficult is it? And he admitted it was very difficult, that you can't just have a sort of normal family life when you're living above number 11 Downing Street and at Chequers. So it's not easy for them, but they are a close family. And of course, there's this extremely strong relationships all through it. They're a proper family, and they pull very closely together.
One of the real problems, and other politicians have said this, that you are, because you are exposed to potential threat, you have to have security with you all the time. You never go down a street without the security officers discreetly behind you. You can't go into a pub, you can't go into a restaurant. Every single move of the day has to be pre-planned. You are not your own master. It's an odd way in which you get this enormous power, but at the same time you're imprisoned by that power.
And there's the great physical strain of it. I know that John Major told me that it took him a year to get over being Prime Minister, purely in a physical sense, of feeling normal in the morning and feeling that he was back to what he ought to feel. It is a very, very punishing job.
He was an interesting case, of course, because when he laid down his office the next day, he went off and watched cricket straight away. Most ministers always say the one thing that's awful is that the car isn't there, the ministerial driver isn't there. That part of it didn't seem to miss at all.
He wanted to walk away, and of course it's interesting making a comparison between John Major and the position that William Hague is in. People did criticise John Major for going so quickly, but they felt it was understandable because he had suffered so much. But that will bear in on William Hague. If there's any question of him saying, oh, I would like to quit, a lot of people are saying, look what happened when John Major left so quickly.
A lot of people make the comparison between the state of the Conservative Party now and the state of the Labour Party in 1983. It kind of works at a superficial level, but it's not necessarily a very good comparison, is it?
It's a poor comparison for a number of reasons. One of them was in 1983, there were a lot of very professional senior politicians at the top of the Labour Party, but the key difference was that Labour had interest groups. They had the unions behind them. So there was always a sense that in Scotland and other parts of the country, they were Labour areas. So Labour was pushed back to its heartlands. The problem for the Tories at the moment is they're trying to work out not where their heartlands are, but what are the core values, who are the people that we can count on through thick and thin. And that's what makes it so different and, I think, so difficult. It's not a simple ideological problem which can be resolved.
An interesting result that is just coming through is that Taunton, we said there was a recount in Taunton. The Conservatives, it appears, have gained Taunton from the Liberal Democrats, from Jackie Ballard, overturning a majority of 2,400. It wasn't by any means the easiest seat on paper for the Conservatives to have gained from the Lib Dems, and it'll be quite interesting to see why it is. But Jackie Ballard has gone out. Now we can have an election update from the Results Centre from Mary Nightingale. Mary.
Jonathan, we're still looking at this Labour landslide. You've been talking about it. It is extraordinary. It is vast, really. Predicted majority of 163. Now, this is obviously now based on results so far, and they are coming in very, very quickly indeed. 615 seats have now declared. Just 44 seats still to declare, and you can see our map of Great Britain is multicoloured now, no longer white, just a few patches here and there. So if we look at the net gains and losses overall, you can see that Labour are down 6 seats, the Tories are up 3, Lib Dems are up 4, and the rest are down 1. That's overall net gains and losses. We pulled out a few key results for you. Labour have gained Dorset South, the Tories have gained Newark, Liberal Democrats have gained Chesterfield, and Plaid Cymru have gained Carmarthen East. So, who's in? Well, we've picked out a few famous faces for you. Sean Woodward in St Helens South, ex-Tory, of course, who was rather controversially, some said, parachuted into St Helens South in May 2001. He has nonetheless got in. Boris Johnson, ex-Spectator editor in Henley, Michael Heseltine's old constituency, and Virginia Bottomley, Surrey South West, with a very much reduced majority of 861. And on the subject of reduced majorities all round, update from the Conservative camp. William Hague, their leader, says the results tonight are deeply disappointing. That is the way it's looking so far, Jonathan. Let's get a reminder how you can get more details in your own area.
And a good piece of gallows humour from Boris Johnson, who Mary was just showing us there, having won his seat in Henley. He said, it's not been a brilliant night for us, but there will be other brilliant nights. And then, adapting a phrase that David Steele has used when he said, go back and prepare for government, he said, now let's go home and prepare for breakfast. Not a bad thought. They're still counting in Bedfordshire South West, the marginal seat, which I hope we can see there. The count is going on. We're expecting the results quite soon. This is the seat which had a Tory majority in 1992 of 21,000. It evaporated in 97, and they held on, as we were hearing before, just held on. Only a 0.1% swing would deliver it to Labour. But we think that Andrew Selous, who's the candidate there, is going to hold on. That's what our reporter was saying. But there are 2 recounts, so it's going to go on until both sides are happy. The potentially defeated candidate at these counts has the right to claim a recount if there's only a small minority, and he can go on several times before he's called to order by the returning officer, who says, sorry, that's it. You were saying Boris Johnson's going to add a bit of fun and flavour. It's exactly that does it, isn't it?
That's it, going home preparing for breakfast. Great line. Of course, I'm going to ask you a question. When was that remark made by David Steele? Do you remember?
It was made in the 1980s, and I think it was the 1987 election, 83.
I don't think so. I think it was 1981 at Llandudno, the party conference.
Really?
I think it's a little, yes.
Could that
Liberal
count
Party
as
conference.
showing off, do you think?
What?
I think it could. And if you're wrong, you're going to owe me an awful lot of money.
So all those people who think I've got it wrong, don't contact me.
Anyway, we've got a Liberal Democrat gain here in Norfolk North. That's an interesting result. And there is the plane in which Tony Blair is coming down to London, and it's being filmed, in fact, by an ITN helicopter. He's on his way down very clearly because he's going to land very soon, seeing if I can see the early morning ground beneath him.
Is that
different
Katie Durham's
from the
helicopter,
last,
though?
I don't know whether it's Katie Durham's helicopter. That'd be brilliant if it was Katie's helicopter. She can tell us what it was like flying alongside.
Because that could be a world scoop for Katie.
Right. It certainly could. Could it not? It's very different from the other flight, because last time down, everyone was inside the plane. This time, again, it's a private flight. They've kept the media out from the plane as he comes down. What a great picture. Those of us who are frightened of flying look at this and think, actually, it must be rather fun after all.
Well, the helicopter must be going very quickly.
It's a very fast
How has that been
helicopter.
done?
Well, we heard it's an ITN helicopter. Of course it's a fast helicopter. Fast with results, fast with pictures.
Well, isn't it? It's a marvellous shot.
It's a
So-
great shot. I can't believe helicopters can keep up with planes like that. Perhaps some
those
expert
people who
will
are
ring in
worried
and tell
about
us.
what the future of air traffic control
Yes,
will
that's right. There he
presumably
is,
feel it's all
coming
right.
down in London. As we see there, the Liberal Democrats have gained Romsey. What that means actually is they've held on, in practical terms, to Romsey, which they won in a by-election. It was a Conservative seat, however, at the last election, which is why it counts as a late Liberal Democrat gain. It took them up to 47 seats in the last election. So there, his plane, not a bad advertisement for the airline either. Smooth landing. Here is William Hague, he too at the airport. And there's Seb Coe on the phone behind him, waiting now to get onto his plane in order to come down to London. Fionn with him. John was pointing out earlier that Fionn looked a little bit sad, and I thought exactly the same.
I thought so. I mean, she's been a marvellous addition to the campaign. A pity we've not heard more from her. She's very intelligent, extremely nice woman, and to have her in this role of the sort of adoring but silent wife is not really fair on her.
She's, in her own right, she's a great high flyer. She obviously just decided, I'm not going to get in the way of this. This is his battle. I will be there lovingly and supportingly, but I'm not going to intervene politically. Now they're on the plane, and that door will soon close, and they will soon be away. I mean, there were a lot of people who said that Fionn was... it was embarrassing to see her so silent. That moment very early on in the campaign when she was asked, are you enjoying the campaign? And he said, Mr. Hague said, I'll answer that question, which took everyone rather by surprise. And since then we've heard virtually nothing from her. Although she did tell me, for future transmission, that when he had performed on a television program I was doing, that she thought he'd done very well. So that was recorded sound, but she has been jolly quiet otherwise.
She was. I went to Bristol to see the campaign, and I was very pleased to see her, and she, I must say, was quite pleased to see me. So she wasn't completely cold on the campaign trail, meeting the dreaded media. There were, obviously, she was prepared to relax a little bit on it, but not giving interviews.
Just this one result of Norfolk North, they said it was a Liberal Democrat game, which means the Conservative Deputy Chairman David Pryor was defeated. The Tories had held the seat since 1970, and David Pryor is the son of a former Home Secretary and Northern Ireland Secretary. The battleground now, the virtual battleground with Dermot. Dermot.
Yes, Jonathan, we're going to feed that Norfolk North result into my battleground. We're looking at how well the Lib Dems have been doing, where they've taken on the Tories. These are the 20-odd seats they were aiming at this evening, and of course this morning. The Conservative seats at risk from the Lib Dems. Let's allocate them to the parties as they've declared, and we see they've had 3 successes in this column: Teignbridge, Dorset Mid in the southwest, and Norfolk North, as you were saying, held since 1970 by the Tories. Norman Lamb, the MP there now. Cheadle in the northwest, Greater Manchester area. Used to be 2 Tory seats there. Well, now there's 1 less, might even be 2 less, who knows. And Guildford, all Tory Surrey. Well, it's not all Tory anymore. Guildford has gone to the Liberal Democrats. So with those gains, let's take those into our virtual House of Commons and see how many MPs each party will have. We'll get to the Liberal Democrats in a minute. Let's remind ourselves, though, 659 MPs to fill this chamber up to overflowing. This is the government side, and we're predicting, of course, that the Labour Party, no doubt about it, the Labour Party are going to be on this side of the House. Let's see how many MPs they'll have. Bring in the MPs as if they'd returned after the recess for the election. How many Labour MPs? 411. What about the Conservatives, the opposition, of course? 169, a slight improvement on 1997. Now the Liberal Democrats, as we were saying, those gains, one more gain from the Labour Party as well in Chesterfield. We're predicting that they will have 51 MPs under Charles Kennedy's control, and the others, one independent amongst them, the rest of them will be from Plaid Cymru and the Scottish Nationalists, and those Northern Ireland parties, their count's still to go on later today. So what kind of majority will Mr. Blair have? Remind ourselves of that. Our current prediction is a majority, and we're getting close to the final figure, of 163. Much more than a working majority, of course. It's a landslide, and it really is the foundations for that full second term. Jonathan.
Those of you listening very, very carefully might have heard me say that Jim Pryor, David Pryor's father, had been Home Secretary as well as Northern Ireland Secretary. He wasn't. I meant to say and should have said that he's Employment Secretary. In Wales, we think there was a recount at Monmouth. Labour has held on there with 384 votes, so no Conservative seats yet in Wales. The plane in which Tony Blair is coming to London has now arrived on the taxiway, and Bill Neely, our reporter is in that plane. We hope we might be able to get him on the phone now that you're allowed to open up your mobile phone once you've landed, I think. They may be stopping him. It's well away from the airport buildings. You can see the trucks coming out there that are clearly going to be put up alongside the plane so that the Prime Minister and his party can descend and go on their way to Millbank, is where we think they are going. Now 5:05 in the morning, so they'll probably be there well before 6 o'clock, about half an hour's time, I guess, because the roads will still be quite empty. It is interesting that Tony Blair has been very, very sober. He's stopped short, as I will stop short as we go to bed, for southwest for this march.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now in a position to announce the result of the southwest Bedfordshire constituency. Date, Andrew Richard, Labour Party candidate, 17,701. Pantling Martin James, Liberal Democrat, 6,473. Selous Andrew Edmund Armstrong, Conservative Party candidate, 18,477. Wise Thomas Harold, UK Independence Party candidate, 1,203. And I do hereby declare that the said Andrew Edmund Armstrong Selous is duly elected for this constituency.
So after 2 recounts, our reporter Adrian Britton was right in saying that he thought that the Conservatives would hold on. They did indeed, with 18,477 votes, Labour on 17,701, a majority of 776, and a swing from Labour to Conservative there of 0.8. Here's the share of the vote. Conservatives 42.1, Labour on 40.4, Liberal Democrats 14.8, and the change in the share of the vote, up 1.4 for the Conservatives, down 0.1 for Labour, Liberal Democrats 0.5, 1.9 for the UK Independence Party. We can either go and have another look at the plane, or maybe Colin wants to come in on this. Perhaps Colin can come in any case on that marginal seat, Colin.
Absolutely, Jonathan. I think the interesting thing about this is it shows what I was saying before, really. Here with the tiny majority, 132 votes in 97 for the Conservatives, you would have thought that the Labour would have been able to gain it quite easily with any kind of movement. They haven't been able to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. And we can see now the party coming out of the plane. Tony Blair descending. It looks like the press first, actually, getting out at that end. Sometimes cameras can go on the wrong door and the press get all seen and the significant get off. But there you can see, I think Cherie is standing pointing, isn't she? Yeah. Is that her? You can see better than I can, John.
She's in mode. No, she's pointing. She's
pointing and waving.
Very determined.
In they get, and Tony Blair is carrying his little one, his youngest, in his arms.
So Leo finally appears.
Leo makes it in public.
Late in the day, but nevertheless an effective appearance.
Very early in the day. He's probably been up half the night, sleeping, crying, very frustrated. What's the hell all this going on for? And now he's being carted across an airport runway at some ungodly hour. But I suspect he's going to get used to that.
Yes, no, we thought it might be used a little bit more in the campaign, but obviously he was being kept for this moment.
Critics have said that sometimes Tony Blair, while demanding privacy for his children one day, then exposes them to the public gaze the next, so he gets a double whammy out of it.
I think the whole thing's extremely difficult for them, because if they do, they're criticised. If they don't, they're criticised. If they don't look like a normal family, they're criticised. I think they're just right in the spotlight. I think it's very difficult for them.
The only comfort is, from Leo's point of view, of course, he's totally unaware whether he's in or out of the spotlight so far, but that will change within the next...
Tony Blair said that. What he likes is that he looks at him knowing that he doesn't know he's Prime Minister, and I think that's rather a charming sort of picture of family life.
But that, of course, will change within this Parliament, because he will soon be a little boy who knows only too well what's going on. So they're driving slowly off, the police escort in front. He sees, as you see from our tally there, 408 seats so far in, Conservatives on 156, Liberal Democrats 46 so far. We are still predicting a Labour majority of 163 still a massive victory for Tony Blair and for his New Labour Party.
It's always a small convoy, the Prime Minister's convoy. It's a nice sort of comparison, really, with the way in Italy they love to have outriders and people roaring about. But this is the British style, a small, dignified, small convoy, usually with just a Land Rover in and others, but not making a big show of the fact that the Prime Minister is moving around.
With brilliant police outriders who stop the traffic briefly, but not for too long. Bill Neely, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm actually inside the plane trying to get out. And I can confirm to you that champagne has crossed the Prime Minister's lips. He came down to the main body of the plane just for a few minutes, just to talk to some party workers and a few journalists. And the mood that rather, I thought in his two speeches, he was quite moved and a very humble tone, as we've remarked earlier. Well, that mood lightened when he was in the body of the plane. It looks a lot more relaxed now, but as you've just seen, he's off the plane, heading for Millbank and another celebration there. And the mood after he arrives at Millbank, I think, will very definitely be the work goes on.
So, Bill, we're actually watching him while you're there, watching him leave the airport now on his way back to Millbank. So what you're saying is that was a little moment of elation, a bit of bubbly, and back to business.
Yes, he was a cup of tea, the cup of tea that we've seen just about every day. So I'm just getting off the plane now. A cup of tea and in one hand a glass of champagne, and in the other Alistair Campbell, his official spokesman, Angie Hunter, his aide, and the person who's close, but just about closest to him apart from the immediate members of his family. They were all laughing and having a joke with some of the aides. A very much lighter mood on this plane. But I think the mood that they want and the message they want to transmit is that, as you've heard in the speech, pride in what they've done so far, but humility about what is to come. They want to get down to work, and that work will begin later today, of course, with the cabinet reshuffle.
We're watching now the very small cavalcade taking Mr. Blair back up to London, Bill, and they're hurrying. It'll be not very long. The roads are practically empty, as you might expect, at nearly 5:15 in the morning, so it's not going to take him long to get there. You failed to mention one figure, the youngest member of the party, Master Leo Blair. Did he figure at all, or did you just see him being carried out like we did?
Well, I have to tell you, Leo was a great disappointment to us, because we were all told that Leo would be taken to the polling station this morning, but apparently Leo was asleep. So we just had the famous five of the Blairs walking across the grass to the polling station at 11 o'clock this morning. So in fact, that is the first time we've seen baby Leo on this day. Of course, it's not election day anymore. It's the beginning of what Labour might say is a new dawn.
Leo has things in perspective, Bill. Thank you very much indeed. If you get any more, please come back to us. We're still watching the entourage on its way back to London, into the centre of the city. And John, we know you'll get there pretty soon. Just back to the business of this, he now has a lot to do. He's got to, he knows he's going to be back in power. He's got to organise the reshuffle. He's got to set some priorities. He's got to say publicly what are his priorities so that people have some benchmark against which to judge him. It is, you know, you can have a long campaign, you can be shattered, but he's actually got to be back in business and functioning well.
It is, and he's got to use this moment. Every point of the way has got to be, you know, and you can see them already thinking, now, are we looking right? Are we doing the right thing? Similarly, is the reshuffle going to be properly judged? How will it go down within the party? What will the public make of it? There's no let-up in this. He's had this very intense period of campaigning, but now he's got this very short time to set the tone for the new administration. And that shouldn't be, one shouldn't sort of think of that as being, oh, this is the easy bit. In a way, it's much harder than just the business of campaigning, which you obviously got quite used to over the last 4 weeks.
You'll remember very well that there was, even amongst people who didn't particularly support Labour, there was a feeling on the Friday morning last time that there was some fresh air, things had changed. A lot of people even some Conservatives said, you know, our time's up, we've had enough, and here was this new party, new leader, let's have a look at them. There is none of that mood now. We know that from the turnout. We know it from what we hear endlessly through this campaign from voters. Frustration at public services, no deep affection for New Labour, but no other party in the offing. It does create a very different atmosphere.
It does, but what they've got to do, and they know this perfectly well, is not to give the impression that it's easy. And I suppose they've learnt that. After 4 years in government, they know how difficult it is. You can't go on saying we'll have this period of euphoria. And do you remember all that discussion there was about how long the honeymoon goes on? And then everyone thought, oh, well, the honeymoon will end after a fortnight. Then they think, oh, well, no, it'll end after the first year. To some extent, the honeymoon is still going on from that change from the Conservative years, but they've now got to work extremely hard to make sure that expectations haven't built up which are then going to be disappointed. And that's a difficult thing for them to do because they know that on the ground, in the hospitals and the schools, there is so much to be done.
He won't know, but we can tell those who are watching that Kettering, which was the Conservative #1 target seat to take from Labour, is having a recount. In '97, the Labour majority was 189, so there's a recount there. So there's obviously a very close outturn there. John, maybe Colin can come in on that.
Jonathan, yes, we can't really tell what's going to happen in Kettering. It's similar to these other tight marginals that we were looking at earlier today. I think the interesting thing here, but you remember all the talk about tactical voting through the campaign. Well, tactical voting has been the dog that really didn't quite bark. It whimpered in a few places. Liberal Democrats certainly owe many of their seats to tactical voting, and indeed Labour has pinched one or two through the same process. But in these other instances of these very narrow seats that the Conservatives hold by just a few hundred votes, Bedfordshire South West it was a few moments ago, if the Liberal Democrat supporters there had to any degree at all been prepared to tactically vote, then the Conservatives would have been defeated and Labour would have got in. So it's only where the targeting by the parties has gone on that tactical voting has worked.
Now there you see that democracy in Britain continues. Where else would you have the Prime Minister who's just won an election at 5:30 in the morning waiting in docile fashion for the lights to change on the A30 near Hatton Cross, delaying his arrival in Millbank? I can think of very few other European countries, let alone any other country in the world, where he wouldn't be given the escort that allows him to go through. And I think quite a lot of voters will say quite right too. It is good that Prime Ministers live, for part of the time at least, like the rest of us who get clogged up or have to wait at traffic lights. Don't you agree, John?
Yes, I think also it's sort of the attitude of the police, really. I think they're always very keen to say, oh no, we control this bit of it. And I suspect Tony Blair's never been asked about the traffic lights. They just say, this is what we do. And they do it administration by administration. This is the normal way in which a Prime Minister will travel from Heathrow, and they'll carry out doing what they've always done.
But there's actually no police outriders there at all. I mean, unless they've jumped into a secret car, and this is another car, a decoy car.
No, I think what happens is, I mean, first of all, it's this question of decoy cars. We don't want to go into that too much. But there is this question, too, when they're in the traffic, you'll then find the traffic police will then take over, and that's where it does look a bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know how long it is before he gets to Millbank, which is where we're presuming he goes. He may not. He may decide to go back home for a wash and brush up first, but he's due in Millbank. There we are. News for him too, that Dennis Skinner, veteran maverick, is safely back in. Not exactly a Blairite, John, by any means, but nonetheless now a much loved elder figure on the front benches who, again, adds a bit of life to the front benches.
Yes, and he sort of rather lit up the Commons right at the end of this last Parliament by making it clear how keen he was for Labour to win under Tony Blair's leadership. So there was no question of bitterness there. He remembers all those years in opposition, and he likes the fact there's a Labour government, even though people often thought that he was a curmudgeon, and he wouldn't like that because it was the wrong kind of Labour Party. But that's actually not his view. He's been a very loyal member from that point of view of the Labour team in the last Parliament.
There we are. Well, at the moment, on the tally there, you can see Labour has 411 seats, Conservatives 157, Liberal Democrats on 46. we are expecting a Labour majority still of 165. And it is a very big result, as we keep saying, but it doesn't make it any smaller. It is a huge result. And I think now we can go to Mary Nightingale, who's got a roundup of some of these results. Mary.
Jonathan, even at this late stage, or should I say early stage, I can't quite decide which it is, seats are changing hands. Taunton, we're going to start with a Tory gain here. Now, this was won by the Lib Dems from the Tories in '97, first time since 1922, and the Tories have got it back again. The Lib Dem victor in 1997 was Jackie Ballard. Now, she was very anti-fox hunting, and some feel this may have played a part in her downfall. There was a swing from the Lib Dems to the Conservatives of 2.2%. The majority for the Tories, though, nonetheless very small, 235. Newark, another Tory gain, marginal Labour seat. This was regained after 18 years in 1997. The Tories have taken this one back as well. Labour to Conservatives, big swing, 7.4%. Majority for the Tories there of 4,073. Dorset South, this is a Labour gain. In 1997, now this was the smallest Tory majority anywhere in the UK, just 77 votes, and Labour have taken it from them. With not much of a majority, it has to be said, 153 votes. It's a swing from the Tories to Labour of 0.2%. Now, this was one of the targets of tactical voters, and it seems to have worked. Also a target of tactical voters, Norfolk North. Now, the Lib Dems have gained this one. Tactical voting really may have played a part in this. Majority of 483 for the Lib Dems here. Swing from the Tories to Lib Dems of 1.5%. And Rumsey, Lib Dem gain, again from the Tories. Now, this was a famous Lib Dem by-election gain from the Tories in May 2000. Sandra Gidley won the seat after the death of Tory Michael Colvin with the assistance of tactical voting, again by Labour supporters. A big swing from Tories to Lib Dem of 10.7% here. And a gain here for Plaid Cymru, Carmarthen East. This was a Labour marginal seat. This is most vulnerable to Plaid Cymru. They've lost one seat, remember, and they've got one too. Majority of 2,590. Swing from Labour to Plaid Cymru of 7.5%. So as you can see, seats still changing hands even at this late stage in the game. Jonathan.
Intriguing battle within the landslide. Now we can go. We've been watching Tony Blair on his way to what we expect to be his destination, which is Millbank, and we're following that. But at Millbank is Mark Austin. Mark, you were out in the dark earlier on, then you got inside, now you're out in the light. Yes. What do you expect is going to happen in Millbank? Have they given you any indication of what he's going to do when he arrives?
Yes, there's several hundred Labour activists gathering here behind me. Tony Blair, as you say, is on his way from the airport. He's probably driving down the embankment now. We'll be watching the sun rising over the Thames there. And these activists are getting very excited indeed. Tony Blair will be coming here, as he did in '97, on a beautiful summer morning. And he'll be coming in and he'll be making a speech along the lines of the other speeches he's made. It will be a speech about what Labour has to do to fulfil the mandate that it's been given by the people. As you can see now, I believe...
Thank you very much. Just if you pause a bit, please, Mark, because we've got here the scenes on the plane, which came a little earlier, while they were on the plane coming down, when Tony Blair had the little bit of champagne that Bill Neely referred to, talking now to journalists and to party activists, tea being consumed. We were watching that plane from outside there. You can see on the left, Alistair Campbell. And can you identify anyone else there for us? Your lobby position?
That's Angie Hunter that you can just see in the front of the picture. The formidable organiser.
Much trusted, long-standing aide.
Gatekeeper, they call her. She's the one that stops people seeing the Prime Minister.
Look, I see Alistair Campbell there. We just about missed him on the edge there, looking genuinely tired, looking a touch hangdog. Angie looking very happy.
That's another of the... That's Joe, one of the Labour press officers you see there in white. And that's Angie Hunter again with her back to us. They are a formidable, tough group who protect the Prime Minister. Now that's another press officer. You think that's someone dressing up?
There is that quiet moment of reflection as they come down, knowing, of course, the cameras are on them, but just quietly watching as they nearly land, having a private conversation. Clearly, and perhaps understandably, microphones were not encouraged to be close, but I suppose the lip readers will know what she is saying, but I don't. Nearly there, perhaps she's saying, nearly there.
Yes, I mean, they've...
That's the end of those pictures there, John. So he is a happy man. And look who I can see who has arrived. She has been in Edinburgh, in Manchester, Birmingham. She's flown by plane and helicopter. Somehow she's rushed here even quicker than Tony Blair. How are you?
I'd like to say I came in on roller skates. It's not quite true, but it feels like it could have been tonight. I am well. We've had an exciting night. We have had a thoroughly interesting night. And in fact, we saw Tony Blair's plane landing just ahead of us. As we flew in by helicopter, we could see him land. We could hear on the air traffic control.
We were wondering, it wasn't your helicopter that was taking the pictures of Tony Blair as plane arriving, was it?
One very close by, but no, not actually ours. We were
going very... So you've got here, although it landed before you, you've got here before he's got to Millbank.
It's pretty good going, isn't it? Well, we had the rather huge advantage of landing rather closer to our studio than he did to Millbank.
Did you get a feel, I mean, to be serious, going down through the country, did you get a feel of the mood of voters, of people who were activists in both parties?
You know, we really did, and what was surprising, perhaps, after our predictions that Scotland would be perhaps the least enthusiastic area in terms of voter mood, that was where there was a real buzz. And I feel that that was because there was a huge fight going to go on between Malcolm Rifkind and Linda Clark, which of course he lost. But, you know, everybody around there, they were talking about it. And there was that real sort of interest and enthusiasm, which seemed slightly lacking in Manchester and Birmingham. Interesting areas both, of course, but all the people we spoke to, both in the GMEX Centre, where there were the 5 counts going on from Manchester, and in the International Convention Centre, where there were 11 counts going on, people felt that there was a bit of a sense of inevitability about everything, so perhaps not the most riotous of moods.
And Birmingham?
Yeah, same sort of feeling there. Of course, extraordinary, because there's been so much going on. There were hundreds and hundreds of people around, who mostly it was all over by the time we got there, of course. But, you know, great excitement still from the people who had been friends of candidates, friends of winners, workers who had had an exciting but long night. But, you know, nothing much changed in that particular area.
Well, for the full drama, Katie, you arrive here in the studio at 5:30. A little bit later than you had said, but here. Thanks very much for taking us on that journey. I think we can go now to Labour Party headquarters again, where people are waiting for the arrival of Tony Blair. Yes, there they are. You can see them all waving their flags, carefully handed out. Never miss a chance for a flag.
They're not union flags.
There is Ross Kemp from EastEnders, incidentally, there in the middle there. We heard from him earlier on. He's a happy, very stout Labour supporter. John?
They're not union flags they're waving, though. It's interesting. Remember last time when he made that triumphal journey up Downing Street to number 10 for the first time, there was this great sea of union flags being waved. But, of course, they had been handed out, as these have, by party workers to enthusiasts. And although people then thought, no doubt abroad, that this was spontaneous excitement from the people of London, it wasn't that. It was a highly organised photo opportunity, as this is. But they've decided not to put out union flags. These are Labour Party flags, aren't they? There you can see Neil
Kinnock just being hugged there by Ross Kemp. Neil Kinnock, of course, the nearly man who led the party in 1987, not quite getting there, and 1992 lost and left, now a European commissioner, but has remained...
Frank Dobson there.
Frank Dobson was going to be the candidate, was the candidate for Mayor of London, but they wanted Ken Livingstone instead. He was Secretary of State for Health before that, but some people are tipping to be back on the scene again, John.
Yes, people are tipping him as a possible chief whip. Gordon Brown there.
Gordon Brown,
and
yes.
Gordon Brown with his aides, and Sue Nye, his office manager, she's there too.
I saw, yes, there's the minister in charge of the Dome hiding at the back.
Oh, that's Charlie Faulkner,
Charlie
Lord
Faulkner.
Faulkner. The Prime Minister's extremely close. And Gus MacDonald.
And Gus MacDonald, who's been in many people's judgment a success. He's a great car enthusiast to the stress of some environmentalists, but he's been a good, tough minister. Was a television producer, became very successful as the chairman of Scottish Television, and is in the Lords as Lord MacDonald. and is...
Could become leader of the Lords.
Thought to become leader of the Lords,
Could
possibly.
be.
There's Gordon Brown smiling away, talking very, very happily to Neil Kinnock. They've come a long, long journey. That's the point about this. It's different from how it was last time. This is solid this time.
And it's hard not
Here
to
is the
think
car on
for-
its way coming in, on its way to Millbank. Won't be very long now. It can't be very long now. Empty roads. And he knows what he's going to find when he gets there, because this is all very well organized. As you said, John, nothing spontaneous. He will get there and go in and say what he has to say.
Yes, it's rather poignant seeing Neil Kinnock, isn't it, when you think of him there as a figure from
Neil
the
Kinnock
past.
again.
And yet, I think he genuinely feels that only Tony Blair could have done it. And that
But
he, in fact...
he himself, people shouldn't forget, he
Here we
himself
go.
did an enormous amount. Here they're waving. It must be that the car is... No, they're just preparing for the arrival. Perhaps it's a rehearsal for the, for the cheering. I mustn't be too cynical about it, because the feelings are absolutely genuine, although, of course, it is all...
Ian McCartney.
Ian McCartney, who's a senior minister who had a...
Cameron's minister, he's obviously pleased.
Very pleased.
A tribal politician, if ever there was one, he won't have any question of doubting that it's just a great day for Labour.
A lot of those will be the young party workers who were drafted into this campaign, and then they will go back to their other jobs afterwards, having done their duty by the party.
Yes, all the parties take on extra staff, so this is not in the least bit surprising. But many of them, of course, have been involved in this telephone canvassing. It's a feature that goes on behind the scenes, not very much talked about, but quite significant. That's why
There's John Prescott arriving. Sorry to interrupt you. John Prescott arriving, looking very straight-faced at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be laughing a lot more when he meets up with his colleagues. Sorry, carry on, John.
No, I was just saying that, you know, Colin Rallings has been talking about how the marginal seats were organised. A lot of it is done by telephone. So that's why, when we see how well both the main parties did in their marginal seats, I think a lot of it's due to that.
Now, as the car approaches the headquarters, you can see both. There's the car going on its rather stately way, being very careful to obey the rules of the road and not to exceed the speed limit, which is probably about 40 miles an hour at that particular point, very steadily. And there you can see, actually, yeah, there is a lot of happiness on the left, but it is, in comparison with 1997, this time 4 years ago, just over 4 years ago, it is very different. It's much quieter. There's none of that massive singing, sing-along, much smaller numbers of people. Not quite business as usual, but I think there is some music. The Lighthouse Family meant to be playing. There they are.
I think they'll give them a great cheer. I don't think they will be so controlled that they'll be told, don't overdo the cheer. I think they will, there'll be a rousing welcome.
Let's see if we can hear the song being played. So there the singing continues, the Lighthouse Family and Lifted, singing Lifted, the campaign song away. Gordon Brown looking as though he were enjoying the sound. Lots of young people. There is another minister, Chris Smith. Some uncertainty about his future. Some people have suggested he might be moved on or out, and his department might be dramatically shifted. There again is John Prescott walking in under the arches at Labour Party headquarters. They're enjoying it, aren't they?
They don't look very tired, do they? The fact they've all been up all night.
Well, like the rest of us, John, they're not tired
No, but
either.
I mean, they've been working, haven't they?
Yeah, they haven't just been sitting enjoying themselves. There, now he is smiling, now he's there, going in big cheer of applause for John Prescott, who fought for Labour, a sterling campaign going round the country, all over the place. Luckily endeared himself, apparently, to the voters by his left Hook standing there beside Neil Kinnock again. Lighthouse family still at work. Nick Hucknall on the right there, you can see, just standing there, jogging along a little bit as well.
But the person, of course, who's not there, Peter Mandelson, I mean, that must, when he sees these scenes, if he's watching them now, if he's still awake, he must think, and I would be there, but I'm not this time.
Mark, you are Mark Austin. Are you somewhere in there? I think you're in the crowd. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just at the front of the Millbank Tower.
You're just at the front. Can you see all of this going on?
I mean, there's a huge crowd gathering, as you can see. They've been in this party for most of the night. You know, it's interesting. There's this sense of celebration, but it's been diluted to an extent by this low turnout. Now, many Labour activists here have blamed the Conservatives and said that it was their lacklustre campaign, the fact that it was a foregone conclusion. But some Labour people here are acknowledging that all the parties have to in some way engage the public more in the future, and that is something of an issue here given this low turnout.
They're looking pretty happy. There's John Prescott with a really big smile. We were complaining earlier he was looking a bit somber-sided, but he's got a really big smile on his face. Now, they're all waiting for Tony Blair, who must be there. Mark Austin was just talking about turnout there. Colin, what is the latest on turnout? Can you tell us?
Yes, Jonathan, and I think it must cast something of a shadow over this morning, not perhaps for Labour activists, but for others when they begin to think about it. It does now look as if turnout will have fallen below 60% in the general election for the first time since 1918, and that means that despite the scale of Labour's victory, despite this massive majority in Parliament, only 1 in 4 electors actually bothered to go to the polls and put their cross in the Labour column. So a landslide by one dimension, but a half-hearted endorsement by some other criteria.
I think we can see Tony Blair in just a moment there. He is coming along beside the river, even in that edge there, along the embankment, very close now to Millbank Tower. Thames, of course, on the right-hand side there. Very closely to be there in about 3 or 4 minutes would be my guess, John, wouldn't you?
That's where the Chelsea Flower Show is held. So he's about 2 minutes away, actually, or a minute away.
He'll be there, and we will then follow him inside. And
I think he might make a speech. Did you see a podium when we were looking at that picture? It seemed to be a set up there with a microphone.
If Mark is still there, Mark listening, I don't know whether you are, you could perhaps tell us whether indeed it is planned that he should make a speech. I think you were saying, Mark, earlier that he was going to make a speech. They're waiting, music's playing. Mark obviously has gone off message. While he goes through, just a note that there was some thought that a former Conservative Cabinet Minister, Gillian Shepherd, might be ousted in Norfolk North West. In fact, she remains in the House of Commons, having held off the Labour challenge there. And a reminder too, we're predicting a Labour majority of 165. That's what Tony Blair, driving along the embankment, is driving towards, a 165 majority with something like 412 seats predicted for him in the House of Commons. Conservatives were predicting 167, and Liberal Democrats 52. And Labour is very close to the final figure that we expect.
Have you noticed, John, we still haven't got a single outrider. There's no motorbikes, there's no sirens going. It's just the Prime Minister quietly going through the streets of London at, well, 5:45 in the morning.
It is very, very unusual. You've been all over the place. I've been quite a lot of places, and you just don't see the absence of the figures. Here.
Now let's just see if we can see the podium, because, oh, there we are. You see, there's a lectern. That's the style they've had in all their news conferences. You see it just on the right of the screen. Well, that looks very
I guess
much
that's
as
where
if it's...
I guess he's going to speak from there, isn't he? Otherwise, why have it there?
Yes,
It's got
he
no
will
purpose
speak,
otherwise.
and otherwise the whole thing has to take place within the building. But
Yeah.
obviously it's not raining. Why not have him there?
Nearly there.
Is
Still
that
respecting
a taxi
still
driver, no
respecting
doubt, with a bit of
traffic
advice on how to run the country if he just
Whoever's in
leans
the
out
back of that
window?
taxi looking out of the window would be saying, "Oh my God, that's Mr. Blair and Mrs. Blair. Where are they going at this time in the
No, I
morning?"
think it would be a bit of advice on how to run the country if I know London taxi drivers. A few brief words on what he should do in the next few years.
Chasing along well behind, in any case, as if he didn't quite hear the advice and needs to have it again.
I think it's going to be very interesting to hear what he has to say, and I think it's going to be obviously a great deal of thanks at the beginning.
Of
There'll be
course.
all that formal thanks, and we should expect
There's
that. but
Gordon Brown, slightly
there'll also be a
hidden
message
there,
too. I think we're going to
talking away.
find...
Here is the car, now virtually arriving, and there is the car on its way in. They've seen the car, the eruption of enthusiasm. Tony Blair, their leader, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, gets out at the start of his second term of office, and passionate Labour activists are very, very happy. John was saying before that this really is his party now. He has done this. Of course, Gordon Brown has played a hugely important part by delivering a secure, sound economy, even, has to be said, in the eyes of Labour's opponents. But no one can take it from Tony Blair that he has achieved this along, of course, with close advisors, close supporters, but this is Tony Blair's victory, John.
He's always wanted to do that too. There are so many things he wants to change in the Labour Party. He said, we have the courage to change ourselves. That's very much not just a slogan, but a cry from the heart from him, because he feels the party that he joined in the early 1980s was nowhere near his party, was nowhere near this. So that's what he's feeling.
It's always been interesting why he chose Labour. He said he was a man without ideology. He obviously felt he couldn't be a conservative in those days, but he joined Labour, so far as we can understand, although we always find it difficult to look into the man closely, despite the fact that it was Labour.
Despite the fact it was Labour, and remember in 1983, when he was first elected, anti-Europe, very left-wing, what Gerald Corcoran called the longest suicide note in history was their manifesto, but that was the platform on which Tony Blair first stood for Parliament.
There he is.
And he obviously didn't like the
Mrs.
Labour
Prescott
Party very
there,
much
he's
then.
just kissing Mrs. Prescott as he passes by. There are the senior figures in the party up the side where I guess he's going to speak, or certainly trying to get a good view.
Ah, that's emotional, isn't it? That's Tony Blair hugging Neil Kinnock.
Triumph. They used to say the Labour Party didn't really like him very much. This Labour Party likes him a very great deal.
Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. Well, just remember, don't get complacent. First of all, what I want to say to all of you is thank you for the wonderful work you've done over the past few weeks. You've been absolutely magnificent. No party could ever have wished for more than what we've had from you. Each one of you have given, well, just fantastic service to the Labour Party and through the Labour Party to the country. Thank you very much. man. It's wonderful to have John here, and Gordon, and Douglas, and Ian, and Margaret, and all the team who've done a fantastic amount in this election campaign. And we shouldn't forget either the man who started the modernisation of the Labour Party, Neil Kinnock. And it is indeed a night of history for our party. But the one thing that we have to remember is that now is the time that the people of this country want us to serve them, want us to do the things that we promise that we will do, and they want us to be very clear about our mandate here. Our mandate is to carry on the work that we started, to be sure that on the foundation of a strong economy, delivered by a brilliant Chancellor, that we end up investing in our schools, in our hospitals, in our transport, and the police in our streets, that we make sure that we get the change and the money in that our services need, and then we carry on trying to create a fair and decent society in which there's help for our pensioners, in which young people are taken off benefit and put into work, in which, for each and every hard-working family in Britain, we do our best by them. And we know it will be difficult, and we know it will take time, but our commitment is there. The policies and the foundations that we have laid over these past few years give us the ability now to complete the task that we set ourselves. And that task is governed by one simple principle, which is the principle this party today stands for. That we want a society and a nation where not just a few people at the top, but every single person in our country gets the chance to succeed and make the most of their God-given abilities. And we will create that society through a political party today that at long last offers this country a different political choice. For 100 years, we've been in government for short periods of time, but never won a full successive second term of office. Now we have. But we have done so because at long last in this country, we've united the politics of ambition for yourself and your family, and compassion and decency and obligation to others less fortunate than yourself. And that marriage of head and heart is what this party is about. So let us get to our work now, realize in the next few years those expectations are there, we have to meet them, we have to work patiently, clearly, calmly, with determination and vigour to serve the people of this country. It's a privilege and an honour that they have bestowed upon us. Let us live up to it now.
So he finishes what is a very short speech, and in all honesty, it didn't contain very much. He said what he said before, that he's being warmly endorsed for what he said. Difficult, lots to do, will take time, but we can complete the task we set ourselves. Take patience, calmness, clarity. They've got a mandate. They want to carry on the brilliant achievements of Gordon Brown. You can't expect much content, John, in a speech like that, and there wasn't any content in it. It was simply, look, guys, we've got to work. It was terrific getting here, and we're going to stay.
Yes, simple joy and emotion, but I think for the party workers, that was the suitable speech. You don't want to be too solemn and too serious. He did that in his other speeches earlier in the night, and I think this was a moment simply to bring up some of those emotional themes. Talking about his brilliant Chancellor, that was, I thought, an interesting moment, making sure that people realised within that group that he knows how much he had to be grateful to Gordon Brown and how much he had to be grateful to Neil Kinnock.
Well, they've had to always deal with this question mark of the relationship between Gordon Brown and Tony Blair, and it will be important as we come into, we've talked about it earlier today, this evening, the Euro campaign, because Gordon Brown is going to be prudent and cautious. It's a cabinet decision. There are different emphases, put it like that. So it is going to be tested, that relationship.
There certainly are, and it still remains one of the most intriguing relationships in British politics. You notice how Tony Blair had no difficulty hugging Neil Kinnock, but there was no question of him hugging Gordon Brown. I mean, there is a lot going on there that's always fascinating, how close they are, how distant they can sometimes seem, and how much there are moments when you know they have serious personal differences and they have different camps within the leadership.
And those camps are only too keen to take pot shots at each other given half a chance, even if the principals don't want that.
And later today, we will see the extent to which Gordon Brown's power
there
may
we
be
can
curbed,
see Gordon Brown.
May be curbed in the reshuffle. There you see Gordon Brown. He will be looking at the reshuffle, not just about his own position as Chancellor, but where are the Brownies? Are there enough of them there? Are they still as strong as they used to be within the higher echelons of the government?
And will Number 10 try and pull back some of the power that was ceded to the Chancellor to demonstrate that they could run a really effective economy?
And at the same time, both men know that they are so much more powerful and more effective if they're united. So they're trapped together in this extraordinary relationship.
There they are. He's fighting his way through his supporters, I guess, to leave there and go and get a bit of kip before he has to start on tomorrow's work. He'll be going on from here to Number 10. Party supporters, the usual. You know, this is genuine stuff. We are obliged to be highly sceptical. This is genuine because these are the party supporters. They fought the battle with him. This is not the British people. It's the party activists of the Labour Party saying thank you and well done to Tony Blair, and he's saying the same thing back to them.
And they have
That's a nice sight.
They have fought a tremendously successful campaign. We can say it now, it's over.
Yeah.
And these people are responsible for it. It has been, in so many ways, a perfect modern campaign in terms of strategy.
Rigorous control by Gordon Brown, great style and flair by the Prime Minister, now back in his car and on his way. And now we can go to Mary, who's in the results centre still, for a final summary of where we are. Mary.
It is the final summary, Jonathan. We are almost there. We're predicting a landslide of 167 for Labour. Results in so far, 631. Almost there. 413 for Labour, 162 for the Tories, 46 for the Lib Dems, and the rest on 10. And if we look at some of those results, and the gains and losses overall, Labour are down 6, Tories are up 1, Lib Dems are up 6, and the rest are down 1. So let's look at some of those results then, and we can see that Labour have gained Dorset South, they've gained Ynys from Plaid Cymru, they've lost Wyre Forest on that independent health ticket, Kidderminster Hospital Healthcare Concern. Conservative results, Tories have gained Galloway and Nithsdale, that's their only seat in Scotland. They've gained Taunton, Newark and Castle Point. And the Lib Dems, their results, they've gained Norfolk North, Rumsey, Chesterfield and Guildford, thus ending the Tories' monopoly in Surrey. And that is the way it looks here, Jonathan.
Mary, thank you for that. It's your final summary of these early hours. And now to Colin Rallings, you've been following this in intimate detail all the way through as our analyst. What are your final thoughts at 5 to 6 in the morning?
Is it really that time, Jonathan?
It is.
Goodness me. Well, we didn't quite get to our records. Labour's got a few fewer seats than they had in '97, and the Tories have got 1 or 2 more. But where we are, without question, is this is an unprecedented double Labour landslide.
Thank you very much. And we are, as you said, that the Labour majority that we're predicting at the moment is 167. John, your thoughts?
Tony Blair has simply changed the face of British politics. Not once, but twice. Margaret Thatcher's best result was 144. We're saying 167 in terms of majority.
And we can see now, while you say that, the Prime Minister going back home to Downing Street, into the gates into Downing Street. He's actually going to number 11, although he works number 10 because he took number 11 because of the size of his family. So this is a familiar journey to him, one that he expected to make. Nonetheless, a happy man that he's done it. And just to say once again, this is the first time a Labour leader has served 1 full term and has the opportunity now to serve another. Look at that. That is Prime Minister And Mrs. Blair going into number 10. Photographers there on the other side of the street almost certainly saying, well done, give us a smile, give us a wave. He's doing it. And there they go, out for the photographs again. Those photographs will whistle around the country. Indeed, they will whistle round the world, because the Prime Minister's restoration in power is something that is going to be closely observed. So, where are we? We've been saying all the way through from the beginning, when our exit poll, we predicted a landslide. It happens that the result we're now predicting is well within what our exit poll predicted. We thought there'd be a landslide, and there was. It is a landslide of extraordinary proportions. Colin was touching on it just now. No Labour leader has achieved this before. It is a record that is astonishing in governance in general. It means that it will be extremely difficult for any party, however strong, to, at the next election, give Labour real trouble, except for the fact that it may be that the electorate in this country is now very, very volatile. Meanwhile, we have the Conservatives. You can see there, 163 seats in so far. We're expecting that they will end up with 166, one more than they had last time. There's been a few brave sounds. The leader of the Conservatives, William Hague, has looked brave. He's kept smiling, but he said it's a very disappointing night. They know they've got to do some fundamental rethinking. They know that they can't just carry on as they left off. There will be big questions about the leadership. We shall see what happens. The Liberal Democrats, well, they've had a terrific night. 52 seats we are predicting for them, up from their 46. Charles Kennedy, who led a campaign which clearly endeared him to a great many people, and Liberal Democrats have reaped the benefit from that. He was modest, he made his case well. People wonder whether he'd had the resilience to fight the campaign and whether he'd really enjoy it. He clearly did, and he did very well indeed. The downside in all of this, which I'm sure is going to be discussed a great deal, is the fact that this turnout in this election has been so low, down to just over 18%. But it's been a great night, and we've been glad to serve you. Now to GMTV. We'll be back at 9:25.